And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day number 2 here at Paupergeddon. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP. And joining me for the third time in a row, third time's lucky, my friend, Alex Moretti. And we are going to take you through round number 9. So we're going to rewind on what happened this weekend so far. Friday, we had the pre-show. That is where we had the top Pauper player. 100 players qualified to play in that, bowed it out, and we saw the blue-white flicker deck take it down. Then yesterday, we started day 1 of the main tournament. Big 2-day tournament, over 1,100 players turned up. But we've managed to whittle that down after 8 Swiss rounds of Magic to today to just have just under 150 players battling it out across 6 rounds of Swiss today to try and get themselves, of course, in the top 64. Ideally, they want to try and get in that top 8, but we'll be talking about that a lot more as we move forward. Because there's a lot of prizes on the line. Let's have a look at what prizes they're battling out for today, because they are one step closer after being able to qualify for today. Hopefully. There you go. Talk me through this, Alex.
Okay, so the champion will get 6,000 euros, while the finalist just 3,000. Yeah, that's still a lot of money, but just half. Then we have 1,500 for the top 4, 1,000 for the top 8, 500 top 16, 250 top 32, and finally, until the top 60 for 100 euros.
All right, now I've asked you twice already this weekend. If you won 6,000, what would you spend it on? Has your mind changed?
No, I'm still going to build some store modern. I'm already building the deck. I do really love Grape Shot as a card.
All right, you want to build some modern? Me right now, I'd buy a nice comfy bed with a nice ice cold drink. I am tired, ladies and gentlemen. We were out last night. But that's not going to stop the action, because we've got a feature match for you, and we have got a powerhouse in the feature match. Let's get down and see how they're doing shuffling up, if they're ready to go. You'll notice that at the top of your screen there is a World finalist, a Pro Tour top 8er 6 times nonetheless, and a GP winner. It is Marcio Carvalho, and he's up against Adam on Jund Wildfire, playing Izzet Terrors as well for Marcio. I haven't seen Izzet Terrors yesterday. Is this an off the meta deck? Is this his own brew? It's obviously going well.
Well, you know, Izzet Terror is the less played version of the Terror deck.
Why is that?
It is more control style compared to the others to build. When the blue is the most played and the most aggressive, while Dimir is not as much as played as the other version. It still can get online a lot of damage, but you know, it is mostly played for snuff out as a card. Maybe Izzet Terror, it is better as a control deck because you know you are not paying for life to destroy your opponent creatures, and you know there's a lot of burn decks in this tournament. So
there is a lot. So this Jund Wildfire deck, we've seen it yesterday putting up a lot of good work. It was the most played deck in the day 1 meta, over 140, I think it's 146 copies in day 1. Let me just get my fact sheet out, ladies and gentlemen. 164 copies. Dyslexic, got the numbers wrong around. So the most played deck, no matter what. We do have the meta game, which we're getting the graphic made up for, so we'll be able to show you that after this round 1. So make sure you stick around if you're keen to see what conversion rates happen, what if your favorite deck managed to make it into day number 2. I see some people already asking, did certain decks happen? But let's go on to this game here. We know what the Jund Wildfire deck's going to do. This Izzet Terror deck, how do the early turns work? It looks like a lot of cantrips so far. Is it win quickly? Does it need a lot of time to set up? Do we need to be filling our graveyard up to get those terrors down, or have we got any other threats?
Well, to be honest, the deck is not very fast, but thanks to the cantrip, so Perdine and Ponder, you can speed up your Tolarian Terror. You know, just having 4 copies of Tolarian Terror, so no Cryptic Serpent or Gurmag Angler, makes you very, very slow compared to the other terror decks, but you still have Crimson Fleet Admiral, the Red Monarch, and also Murmuring Mystic, which are both good control cards, but can close the game pretty fast when they are online, and you have a follow-up to them.
Well, we've got the Jund Wildfire is going to try and target our own indestructible land. This is one of the key things of these decks, one of the nice things they get to do. Not only do they get to draw a card from it, they also get to find another land, fix that mana. You'd think in a a format that doesn't have fetch lands and shock lands, being able to play a 3-color deck is going to have to come at a price. These Wildfire decks have got like a cheat code to that, being able to filter their mana as well as go cards deeper and kind of do this big setup turns that we're seeing now as they've got just played their 4th land drops. The next turn we can be rocking and rolling, maybe start getting Chrysalises down, and we know how well they performed over the last 2 days. As Marcio's going to play this one. Talk me through this. Fleet Admiral.
So Azure Fleet Admiral is one of the 2 versions of the Monarch creature being played in Izzet. Crimson Fleet Admiral is better as an aggressive card because it has 5 points in power, but while the Fleet Admiral is kind of better to still back the Monarch. So you can let your opponent take the Monarch for 1 turn, and then you take you back then in the next turn because it can't be blocked if your opponent has the Monarch. So a very synergistic card with the Monarch ability.
Can you remind everyone what is the Monarch ability? Like we talk about it a lot, we see cards with it. There's a nice little token to replace the bit of paper, but what is it? What does this generate? Why is it so powerful?
So the Monarch is probably one of the best mechanic in Pauper. It is a very meta breakdown. I mean, the Monarch it creates an emblem, so you can't really interact well with it. This emblem let you draw 1 extra card in your end step, but if your opponent deals damage to you, it takes the Monarch. So the only way to interact with the Monarch is having your own Monarch card or going to the combat step against your opponent.
Right, so dealing damage or almost relayering the Monarch effect. So if you have Monarch, your opponent has it, you play this. If we play a second one of these, so to speak, we'd be able to get it back without having it in the combat phase. Got you. See it quite a lot in like vintage cubes and stuff like that. But not right now. This is going to be in a Pauper again, one of the more powerful things that we can do. Marshall's going through his options. Snowco basics. Do they play any? Is there any reason for that in this
Yeah,
deck?
they play Scred. Scred has been played for a long time. First in Modern, in mono-red Scred. In Pauper, you can't really have a mono-red mid-range deck, but you can still play some mid-range or control strategy with it. Scred is a 1-mana Ramal spell, so it deals damage to 1 target creature equal to the amount of snow permanent you control. And you have a bunch of snow permanent thanks to your mana base.
Marcel was looking at maybe wanting to go to combat there and start getting in there with that 3/3. Is that a sign that maybe, okay, what you're going to do, you're going to block, I'm going to use the removal spell to get rid of it, or is he just going through every option in his head right now before he eventually decides how he wants to pan out this turn, and he's going to start off with a brainstorm?
Yeah, I think they're in search for a Tolarian Terror or even a Scred. With Scred they can kill the Virgin Chrysalis because they have not yet played a land, and Virgin Chrysalis with just 2 Eldrazi spawn, it is a 4/5, so still in reach for Scred. It could be bigger, but they still not have found another copy of it.
You spoke too soon. Lorian's revealed it's going to get island cycled there, and that island's getting slammed on the board. I was thinking maybe if he went to combat, it would force them to sacrifice one of the Siren tokens, and then in response to the Siren token, they can use Scred, because then it would only be 4. But we've got a lightning bolt here. I'm going to sacrifice this Eldrazi spawn. It's going to put a +1/+1 counter on it, 1 mana floating.
I guess they have double lightning bolt.
But so we probably got something here.
Wow.
Oh, okay, Into the Fire. I believe that's the one I'm thinking of. See, a little bit of flame power. No, Torch the Tower. That's the one it is, not Into the Fire. Torch the Tower. So this is the one that exiles, is it, I believe? Or you can sack permanent and scry. Yeah, so you exile, and if you want to, you can bargain. If you bargain, there's through damage, and you get to scry. If the target would die, exile it instead.
Well, that's a really unexpected card. I mean, I know the card used to be staple in Standard, but you don't very much see that card in Pauper. I think you don't really have many cards you can bargain.
In this deck, let's have a look. Is there anything that we can bargain? No. It's just a shock effect, basically, that can exile something.
Well, you can bargain a token as well, maybe. I don't remember. Maybe just enchantment and artifacts.
Bargain, you may sacrifice an artifact, enchantment, or a token you control.
Oh, okay.
But what tokens do we make?
You have Mystic.
The Mystic. All right, it's just got a little bit in there. But the follow-up was a terror on the board. We had enough sorceries and instants in the graveyard to be able to reduce the cost of it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, this is what you were talking about yesterday. Talk me through what's happening now.
So Toxin Analysis gives that touch to a creature. You also create a clue token, but it is very powerful alongside Crackline Shaman. Crackline Shaman, it lets you deal 1 damage to each non-flying creature when you sacrifice 1 artifact, and you can keep priority in sacrificing more artifacts, but if you give to the creature that touch, 1 damage is just enough to kill all the creatures you deal damage to. Also, Toxin Analysis is very strong against aggressive strategies because it gives a lifelink to the creature. So, in this case, they killed 3 creatures: the Tolarian Terror, the Murmuring Mystic, that was the Monarch actually, and also Crackline Shaman. So you get back 3 lives, and you kill your opponent threats. And they have a follow-up.
You can stack it as well, right? Like, it's not like you just do 1 damage. In this instance, it's great. You've got Death Touch, but if you are against like an aggressive strategy and you need to get a bunch of life, you can stack it multiple times, and then you get down all these 2 toughness, 3 toughness creatures and gain more life that way.
Well, to be honest, not because the creature gets
because they die from the Death Touch.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, I'm an idiot. Don't worry about it. Got you.
Well, if your opponent creature has indestructible, you.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you for making me feel a little better that I'm not an idiot. But Monarch's still going, so Carvalho is still drawing a card each turn at the minute. We haven't been able to get any creatures across the line to do combat damage. This second Rise of Chrysalis is going to help with that. Marcia, you got imagine is going to try and find a way that he doesn't. Starting off with is that Ponder? I think we're looking at.
Preordain.
Is that Preordain? It's just at the top of my screen here. I've got a bit of a glare there. Maybe it's because I'm slouching down further and further. I haven't had my monster this morning, you see.
One of the reasons why red is not really strong as a way to interact with creatures right now in the format is thanks to the presence of Written Chrysalis. So now, with Izzet Terror not having any creature on the battlefield, they need to find an answer to that Written Chrysalis.
Let's see what we got. We've got Screds in the deck. We spoke about the Lightning Bolts. Nothing. We've got the Torch, the Towers. There are some breath weapons floating around in here. Other than that, I think it is just finding a creature, but I think we played a land for the turn and everything costs 4 or more unless you can get another terror down. You might actually be losing the Monarch here. Yeah,
it may happen. Anyway, they still have 4 copies of Scred in the deck, and they have 6 lands on play, 6 no-covered lands. So Scred is enough to kill the Chrysalis.
And they've looked through the deck quite a bit so far. I think all these cantrips that have happened, the cycling that's happened, the reshufflings, the amount of redraws. Can't have a look at how many cards is in his hand right now, but I imagine there's a high chance that he's going to have one of these 4 Screds in his grip.
Yeah, I think one of the best one of the reasons to play this deck, is a terror, is because you play a larger amount of cantrips, so Brainstorm, Preordain, and Ponder, which are very strong, powerful cards in MTG. Blue used to be Magic, a very powerful color, maybe the most powerful color. Maybe right now, nowadays, is not as strong as it used to be in the past, but still those cards are very strong to do what they do.
You managed to find a creature. Terror is what we chose, and of course it only costs 1 because of the reduced cost of sorceries and instants in the graveyard. Passing the turn back, it looks like we're going to start off with sacking our Drowsy Spawn, 2 of them.
Scrap is another. Oh, seems like they have a Nyxmore Hydra.
Could have a Hydra. So, do they have the double green though?
Nope, just 1.
So we're just gonna.
Okay, they paying the ward cost from Tolarian Terror.
So now the coast is clear unless there's a Scred in hand that will be able to get this off the board. The 2 mana that's floating.
No, wait, they haven't.
Yeah, no, so we
paid
had
mana.
4 mana. We paid 2 mana and we had 2 mana floating from the Eldrazi spawn.
But you need to pay 2 extra mana to destroy the Tolarian Terrors because they have the ward ability. This is kind of similar to Hexproof.
Maybe Carvalho didn't like trigger it.
Yeah, I think so.
I believe you can miss it. So
Yeah, they missed that.
So yeah, we missed it. A little step there from the the 6-time PT top 8 GP winner and world finalist, losing out to none other than Brian Bonduin. Love that guy. He was one of my favorite personalities in Magic. He's such a cool guy. But starting off here, we're going to go with the fountain's going to come down. That's going to generate some blood tokens.
So what do you think is going here now? I mean, if they missed that trigger with the Tolarian Terror,
I reckon they've just had a couple of days of playing Magic in a hot room. And they were all up extremely early. We had an even earlier start today. So Friday was quite late. Yesterday was quite early. Today was even earlier than yesterday. So I think everyone's just like lack of sleep currently. And this heat, it's been a pretty grueling weekend. Not only for them out there, but also us in the booth. If we're struggling, we're doing round on, round off. How do we feel we're doing every single round?
Yeah, but what I mean is, if you add the judge, what are you gonna doing here? Are you rewinding the cast down, or are you?
For what reason? There's no one made an illegal play. You have to trigger the ward. Like when he targets it with cast down, Carvalho has to go ward 2, and then he pays it. But if Carvalho didn't go ward 2, so it's a missed trigger. So there's nothing funny. He just missed the trigger. If a judge would be like. They would spend 2 minutes going through saying what happened, and then they'd be like, okay, you missed the trigger.
Yeah, okay, that's very...
I know that because I've done it before. And I'm like, I'm an idiot.
I see. Yeah, without knowing how the ruling works, I thought, well, maybe they just let the cast down get countered because they haven't paid the ward cost, but if it is not, then it's very easier to go here.
Yeah, because we're not allowed hexproof anymore in Magic. Remember, they're trying to check Wizards like printing ward cards now instead of hexproof, which makes sense. It adds an extra layer to the game. And it is early here in Lucca. I was going to say France and Italy. Don't say that. I'll get stabbed. Someone commander and hurt me here in Italy.
Anyway, do you think that not reminding your opponent the water cost could be game changer? I mean, with those 2 extra mana, they were able to cast makeshift donations. It's probably.
I don't know if it's going to be game changing, but it's definitely a misstep, right? Like you'd rather they did pay the 2 than didn't. You gave him a small advantage there, but it is what it is. Carvalho he's probably already recognised it, and it's probably like or whatever, but then he's such a good player and he's played at the highest level that is in Magic. He's played at the World Championships in the final, so he's able to brush this off. You know what I mean? He's been doing this for years and at a top level for years. It's not going to be the first misplay he's ever made. It's not going to be the last one he's ever made. But he's expertise enough to be able to shake that off and keep going on. As we're going to see a counter spell coming down here, that's going to deal with the Familiar that was on the stack. Furbished Familiar, of course, from MH3, one of the All-Stars last year at Paupergeddon in the summer edition.
All right, so now Jan is in need to find a way to destroy the Murmuring Mystic. They have a bunch of mana, a bunch of artifacts on the battlefield. If they had that cast down, they can just sacrifice an Ichor Wellspring and a token to kill the blockers. But if they don't have any, maybe they prefer to sacrifice 5 power mana to just kill the Murmuring Mystic, which is probably the best creatures the Izzet Terror deck has in this matchup. It creates free value, free champ blockers, so you can stop the Raging Chrysalis, the Refurbished Familiars to go to the combat. You can also steal back the Monarch. You can steal back an initiative card if the giant of the deck has initiative in the matchup.
That's the awkward thing now, right? Is now with the Monarchy, it's such a powerful mechanic, but when you lose it and you can't get it back, it feels really bad because you give your opponent this like really powerful mechanic. And yeah, these normally getting a bunch of birds on the board that can fly over the top, ping them for 1, get in. Okay, sweet. But in this instance, they've now got an answer that can do 1 point damage to these creatures. They've also got a reach creature. They don't need to turn things sideways. They're going to be gaining this card advantage continuously, which is not good for the blue decks here, because blue decks tend to try get the 1-for-1 going moving forward. So it's going to be interesting how it pans out. We're going to play the Shaman on the board. That's not got really too many targets right now.
Yeah, they just have, I think, the Mystic.
Just need a way to sacrifice, basically. Sacrifice one of the artifacts. Do a point of damage to everything on the ground. So that's not the birds, remember, but it will kill itself.
Yeah.
Maybe want to do anything in response here? Maybe try and find a sack outlet and go a couple more cards deeper.
Yeah, they can eventually sacrifice the Shaman with a Fanatical Offering. But I think they're just going for a sacrifice 3 artifacts to kill the mist, to deal 3 damage to the Mystic, and sacrifice 3 permanents. I mean, 2 other permanents with makeshift munition to deal 2 damage to the Mystic.
That's a lot of resources. Is that? Are we really valuing it that much? Is it that important in this match to get it off the board?
Yeah, I think so. You know, the 2 cards that are most relevant in this matchup are Murmuring Mystic from Terror side and Makeshift Munitions, at least in game 1, from Giant Wildfire. You know, in blue or in red, you don't have any answer to an enchantment, at least in game 1. Post sideboard, you have Hydroblast to destroy it, but right now, you have a card that at a certain point of the game can kill you, because, you know, Terror has not so much life left. I mean, they don't have life gain, so they can't survive if the opponent finds 16 permanents and sacrifice them with a makeshift munition.
Just 16 permanent.
Yeah.
Just an easy 16. It'll be fine. Back to Carvalho, drawn for the turn. 1 red mana is what we're starting off with. Lightning Bolt is going to go out this Rising Chrysalis. Looks like we found the double spell that we needed. We're going to sacrifice that, do a point of damage to one of these birds, get that off the board. Go to combat, turn this sideways, pay 1 and sacrifice this land, get it off the board. I feel like I want to keep this monarchy. That's what Adam's saying. And passing the turn back again. I mean, I think we play 8. No, we don't. I'm like 3 creatures in Carvalho's deck that can gain monarchy. We've already played 1, so there's only 2 left in the deck. That's the easy way to try and get it back. Other than that, combat damage, we've seen 2 terrors, we've seen 1 mystic. So we don't really have, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 creatures left in the deck. So it's going to be pretty hard. We're going to crack this fountain. We're going to return this Rising Chrysalis. Again, how many Chrysalis do you reckon we've seen cast so far this weekend?
Well, a lot of times. Just in this game, it is the copy of Virgin Chrysalis, 2 drawn from the deck, and 1 bring it back with Blood Fountain.
And Carvalho knows that when the deal is done, so he's going to scoop them up. He's going to go, let's just go to game 2. I don't think I've got this one. You're going to be able to outgrind me, outvalue me. It is still closed deck list, though, ladies and gentlemen, so I cannot show you their deck list, but we can have a little talk about them because I can see their deck list incomplete. So, not going to tell you how many numbers, but we've got some Annul, Campfire, Casting Defies, Pyroblast, Hydroblasts. What do you like?
Okay, I think you have 10 cards you want to bring in.
10 cards. Is that going to be over sideboarding?
Yeah, maybe, yes.
Okay.
I think it is very hard at this point to understanding how do we want to sideboard it. What cards do you don't need post sideboard? You know, you want to probably keep all the creatures, and you want to keep Scred because you want to have a way to get rid of the Virgin Chrysalis. Maybe you have no use for Lightning Bolt, maybe Breath Weapon and Torch Tower. Maybe you can board out Spell Pierce and even lose Focus because you are already bringing in a lot of 1-mana counter spells. And you know, when you have a lot of mana ramp in form of Cleansing Wildfire and Virgin Chrysalis, maybe Spell Pierce is not so good.
All right, well, over on the Jun side, we've got some numbers of Breath Weapons, Dresses, Reclamation. We've got our own way of getting the Monarch in Form of the Black Rose. We've got some Pyroblasts. We've got don't even ask me how to pronounce that card, some sort of ninja, and a Weather the Storm.
Yeah, the ninja is a key back game of Shinobi. It used to be very strong in Pauper, and probably is not so much played anymore, but there is a comeback of a Kibe game Shinobi thanks to the presence of I-Tide in the metagame. I mean, people do respect I-Tide. I mean, they respect it when they build the sideboard because they don't want to lose to it. So you know, you are clearly bringing in Pyroblast and the Monarch, but besides that, I think you need to figure out first if you want to play the role of a control deck or the role of a aggro deck in the matchup. You know,
You got to know which one you're doing and sideboard appropriately for it. I get you. Makes sense.
You know, you can eventually also bring in Breath Weapon, which is kind of really weird. I mean, all your opponent creatures are 3 or more in power, well, except the Red Monarch, that is just one singleton copy. But, you know, when there is Murmuring Mystic, if you don't have Pyroblast or Cast Down when they cast it, well, Red Weapon is a way to destroy all their flying creature. Maybe it is necessary, I don't know. I haven't played much Giant Wildfire, so I can't really figure out.
Ooh, I've literally just opened up the percentage, the day 2 metagame for you all. We're going to talk about that after this round, though. So I'm just having a quick glance at it because I'm impatient and I'll tease you all at that there. But this game's going to be carrying on momentarily with Adam 1 game up. But after this round, that's where we'll talk about the day 1 conversion rate to day 2, what decks did good, what was like the most improved deck, if anything spicy was able to convert to day number 2. And it looks like there's a couple of decks in there. So there's your little tidbit, and we'll go over that momentarily once this round is over. Because I know you want it, but I'm not going to give you it just yet. You let me know what you think the best deck conversion rate is from day 1 to day 2, chat. Obviously, yesterday, Wildfire was the most played deck, 164 copies in day 1. Second deck was the Mono Red Synthesizer, that was at 96. We had the Rakdos Madness at 81, Mono Blue Fairies 79, and then Mono Red Madness 72, Mono Blue Terrors 63 copies, High Tide 45 copies, Elves 38 copies, Grixis Affinity 31 copies. That's roughly your top 10 decks from yesterday. How do you think they all converted to day number 2? Oh, I am a tease, don't you worry. My job's to keep you here watching this show. I'm going to do it. Players are going to start drawing those opening hands. What do we want to look for if you're over on Carvalho's side? We're a game down. What's up? What do we want in my opening hand?
I think the most wanted card in the early game is Annul. You can also play, Hydroblast, because Hydroblast is strong against Cleansing Wildfire because it stops the ramp engine. But you know, they don't always have Cleansing Wildfire in the early game. They can also Hydroblast your opponent's Pyroblast, but is not doesn't really give you as much advantage as Hydroblasting a copy of a Cleansing Wildfire.
So we're going to go some land cycling first off that Lion's revealed. A couple of tap lands for each opponent player now. I do see that Alan has brought in Breath Weapon.
Yep.
It actually respects the amount of the synergy of going wide with those birds?
Yeah, I think so. As we talked before, Mystic is the strongest card Terror has because it lets you keep the Monarch and your opponent doesn't really have so much interaction.
I'm just getting told some information, chat.
Okay.
Just getting told some information by one of the floor judges currently.
Okay.
I'm guessing from, even though I don't speak Italian, I'm guessing it's what we said.
So, yeah. It is all what you said earlier. So it's just a mistrigger. The opponent forgot about it, and the judge can do anything.
Yeah. So it was about the ward thing. We were just getting it cleared up. What was actually? And it was a mistrigger in the ward. Yeah. It's nothing vicious. These things happen. I said it is early, but you shake it off. You move on. You go to game 2. And you try and take this one down. Start off having a little read here. Maybe we can get that on the screen for you as well. That's some Labris. When it enters the board, you can scry one, and then you can draw a card.
Yeah. The Amulet, casting Annul on a card like Lembas, it seems kind of bad. I mean, the card doesn't really do much. It's just an opt, so an overcosted cantrip, but your opponent deck plays Fanatical Offering and the Viscerator's Sight. So by countering their Lambas, you prevent them to drawing even more cards than just one. So it's like, okay, I pay 1 mana to prevent you from drawing 3 cards. Yeah, you can sacrifice your lands with a Viscerator inside, but it's not really strong as sacrificing 1 card that already replaced itself.
It's interesting. I'd like to ask Carvalho what's the reasoning behind it, but doesn't matter. We moved on. We followed up with a Rising Chrysalis. That's going to eat a Scred, which means we can get in there for another 3 points and keep this Monarchy currently. 4 mana open.
Oh, seems like there's a Tolarian Terror.
Let's say it looks like a Terror's come down.
Yeah,
There is a Terror. Big 5/5 with a Ward 2.
There's no Pyroblast on the Terror.
I was going to get confused with this and the Cycle one. There's a 5/5 Serpent that is played in Living End. I always used to get these two confused.
Oh, yeah.
Because one's got Ward 2, the one's got Hexproof, and it's like... All right, how can we deal with this board? Are we going to see, one of the Shaman effects and giving everything Death Touch and wiping it that way?
Well, to be honest, Carvalho Shaman, I probably think they bought it out. I mean, okay.
It seemed pretty good in that game 1, though.
Yeah, it won game 1, but it's very weak when your opponent brings in a lot of Hydroblast. And in this matchup, your opponent is not really as aggressive as Mono Blue Terror. So Mono Blue Terror has less interaction. Here, you can just bolt it. Your opponent plays a bunch of removal spells, and they can kill your Shaman in response to the Toxin analysis. And you don't really want to sacrifice 5 artifacts against an opponent, which is very likely to also bring in some sort of annual effect to counter your artifacts. So,
which we've already seen happen on that Lavas.
Yeah.
We're going to champ block with one of these silent tokens, sacrifice it in response, get a mana floating. And then we're going to taking 3. That's going to drop us down to 14. So this game's going a lot better for Carvalho already. End of turn, Monarchy, we get to draw another card. That's a Scred in hand.
Cycle the Twisted Landscape.
How important have these lands been from the MH3 cycle, these basic lands in Pauper?
Well, I think they're really, very strong. They allow 3-color decks to be present in the format. I mean, you already have Evolving Wilds and some sort of Driven lands, so lands that already give you 1 color, and then you choose the second color they give you when they enter on the battlefield. But still Twisted Landscape and the other fetch lands are much more powerful because they give you access to 3 colors with just 1 land, and also you can tap them to add colorless. So it is probably the best, fetch land or 3-color lands ever printed in Pauper till now. I think they are very relevant for decks like John Wildfire, and even any other deck playing just only 2 colors. In Izzet, I think you play at least a couple fetch land from MH3, and there's also as good as well in that deck.
So we've got the cast down, then we actually tapped it, said about the trigger for the ward, they paid the 2, and then we used the counter magic that was needed.
They sacrificed the Lambas with the Eldrazi Spoon and then tap a land. Oh.
And is this just to gain a life? Gain 3 life, is that what it does?
Exactly. You gain 3 lives and then shuffle the Lambas in your deck thanks to its triggered ability.
All right, what else have we got going on? 1 black. We're going to get this Familiar. Of course, it costs 1 less, got Affinity. If this enters, the opponent discards a card, and we've got lots of them. I think we've got 7 cards in hand. He's like, sure, I'll get rid of Spell Pierce.
I think they are kind of happy to sacrifice 2 cards. I mean, to discard 1 card and then later kill the Refurbished Familiar because they're getting a lot of advantage from the Monarch.
This is one of my favorite cards, I think, in Pauper when it came out from MH3. I really like the whole design of it. Just it's really cool. Really enjoy it. I like playing with it. Don't like playing against it. It always sucks when I got to discard a card and, as you say, use a card then to deal with it. So it's a nice. It's basically a 2 for 1 for 1 mana. Yeah,
it's very strong, very powerful, and I think it's very strong against a large spectrum of decks, a large variety of decks. Bot is an aggressive card, so a threat, and bot has a way to chip down your opponent resources against aggressive strategies.
Starting off, casting a Duress. Going to use Counter Spell on that. We're going to use Pyroblast on the Counter Spell. So we've got a little bit of a stack going on here. Looks like that resolves. Is the Duress going to resolve now? It is. It's going to show a hand of Double Terror Script. It's going to show a hand of Concede, go to game 3. I like it. I like that the players they know how important the clock can be. There's 16 minutes on it. They need to get a W here. A draw is not ideal. Doesn't knock them out of top 8 contention, but they're 7-1. They want to be 8-1. They don't want to be 7-1-1. So scooping up. Let's go to a game 3. So we've seen 2 early concessions because both players just know when the writing is on the wall. That is a sign of great players, ladies and gentlemen. But it does mean John Wildfire is now going to be on the play. So let's remind you what potentially they could be bringing in. We saw the breath weapons came in.
Yep.
We saw Duresses in that matchup. We saw the Pyroblast. That's 3 cards in the board that would come in. Do you think that the Reclamation, the Black Rose, that card I can't name, or the Weather of the Storm, was got any angle being in this deck?
Well, to be honest, I don't know if they want to bring in Okiba and Shinobi. They have a lot of interaction to it, so you don't really want to tap 4 mana to get Lightning Bolt on your Okiba and Shinobi.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess we are going to see the Tron of the Black Rose if they bring in. I mean, fighting Monarch with your own Monarch is still the best thing to do. Yeah, you can attack, but when you don't have a creature, because you prefer to play maybe around the counter spell, or they have a removal spell for it, killing your opponent Monarch and landing your own Monarch is still quite good. Also, the Tron of the Black Rose has Death Touch, so it is a sort of removal spell to Tolarian Terror.
So over on Marcia's side, we didn't see too many of the sideboard cards. We saw the Monarch cards stayed in, but on the Monarch cards, do they get worse when you're on the draw? Because then your opponent's got that extra turn to, have a Rising Chrysalis on the board before then you play the Monarchy. If they untap, use removal spell, it's really bad for you. Do you think we'll see them play a little bit more reserved in this game? Won't be jamming it on turn 4, potentially in this, if the board's empty, I'm sure they would. But if it's being on the draw, are they going to be? I think that's why we saw that annul on the artifact on turn 3, because it was like if you got a Pyroblast, this is a target for it. You didn't, cool, and then you just slammed the 4-drop. Next turn there was no, and we were able to run away with the game, potentially winning that game. Maybe that was the turning point of it, and that's how we were able to win.
Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, so now we're going to see Izzet Terror playing less aggressively, I guess, because they need to set up the Monarch. They need to slow down John from getting an advantage on the battlefield. John starting first means that you can't cast into the fire your opponent artifact lands, so you let them having a way to cast Cleansing Wildfire, and they have maybe they have an Hydroblast.
So I was having a look at some of the conversion rates. I want to try and tease chat a little bit more with the day 2 meta breakdown, and there was a deck that had more than 20 copies that's got a 40% conversion rate, and I think that's the best conversion of day 1 to day 2. But I'm not going to tell you what it is, at least not for a little while this game is happening, and potentially our backup feature match. You have to stick around a little bit longer for that, as we're going to see the note on the Lummus again.
Yeah. So now Jan has Cleansing Wildfire in their hand, but they choose to cast an Lembas instead of Cleansing Wildfire. Maybe they're playing around Spell Pierce.
Did they have the mana for it? Did they not go Swamp Tapland? So this turn they can do it if they want to.
They rest first.
Yeah, going to see if the coast is clear. Brainstorm, let's go hide some of our more important cards in our hand. Probably the Sorcery's Instance. Keep a hand of 4 terrors. That'd be pretty scary. Is there any way to punish discard effects in Pauper? I'm thinking, we've got in Modern, we've got a couple of cards that say if you discard, if your opponent makes you discard this card, put it into play, stuff like that. Is there anything like that in Pauper?
Yeah, we have Sneaky Snacker. Sneaky Snacker is a fairy being printed in Modern Horizon 3. When you draw 3 or the third card for the turn, you reanimate it without paying any mana. It enters in the battlefield tapped, but still is a returning threat, which is really strong in Pauper if your deck does really draw a lot of cards.
We took Brainstorm, saw a hand there, a couple of lands, I suppose they're going to play it up for us, that's great. We've got 1 creature, 3 spells, one of them being Scred, one's Lawrence the Field, one's Torch Tower, the other is the land, and then we've got the, can't remember the name of it, the one that gives us the Monarchy, the Admiral, Fleet Admiral. I should know that being in the military. Plays the land for turn. Remember, 2 cards were put back on top from that Brainstorm, so there's 2 cards, 2 more important cards Carvalho thinks that he wants to keep safe. The Wildfire was resolved, ramped us a little bit, went us a card deeper, now we're passing the turn back.
I do really love how these 2 players are playing the match. I mean, they're playing very well till now. They're pondering their plays, they play around their opponent interaction, you know, not playing cleansing Wildfire on turn 2 because you have dress. You do really think, do you really value your card advantage in a grindy matchup? I think that matters a lot.
Chat saying there's a card called Guerrilla Tactics.
Yeah, there's Guerrilla Tactics, and also...
This is to do with the discard thing. Discard it, apparently. Does it do 4 damage? Is that what it does?
Yeah, I think it does that, but the card, I think, is really bad. I mean, paying 2 to deal 2 damage, it's probably not really worth, so it's good just when your opponent has a refurbished familiar.
Let's test see if production can find that card and put it on the screen for us. Guerrilla Tactics.
I think there's also a card printed in Legends that it is very bad. I mean, 1 blue mana deals 1 damage to any target, but if your opponent discard it, it deals 5 damage to target player. That's kind of unplayable. I mean, okay, you don't really have a removal spells in blue, but why do you need to pay Hornet Sting in blue?
There it is, they found it. You're all over it, all over it. So, deals 2 damage to target creature or player. Whenever you a spell ability opponent causes you to discard, deals 4 damage to target creature. But I don't hate that as a tactic in this. You know what I mean? Like being able to take a creature off, or again just get rid of the familiar 1 for 1 it. Better than a 2 for 1, I guess. But here comes another duress showing the hand. Counter spells to give me the card that's taken. Still no threats on the board, but of course still no Monarchy. Is this the turn that we try and slam it? We've still got our 1 Vermano up, and we know about the Pyroblasts that have been floating around in this deck. Don't see if they're in the hand yet, though. They did see a red card in it. I think that's how Carvalho is playing right now, is I want some sort of protection so I can get this down, get the Monarchy, start gaining that card advantage that he's going to need to pull ahead in this game. Doesn't shuffle, leaves the cards on top. Plays the land, just passes the turn back. Both players jockeying for position right now. Passes the turn back again, still no threat, no Rising Chrysalis is in sight. Ponder again. What's chat saying? Oh, we got the flavor text up in chat. Oh no, this is that blue one. Psychic Purge, 1 damage to any target. Whenever a spell or ability an opponent controls you to discard this, that player loses 5 life. Take it.
They kept digging in their deck, maybe trying to find, as you say, the protection for the
Why
Monarch.
not? You know, why not? If they're going to take turns off, sure. I'll keep setting up my turns, keep playing my land drops. When you tap low or tap out, that's when I'm going to go for it, try and resolve my spells. You know, Carvalho's done this. He's been at the top level against the best players in the world in multiple different formats, won so many big tournaments, but he hasn't won a Paupergeddon yet. He wants that one on his title. Clearly, that's why he's here this weekend.
Yeah, he's going for it. Okay, there's an Eviscerator inside.
Does this resolve? Yes, it does. Shuffle that back in, and then we're going to draw 2 cards. Again, another MH card that's, showing up in droves this weekend.
I suppose, anyway, Marcel knows that if they tap out to cast any threat, it's probably going to let the opponent get an advantage from it, because, you know, Jan is doing nothing relevant until now. I mean, they played a couple Duras, a cleansing Wildfire, but haven't landed yet any relevant card on the battlefield. I mean, no Virgin Chrysalis, no Blood Fountain or Fugitive Familiar.
There we go. Right on call. Rising Christus going to come down. And of course, that devoid part of it as well makes it even, so much tax on this card, but being devoid means it's not red, which means it can't be, hydroblasted or anything like that. You have to use something else, and here's a Scred that will deal with it.
Yeah. So
two red mana up there. Like that's a tell for me. Normally, you think, they'd hold black mana up, cast downs, etc. But 2 blue, they're either bluffing or they have it. Maybe double Pyroblast, red elemental blast, whatever it's going to be. Players are going to try and test them now. What have you got? Here's my blue. Here's the Admiral on the stack. 3/3. Remember, gains the Monarchy if it enters. Not Monarchy. Is it Monarchy or Initiative? Initiative. Monarch. Initiative's the one that's in the dungeon, isn't it?
Yep.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I like the Initiative better.
Initiative is so much more powerful than the Monarch that most Initiative common cards has been banned in Pauper. So that's 4 cards. Because, the blue Monarch, the the blue Initiative, the 2 black Initiative, the red one, and not the green one. What was the other one?
Pass. Because I know there's the one that I see still is the Hunter, right? Like that's the one that you see in Ponza at the minute.
Yeah. So
Avenging
basically,
Hunter.
Yep. So basically, the only 2 Initiative cards still legal in the format are the white one, Gauntlet Paladin, and the green one, Avenging Hunter. And since there's no any white deck heavily relying on the Initiative, we have as a very strong card with an Initiative in Pauper, just the green one because it is played in Group Ponza. Oh wow, that's a very clever way to play Nyxborn Hydra. You enchant your worthless creature, Nazrazi Spoon.
You can get in there this turn is basically what he's after, right? Because this is a way of giving it haste, so to speak, which in tables does this, gives you the Monarchy. You've now been able to deal with that damage. And the flip side to this is we can sacrifice the spawn token to have a 5/5, a 5/6 Hydra for defense.
Yeah,
that's the cool bit. Marcio, if this is the first time you've ever seen Marcio Carvalho, he is an absolute powerhouse in the game of competitive Magic. He, in 2016, lost the finals of the World Championships to Brian Bonduin. He's got 6 Pro Tour top 8s, and he's won 3 Grand Prix of old, as well as picking up numerous other finishes, tons of 9th place finishes, and is all together one of Europe's best ever players in Magic the Gathering. And of course, he's a really nice guy as well. So, where did I miss something? Where did the Admiral go?
He passed the turn. Wow.
I see an Admiral in the graveyard, so I'm guessing it got killed somehow. So no way of getting back to the Monarchy just yet. It looked like Carvalho was able to take control of this game as well, but like that Hydra off the top, we saw it yesterday being the absolute deal breaker in the mirrors, and how good it's going to be. Shining once again right now. MH3 card.
Yeah. Do you have any way to kill that Nyxborn Hydra right now? I mean, your deck plays Rider removal spells. You need to find 2 of them just to kill the Eldrazi Spawn and also the Nyxborn Hydra. That's a lot of spells and a lot of damage. Yeah, they need 2 Scorpion Scred, I guess.
Yeah, he's got a hell of accomplishment, chat. It's a strong one. Is Carvalho the best players who never enter the Hall of Fame? I feel like Javier might have something to say about that. Like Javier's record might just be better, and that's saying something. I don't know, I can say it on this stream. I think we should bring back the Hall of Fame. A little bit of manipulation. One to the top, one to the bottom. Need to find an answer to this this huge Hydra, because not only is it keeping the Monarchy over on Adam's side, it is also doing 5 points a turn, which makes it a 2-turn clock. Mystic's going to come down here, 1 mana open. Carvalho's having a little look here. Yep, it's got trample. Just as a kicker, why wouldn't it have trample? It's a Hydra. It's a big old Hydra.
Yeah. They kept bot toxin analysis and crackline shaman. Okay,
let's
so
say, yeah.
they respect the presence of terror in the deck.
And here it
They
is.
play the shaman.
I do see a spread in hand as well with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we could get this Hydra off the board. Does the Hydra give +5/+5, or is it +5/+6?
No, just +5/+5.
So yeah, so a Scred would be able to take this down with the 6 stone permanents. Thank you very much. Don't worry, I've been teasing chat the whole time. Chat wants to see that metagame breakdown, but I ain't giving it them. Not yet. You got to earn it, chat. Familiar. Costing 1, remember, because it's got affinity. It's a reduced cost of 3. The 2/1 flyer, ETB, target opponent discards a card. Didn't have any look at what got discarded there.
They want to get rid of the Mystic.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see the Scred cast here on the clan. 2 cards in hand, I think that is. Yeah, it is closed deck list at the minute, but we can talk about the metagame after this round. Do you like using the Scred here, getting the clan off the board?
To be honest, I don't really know if I were in the position of Marcio Carvalho, what can you do here to overcome this situation? I mean,
you can make it. Well, you can't even make infinite chump blockers here, right? Can you? Because that Hydra's got trample.
yeah.
But this giving it death touch and lifelink would get rid of our basically the best thing we've got going on, and really at the minute one of our only ways to get back into this game. So I think you have to fire off either some sort of counter magic here or a way to get the shaman off the board, and we're not. We're letting it resolve. Could have killed it in response when it was targeting it, right? So we're going to sacrifice Ichor Wheelspring to trigger it. Now 1 point of damage to everything on the ground. Oh, hold on, we can spread the spawn token. So then the Hydra's on the board.
Yeah.
And then this will do 1 point to the Hydra and kill the Hydra.
Okay, that was the correct play. If you have an armor spell to refurbish the familiar, you can take back the Monarch.
This is how I know I'm never going to be a world champion. it's things like that when I watch it, I'm like,
okay, now
people are so smart.
Yeah, and now we can see a way for Master to come back in the game.
Yeah. Like, did he set that trap? Was he there like, did he just... I wouldn't be surprised if he was like, oh, if I can bait this card out of them, they still got that. Maybe I can do this, that, and the other. Does have to get the Monarchy back, though. Does have a 1/1 flyer, but on the other side, this Familiar is a 2/1 flyer, so it's going to be able to block. Monarchy end of turn, going to go another card deeper.
There's no Pyroblast on the bird token.
Not yet. But we can just block it, right?
Yeah.
Familiar can just block it. That's meaning it's going on Marcio to get this done. Looks like we might be going to turns, though. The clock has run out. I'll see how much extra time they've got.
Familiar killer. Not exiled. Or does the torching tower exile?
Yes, it exiles. Exiles if it was to go to the graveyard.
And they take back the Monarch.
It's going to be a long game. I said a draw is not ideal for these players. It's better than a loss, but you definitely want the W here, kicking off day number 2 of Paupergeddon. Remember, 6 rounds of Swiss today, and then we cut to top 8. That's 9 rounds total. That's 27 rounds of Pauper over this weekend. We would have streamed.
Wow, that's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a lot. We're good to you out there. We're good to you.
Now there's a dress, discarding the singleton, Scred, and a refurbished familiar, discarding the last card in Carvalho hand, and another refurbished familiar. Oh wow.
Alright, so it's discarding.
If they don't top deck anything relevant, they may lose the game.
So chat, it doesn't give +X +1 and an extra 1 on toughness. When it's bestowed, it's +X +X. So it was a 5/5, it wasn't a 5/6. Just want to clear that up, people. Unless I've read it wrong again. And it's the battlefield, +++, chat could choose +++1. counters on Hydra and has reach. Yeah. Oh, but the base power of the token was a 0-1, so it makes it a 5-6. Did they have six snow-covered lands? I think they did, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so they're 6 covered lands, so that works, right?
Carvalho draw a cast into the fire, get rid of double refurbish the familiar, and got a breath weapon on the bird token.
Turn 3.
Oh wow, you're going.
I'm about to say, if we're at turn 3, I don't think Marcia's got a chance of winning this one. But 5 life on the other side. If we were able to get one of those bombardment effects that we can sacrifice our artifacts and so forth, can go to the face, maybe that's the way that we can eke this win out. Justin, the fetch wasn't cracked. We just had 5 snow lands. Interesting. Both players have missed it. We missed it here in the booth. I believe there's a judge down on the table as well. I'll make sure I'll go and flag that up to them momentarily. Or I could talk about the metagame breakdown and then do it. Let's, where's the judge? Just going to pass it down to them.
Now there's a cleansing Wildfire going for mana round, throwing an extra card, trying to fend the threat. How many turns they have now to win the game? I guess just one. Yeah. So they need to fight a rating Chrysalis or another, just a rating Chrysalis. They have a 1 singleton copy of Nyxmore Hydra in the deck, which is in the graveyard. So they need a rating Chrysalis, maybe double rating Chrysalis, because just 4 damage is not enough. Maybe Chrysalis and Makeshift Munition, or just Makeshift Munition. With Munition, you can deal 5 damage and kill your opponent. Offering.
What is it they're trying to find? So this is turn 3, so we get turn 3 and turn 5 to win this game. I don't think there's anything Marcia could do on the next turn to win. They are just trying to play defense at this point. Adam, though, does have cards in his deck that can get him across this line. They don't play any Gal Blast or anything like that in these decks, do they?
They play Makeshift Munition. I mean,
that.
I think that's the only way to win, beside double copy of Return Chrysalis. You know, just 1 Chrysalis is not enough because it deals just 4 damage. If you have the second copy of Return Chrysalis, you can sacrifice up to 4 Eldrazi Spawn. Mm-hmm. So 6 damage is more than 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, okay. Dig in, that's another land. 3 to one side. Cycle. Didn't get a good look at what that was. Passing the turn back. Turn 4.
2 lands in end. Mystic
Terror. End of turn, draw a card, pass it back. Turn 5. We dig in. Nope, we're getting the handshake. It is going to be a draw for both of our players here. Not exactly what they're after, but it's better than a loss. That means they are still in with good contention of getting today's top 8. Because remember, we've got 6 rounds of Swiss for them. And then that top 8 later on, where 8 lucky players are going to battle out for not only the money, but the title of Paupergeddon 2025 champion. Right, let's have a look at this little meta game here, shall we? What have I got going on? Where is it? Let's get it up for me and you. We don't even have the paper version in front of us now. We've only got this digital version. Let's move it across this way. Can we get the metagame on screen, please, production? Thank you very much. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you want to see. So we've got day 1, day 2 conversion rates. That's from the... How many graphics is it? Is it 1 or 2? How many graphics have we got? 1 or 2? 1. Okay, so this is the one graphic. There's something that's missing off this that I want to talk about. No, it's not. That's a lie. Azorius Familiar, 40%. 20 decks in day number 1. 40% conversion rate. That's massive, right?
Yeah, that's surprising. I mean, I I wasn't giving any credit to the deck for this tournament, but seems like having up to 23% of burn decks in the meta doesn't really help when your deck is mostly built to win against burn.
What do you think about this Jund Wildfire? 165 cards have flooded the field, but only 16 were wrong, 19 were only able to make it into day number 2.
Well, to be honest, Jund Wildfire is still pretty strong. Yeah, I mean, a good conversion, even though there's a lot of mirror match and a lot of mono red burn. I mean, Burns is supposedly very strong against the deck against the Jund Wildfire, and people was clearly prepared to face Jund Wildfire. So it is not really surprising because it's the best deck in the format, but still, when all the field on the event knows that you are going to be in the event, you are still going a very good result. So.
All right. Well, let's look at the Madness decks here. So, we've got the Rakdos Madness deck and the Mono Red Madness deck. Is this a reason that we should just be playing Mono Red, not the Rakdos version, with the look at those conversion rates?
To be honest, Rakdos Madness is quite slow compared to the other Mono Red burn decks.
Yep.
You have the life gain in Rakdos, but still your deck requires to get the right cards at the right time, more times than the other 2 decks. Mono Red Madness, on the other side, is faster, but is weaker to disrupt. I mean, Hydroblast, Spell Pierce, those cards are very, very strong and more strong against Mono Red compared to Mono Red Synth or Rakdos Madness.
Go on to Mono Red Synth. So they're the Madness decks, which is basically the second most played aggro deck, but the most played aggro deck was the Mono Red Synth, and that looks like it's got more copies in day 2 than any other deck, 23 copies, 24% conversion rate. Any surprise to that? Because it looks like people came to beat Mono Red and it's still able to put up good results.
Maybe it is surprising because the deck recently got a ban on the last Pauper ban. I mean, there's this Kuldator bird in the ban list thanks to Mono Red Synth. Now they're not playing anymore Kuldator because it's banned, and Goblin Bushwalker because it was the best card alongside Kuldator bird. And maybe banning just Kuldator bird was enough to slow down the deck. See?
Don't worry about it. We'll do it afterwards. Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay. So, next up, let's talk about the right-hand side of the bracket, Elves. Elves, 4%. Elves is just surprising that was in such high numbers of 38 players bringing it. 6 copies managed to make it into day 2. One of them, I think, was on table 2 yesterday when we were closing out the game. Why are we seeing Elves do so good at the minute?
Well, to be honest, Elves is maybe better against decks like Jund Wildfire, but still has very strong cards like, Nixmore Hydra, Generous Ant, the Initiative. So it's a very strong mono-green aggressive strategy. I think when you're able to stick your early game mana ramp and then land your threat faster than your opponent finding their answers, the deck is quite good. So it is able to predate artifact death thanks to Masked Vandal exiling the early game land. If you exile your opponent bridge, they can't ramp with Glancing Wildfire. You can scam them with the Masked Vandal, but also they have very powerful threat. So, we talk about Gruul in Game 1. Gruul is not as much played as it used to be, and Elves is more or less the same kind of deck in the metagame. At least it covers the same role. So
right.
Bit mono green, bit down.
I want to just point out Scry combo 3 decks managed to make it. They do. There's a lot of others here. There's a bunch of others, 17 other decks. So let me see if I can kind of name a few of them for you all. So this is everything with 2 or less in there. Grixis Affinity's got 2 decks into day 2. We've got Jesco Ephemerate. The Boros Synthesizer deck, 1 Boggles, 2 Mardu Synthesizer, 1 Corgate, 2 of the Boros Bully decks. I did see that on the top tables yesterday as well. The Mono Black Sacrifice deck, Mono Red Dredge made it into day 2, Demir Fairies, Izzet Blitz, Mono Red Blitz, there's 2 Izzet Fairies listed here. Okay, so 2 Izzet, so that's 2 of those. That's the others. That's what the consistency of that is. Feel free to clip that up and make it, and someone make a graph of it, I'm sure. But that's going to be the end of round number 9 from us here. We're going to separate, have a short break, and when we come back, we have round number 10 of Paupergeddon. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back and good morning. In kind of a cloudy Lucca today. It's
Yeah.
not as sunny, but it's still quite warm. And we are here to bring you day 2 of Paupergeddon. So we are on round 10.
Yeah.
And if you aren't familiar with how these events work, so yesterday we had 8 rounds.
8 rounds.
8 rounds of Swiss. 6 and 2 got you to day 2.
Yep.
Which is what you want. Great, means more magic. And then today, I believe it is 6 rounds of more Swiss, and then we have that cut to top 8.
Yes.
So a lot of people are just trying to get that top 8. And today, in this round, we're going to bring you Marcel de Pivo, Pro Tour top 8 competitor of Pro Tour Lord of the Rings. He's on Golgari Gardens, which is a deck that you have been pioneering lately.
Yes, I'm very proud of Pivo and I'm very proud of BG Garden.
And we have Felix Kornicki on Monoblue Fairies, which is proving to be a really good option this weekend.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the matchup. Why is Golgari Gardens so good right now? What makes it tick?
Probably the most important point is that the matchup against Jand is very positive. So if you have a positive matchup against the deck on percentage of presence, probably you can play without any pressure a lot of matches. So yes, this is not a simple matchup. Okay. This is not an easy matchup because Mono Fairies can play is a tempo deck in which you have to destroy the first ninja or stuff like that, or put some blockers, otherwise the advantage of your opponent can be too much. So yes, it will be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah. So for those who don't know who Felix Kornicki is, this is Skura, who streams a lot of Pauper, part of Team Up with Guard, incredibly good Pauper player.
Yep.
Big fan of fairies.
Yeah.
He's been playing nothing but fairies for a while, so he's becoming the fairies guy of Pauper. A lot of people, whenever he crushes like a 5-0 or a Pauper challenge with the fairies list, a lot of people follow.
Yeah. He is also the Poland champion.
Yeah,
the Poland
very good.
Pauper champion. Yeah. So here we have the first ninja.
We have the Moon Circuit Hacker, which is not quite Ninja of the Deep Hours, it's like a mini one.
Yeah.
One of the reasons one of Big Fairies is so good now because you get 8 of these effects.
Yeah. So here we have some strong card on both sides. Also the new one from Final Fantasy, the Black Mage Rod.
It's a very good card, yeah.
We will see how it works, but when enter, you create an hero and equip the equipment that create a sort of a little mage, a little pinger, and every spell that you will play simply deal 1 damage to your opponent. If you have 2 copies of this kind of pinger, imagine like every Icor Wellspring, every Dispute effect, deal 1 damage. You can close the game very quickly.
Well, yeah, and the great thing about the Black Mage's Rod, it has job select, so you get to create the token and it's equipped to it. So you're just creating so much advantage in terms of permanence, which is really important in Pauper.
So another land. And from this moment, every ninja will be not easy to connect more than 1 time. And this is a key during this kind of matchup, because you don't want that your opponent create advantage every turn.
Yep.
And with a lot of plans, a hero, and a lot of tokens, you can simply block every ninja and try to gain some time.
Yeah.
So cycle the troll. We have in Pauper plenty of cards that arrive from Universe Beyond, different Universe Beyond, Final Fantasy, Lord of the Rings.
Might see some Marvel and some Avatar later this year because those are Universal's Beyond sets dropping this year. We might see a little bit of Smash Brothers coming to Pauper at some point soon.
So, there are plenty of instant speed draw spell that you can play, that you prefer to play during the opponent's turn. Like now, you can simply block with a single plant, and then if you have more copies of Eviscerator or stuff like that, you can simply sacrifice that plant or the Igor Wellspring and try to generate most amount of advantage that you can. Also in this matchup, another card that is probably a game changer at some point is Cryptrat.
Yes.
We yesterday saw the Technorat, and we hope to see another Technorat in this matchup. So Dispel for Eviscerator, but you drew at least one card, so it's a fair exchange. So cycle another Troll, keep going with land drop. It's important to reach at least the 5th or 7th land drop. And now we need some removals.
Yeah.
In this list, Pivo is playing 2 copies of Suffocating Fumes. That is a really cool card against fairies.
Yeah, it gives each creature an opponent controls -1/-1. There's a lot of X1s in fairies.
And also only to your opponent.
Yeah, so it's not symmetrical, which is, it means you can keep your hero tokens around and you can keep your plant tokens. Another card that Pivo is playing from Final Fantasy, I noticed by looking at this deck list, is Cornered by Black Mages.
Yes.
Another really nice option for Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy. So you force an opponent to sacrifice a creature and you make a wizard token, and that wizard token also deals damage to the opponent. You're just doing this incremental life loss just by carrying out your game plan.
Yes, we are playing 3 copies of Cornered by Black Mage, and this card is very strong in a meta full of terror decks.
Yes, of course.
And also it gives you some redundance with the Black Mage Rod, because you can have more pingers on the board. And the real point is to try to have at least 2 copies of pinger stuff. From that point ahead, you can simply continue to draw and kill your opponent just by drawing cards.
I mean, that sounds pretty fun to me.
Yes.
I like drawing cards and my opponent losing life. So Philippe here is ninjutsuing a Moonsucker hacker, being as sneaky as possible.
We are not in a very good spot from the point of view of BG Garden. Our mono blue fairies master is countering every single card. So
Yep. 2 mana up as well, so you need to respect that counter magic.
yeah, another staff, another Black Mage Rod. 1 damage, another token. The problem is the amount of card that Pivo is holding in his hand in this moment, because I don't think it's too much. But other 2 damage with a single Nihil Spellbomb, and the problem is in this moment probably the mono blue player was able to counter every single draw spell. Also a Nero token with the
Skura
face.
is so good. That's such a smart idea. I've definitely seen hero tokens that are basically clear and you draw your hero on them, which is really clever as well. And as you can see, Pivo here has Cloud Strife hero tokens, which is very fitting since it's Final
I
Fantasy.
love when the Pauper community do this kind of thing. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Another ninja? No. But a creature that can create a simple combat trick.
Yeah, it's a Vibro Intruder here, so when it enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -2, -0 to the end of the turn. So just making combat a little more awkward for Pivo, so you can just push in damage, because Pivo's on 10 here, so...
Snuff out. So snuff out means I pay 4, you take 2, and then I try to destroy a creature. After that, Pivo has to hope to find another dispute effect, and then draw other 2 or 3 spells. But in that case, yes, he can win in one single turn. Sometimes. It depends. So other 2 mana.
Now with Ninjutsu in the Ninja of the Deep Powers.
And
One of the win conditions on Mono Blue Fairies and why it's so good. A card that's been in Pauper for a very long time now. I had this conversation earlier with a few folks, and it's just like stuff like Skred is seeing play, which has been in Pauper for a very long time, and now you have stuff like Ninja of the Deep Hours. Looks like we wrap things up there. Philip's Gonichi up game 1. So let's talk about sideboarding. Let's start off with Skura and their sideboard. So we've got a Null, we've got Bind the Monsters, we've got a couple of Blue Elemental Blasts, a Dispel, a couple of Hydro Blasts, and then we've got a playset of Steel Sabotage.
Yeah. Steel Sabotage, Dispel, and Annul are very strong cards against all the draw engine of BG Garden, because if you are able to counter every time for 1 single mana, Igor Wellspring, Blood Fountain, Refurbished Familiar, and also thanks to Dispel, every single dispute effect, you simply destroy the card advantage of your opponent, and you can simply win by attacking with those small fairies creature. But on the other side, we have...
So we've got Arms of Hadar, we've got some Crypt Rats, we've got a playset of Duress, a couple of Last Rites, a Nihil Spellbomb, 2 Troublemaker Oof, and the playset of Weather the Storm. What do you like bringing in here against Mono Blue Fairies?
So all the sweeper, like Arms of Hadar and Crypt Rats, are very strong. And then you can think about Troublemaker Oof, because it's a good blocker, and sometimes you can simply destroy... You can simply destroy the small ninja, because the small ninja is an enchant.
Yes.
It's an enchantment creature. So, thanks to Troublemaker Luffy, you are able to sacrifice, for example, an Icor Wellspring, draw a card, destroy 1 creature, block another ninja, and generate advantage. I don't like to sideboard in Duress in this matchup, because even if this is a matchup in which you have to fight counterspell, there are spell starter sprites that are cards that you cannot discard, and you cannot play around that kind of strategy. So I don't like to have cards that sometimes are useless in order to be able to solve other threats like Crypt Rat and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the plan still exists, so it depends by the start of Mono Blue Fairies. But this time BG Garden is on the play.
Very important here.
Yes, that's for sure. And I believe in people. Yeah, I believe in people.
You need to advocate for the deck that you help Pivo. Is your actual deck, right?
Yes. That's my deck and that's my list. So I want that deck will win this tournament. So sorry, Skura, but in this case, I have to root for my deck.
Sure. So after this round, we're going to go through the day 2 conversions because we've got that data through. It looks pretty good from what we've seen. It seems pretty pretty healthy, I think is the word to use. And I think for us on the PFP, it kind of says to us that you can play anything you want in Paupergeddon and you will do well, as long as you got those reps in. And that's like the dream scenario, right? Like that's what you want. So Skura is kicking off here with a Strix.
Yeah.
Harrier Strix that just taps target permanent.
This is an interesting card because sometimes you can simply tap a blocker and then let a ninja connect.
Yeah.
And sometimes you are able to simply pay 3 mana, draw, discard a land when you are flooding. So it's an interesting card.
Also, like they can tap target permanent as well, so you can just knock people off lands of their 2 mana sources as well, which is a completely viable play when it comes to mono blue fairies, because all you want to do is just tempo out your opponents.
Yeah. And also it's another 1/1 with flying for 1 mana that is important, because you always want to try to push for a ninja on turn 2.
Yeah.
So
Crit Routes got countered there.
yeah.
Very important counter spell. Now
So
we have
very miscreant.
gonna start chipping away at Pivo's life total here with basically a bunch of X1s,
Yeah.
or 1/1s in this case.
But we are garden players. So we do 2 kind of different plans on.
So now we have the Binder Intruder.
This is important to have the, I don't remember, the draw spell of 1 mind to reduce the cost of 1 mind to 1.
Yep. And here we go.
Yeah. So 1 mana, draw 2.
Yep. That's what you want as
A small ancestor recall, but it's sorcery. So
yeah. You got to take some sacrifices, right? Like sorcery's still fine here.
still no ninja. That is important for people in this moment.
Yeah.
So this is the 3rd kind of plant.
Yeah. And here comes a refurbished familiar. Paying looks like full retail for it, which is not what you want, but
Not really.
It's still fine, I think.
Yeah.
It's like it's reasonable. It gives you some protection in the air, even though it is a 2/1 against these 1/1s.
And it's always a 2 for 1. So yeah, it's carried the 1 spell starter sprite. So yes, this is good. This is very good.
And here comes the Moon Circuit Hacker.
Yeah.
Replay the Vine Barrow Intruder. I think
This is a very strong play. You always have to consider some combat trick. And in this case, Skura is a master of this kind of interactions. So
Pivo's definitely on the back foot here.
yeah. And this belongs Snuff out. So 3 damage, draw 1 card. Another land. So now we need another Crypt Rat or Arms of Adar. We need some removals for sure.
And hope.
In this case, probably Arms of Adar. Also, Arms of Adar or Crypt Rat are safe because there is not a single counter, I think, in the list of mono that can deal with. No. 2 mana black mage rod.
Yeah.
So there is not a sweeper, and from this point, it's not easy. So now,
Pivo is on 7.
yeah,
It's very
2 damage and stop. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I mean, Skura can definitely take his time here. He's on 20 life. He's got 4 islands
It
untapped.
depends how
4
many
creatures in
counter
play.
spells there are in the Skura hand. It will change a lot, so we need a mass removal. We need a mass
Need
removal.
something to sweep this board away, and hoping Skura just doesn't have anything to counter it as well. You always have to respect a counter magic from 4 untapped mana,
Yeah.
untapped blue mana especially. So here comes a blood fountain,
Blood Fountain.
creating a blood token.
Blood Fountain.
Never mind, it's gonna get countered.
Okay, so now it's time for. Okay.
Attacking with the hero.
Attack. So probably he will try to. No, okay. Simply attack and pass. So in total, Pivo is playing 3 Cryptrats, 1 Arms of Adar, and 2 copies of Suffocating Fumes.
Yeah. Would like any of those right now.
Yeah.
So we have a Ninja of the Deep Hours getting ninjutsu'd in, bringing those
Wow.
Strix back to hand. Gonna snuff out the ninja.
Try to pay.
And here comes the Dispel. This is
Wow.
back-breaking.
But this is another opportunity to try to draw the mass removal. In this moment, probably Cryptrat is not the best one because we
No.
are at 2.
Yep.
So
Unless you want to lose the game.
Yeah.
And that will be it. So Skura takes it down, going to 9-1, which is going to put him in a really good position for top 8 contention.
yes,
4 more rounds to go after this, of course, but
yes, but these
if I was
arts,
Skura, I'd be buzzing right now. I'd be quite happy.
these arts, my little art.
I mean, for Pivo especially, this is like his first proper Pauper tournament, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't play a ton of Pauper. So coming into an event semi-blind and just picking up a deck
Yeah.
and going 8-1 is a testament to how good Pivo is as a player. I don't think people really recognize that at home. But, like, even Pivo's, like, in contention for top 8. 8-2
Yeah.
probably still gets you there, right?
Yeah. Okay. So we are asking for a backup table.
Yeah, just going to double check to see if there's a backup match going on right now. Yes, there is. So we have
Okay.
High Tide versus Mono Red Synth.
Wow.
Mono Red Synth being one of the highest converted decks of the day. I believe it's like 24% of day 2 conversion. So we're expecting to see a lot of it today.
Okay.
But we also have High Tide, which is doing okay. I think we were worried that it might dominate the event and it might like add an extra 20 minutes to each round of something like Paupergeddon, but it's been pretty tame in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, but we love to play, so 20 minutes more, it's an upside.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are in the middle of
Game
the
2.
combo.
Yeah, we're in game 2 in the combo. Eduardo has to go off here, but
Okay.
looks like Mono Red is wrapping this up.
And this is not an easy matchup for
High Tide's wrapped this
iTide.
up, sorry.
It's not an easy matchup for iTide because Mono Red can put a lot of pressure and post side has something like 6 to 8
Yeah.
Pyroblast. But in this case, I think that iTide player was able to deal with this. Choose
Yeah.
zero. Easy.
Easy. 9-1's in a really good
Yeah,
position
yeah,
to
yeah.
be in right now.
You have to believe in yourself and win every bad matchup. That's the key of Magic. You have to believe when you side, you don't have to side only card. You have to side card, hope,
Yeah.
and
Luck.
yes.
Okay then, so that will be round 10. So before we go to an ad break, let's look at the day 2 conversion for
Yeah.
Paupergeddon and just see what is the highest performing deck. So we've got Mono Red Synthesizer at 24%, which we talked about briefly. Anything on here that strikes out to you? Or anything that surprises you?
No, I expect Mono Red to perform well from day 1 to day 2 and perform bad in day 2 because it's a very strong deck against random decks.
Yes.
But when they face only tire, the win rate goes down, so it's okay. Giant Wildfire is a little bit
I was expecting
lower.
that to be higher, to be honest, just because it had such a strong representation yesterday, and we talked including yesterday and today, how it's the good card dog deck, so it just has a really good matchup against most of the field. I was expecting that to be a little higher, but seeing Mono Red Synth at 24% is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Nothing too powerful, but just impressive, and it just shows you to the resilience of Mono Red in Pauper.
Yeah. Mono Terror.
90% is pretty high, There's a lot of terror knocking around. You also have fairies at 40%, Skura Skura helping those numbers massively there, and you got Madness at 14, High Tide at 17%, and then you got Azorius Familiars at 40%, which is the highest one, but 20 people played it at Paupergeddon on day 1, so.
And also, Rakdos Madness is probably the worst conversion.
Yeah, surprises me because a lot of people were talking about Madness going into Paupergeddon. It's like one of the air quotes top 3 decks in Pauper, especially on Magic Online.
Probably there are too many Weather Storm on the sideboard, so it's the slowest version of Barn. So
Wildfire does pack. There's a lot of Weather Storms just knocking about in sideboards, and I don't know how you can beat that card as a burn player or a Madness burn player. So so that is the day 2 conversion there. As for tournament structure today, I believe it is 6 rounds for Swiss. So we're on round 10. So there's going to be 4 more rounds after this, and then there will be a top 8, and then we'll announce our Paupergeddon champion. So hopefully we'll see a nice diverse top 8 and have some fun. Thank you very much, and we'll be back soon.
Hi everybody, welcome back. I'm here with RK Post from Lucca, Paupergeddon. This one is the 10th anniversary, and we are here for asking you about your art. What do you think about this event, and what are you doing here in specific?
This event is like the biggest event I've done with these folks to date. It's huge.
Yes. 1,100 players yesterday.
1108.
1106, I guess.
1106. Oh, 2 drops.
Many players.
Yeah, no, that's insane for like Pauper.
Yes.
1,100 players.
I think it's the record till now.
It has to be.
I'm
right?
pretty sure about it.
Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't be. My capacity here is as one of the guest artists. So I'm sitting at a table. I have some things on there you can pick up, signatures, do some custom art, this, that, the other thing. Yeah.
Well, I know that you have many magic cards already illustrated, but you are doing a lot of tokens, a lot of sketches for people and could come and commission you something. There is something there that you really like to draw, some subjects.
It depends. I mean, some things lend to being, like drawing from my brain a little quicker so that I don't really have to kind of force what I'm going to do on the page.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there's some things that are referenced, probably a little bit easier to do, or something where you just let the artist go crazy. That's also easy too.
There is another question that I always ask to artists. Do you prefer when the commission said you have do whatever you want, or when they told you I prefer this specific thing?
It's a combination. So I have gotten card assignments in the past where they said, just make something look cool and fit in the set. It's like, okay. And then there's others where they're very specific, but I've done repaints of existing cards, say like Counterspell or Batterskull or Royal Gorger Dragon, Inquisition of Kozilek. So you have things to refer to, but they might have like a different direction they want you to go into. Like maybe the original art didn't express it, or expressed it in a certain way, and they want to express it in a different way. So,
Cool.
yeah, the card is the card.
Yeah, of course. And about your tokens, there is one that you think it's your favorite. Maybe not the best one, that is the prettiest one, but in your heart for you, what is
I like there's one Monarch token I really like the art for.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just got this little kind of Art Nouveau feel to it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. No, I like it very much. And Monarch is reasonably playable, so it's
That's
one I
very,
can
very
bring
cool.
with me, and someone
Yeah.
goes, what is your favorite? It's that one.
That's that one. That's pretty cool. Also in Pauper we use a lot of tokens and a lot of cards. Many times people told me like, oh, okay, but you know, you can only play commons, so you cannot play the coolest card or something like that. But we have a really big variety of things, and also with tokens you can customize your deck in another way that is super cool. And also you can customize your tokens, because there is no rules that tells you
Not
that
really.
you.
The only place where you might see rules is if you're on camera.
Yes,
Sometimes
of
they're very
course.
specific about what you can use and what you
It
can't
should
use.
be magic related, and it should be polite. We can say polite.
Yeah, okay, that was going to add that point as well. Not offensive.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But depends on camera, on tournaments, and everything else. Otherwise, if a player comes and asks you something a little bit spicier or something like that, it could be.
I have limits.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Yeah, but even like with the tokens that I make that are printed, I try to appeal to as many people as I possibly can.
Yeah, of course.
I know there's some other ones out there, I don't want to mention specifically, but they try to go for, one. There is one, but it's a very limited audience, very specific audience, and you probably couldn't play with them out there. But yeah.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't. It's always about you don't offend your opponent, even with when you play with your playmats. Sometimes I'm a judge. I was a judge, and sometimes some players came to me and asked me, "Oh, can you please ask to my opponent to change the playmat or change the tokens?" But that was another thing that was
well, you don't
want
a DQ or a game loss because of
exactly.
something you can definitely control that it makes no difference about your play at all.
And this one is not your first event with Paupergeddon and Booth. Were you from the beginning, or?
No, I think I was at Damnation 2.
Oh, well, cool.
Yeah.
So
Paupergeddon, I've been to one other, and that was, I think, last year in Pisa.
Yeah. Oh, that was cool. That was really cool. And now we know that the next one will be the last weekend of November, and it will be Paupergeddon during
Eternal Weekend.
Eternal Weekend.
Yes.
That's correct. And I'm super, super happy about that because we also, thanks to eBay, we have them to support us and support the community.
Yes.
So we can have bigger and bigger events. It will be here in Lucca again.
Same place, right?
Same place.
Same place.
What do you think about this venue? It's
I've
cool.
been here before.
Yeah?
Yeah, Nebraska War.
Oh, yes.
I was, I think, at the very last one, and it was here.
It was here.
So I was sitting kind of right over there.
It's always cool. Also, Lucca, it's a great city. It's a great place. The community here is unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's super cool, super Pacific. Everybody is here to enjoy the event, enjoy the artist venue, enjoy everything. It's everything fine for you? It's everything cool?
Oh, yeah, except for the heat. Except for the heat, everything is amazing.
Yeah, it's a little bit hot.
And today is not so
today
bad.
it's okay,
Yeah.
I guess.
Might get a little rain.
I hope, but I don't think so. But I still hope.
It's not terrible.
That's perfect. Thank you so much about everything, and I hope that you will enjoy the rest of the event.
I am certainly going to try.
Thank you so much, and see you in a bit with the start of the next round.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Paupergeddon's 10th anniversary, and you'll join us in round number 11. My name is Will, that is Alex, and we are so happy that you're all here, because we are only a few rounds away from finding out who is going to be in today's top 8. The first goal for all the players is to get there, because then you're one step away from getting that title, and of course, all that prize money. And there's a lot of money on the line for all the players in day number 2. We're paying out all the way down to top 64. And it's their share of 27,000 euros. Let's see how that breaks down. Let's get that on the screen. Al, you're going to talk me through it one more time.
Oh, sure.
As soon as the production comes, gets the slide on the screen. We're testing them, chat. It's been a long weekend of magic. But here it is. Talk me through it, Al.
So we have 6,000 euros for the champion, while the finalists get half of the prize. I mean, just 3,000 euros, but it's still a lot.
I'll take 3,000 euros. I'll take that.
Then we have 1,500 for the top 4, 1,000, top 8, top 16, 500 euros, top 32, 250, and finally, top 64, 100.
So lots of money on the line, chat. Let me know if you were winning this weekend, if you were taking 6,000 euros home, what would you be buying it on? What would you spend it on? What's the first luxury that you'd buy? Mine, I feel like, how tired I am right now, would be a big glass of Monster with a lot of ice. But I diverge. Let's get down to the table, the feature match, where we've got two. We know mono red. That's a pretty cool deck. It's one of the best conversion rates. But more importantly, this Mardu synthesizer deck. Haven't seen this yet. It's in the hands of Marco. 8-2 records, and perfectly in line to get themselves into the top 8. Why Mardu? Why is it doing so well?
So Mardu synthesizer is, you can say, just borrow synth with refurbished familiar. So a well-known deck in the format, but with a very powerful and strong card from the last modernized on set. So, the choice here, probably from the standpoint of the synthesizer player, is adding the refurbished familiar to the deck. And, I think refurbished is pretty better maybe than Traben Inspector, because in this list we can see any Novice Inspector or Traben Inspector, which are card played in bonus synth usually, but we can see two very strong black card. So Refurbished Familiar and Black Mage's Road.
There's a lot, I'd say the Black Mage Rod coming in from Final Fantasy set, that seems to be the card that's kind of popping up a lot in Pauper currently. I'm looking to see if there's any ways for us to gain life. We've got 4 copies of Lambus. Other than that, there's no copies in the main or ways to gain life. So we're going to really hope that we can draw some of them, kind of null this bleeding, because I don't think the creatures are going to be able to get us there, because there's a lot of removal going on in this deck. It's going to rely on what's the late game going to look like. We're getting a couple of chip points of damage in, already down to 11 life over on Marco's side. The Vampire's going to follow up with a blood token, and I think 2 or 3 cards left in hand. One of them might be a Lava Dart. Question mark. And here's the one of those key cards I was talking about, the Lembris. Comes in, scries, we draw a card. Do we like it? No. Put it to the bottom, get a fresh one. But for 2 mana, we can sacrifice it, gain 3 life, and then shuffle it back into our deck. How important do you think this card is going to be?
Yeah, to be honest, I think the card is very relevant in the matchup. Having a life gain spell that you can draw multiple times in the game, if the game goes longer, could be very game changing. I mean, okay, you get just 3 lives and you spend a lot of mana compared to how much mana your opponent spends to deal damage deal. Yep. But to be honest, I think if the game goes longer, so if you have enough armor spells in the game, if you stop your opponent, that card will be very, very strong.
So we're going to see another Epicure is going to come down here, do a point damage, make another blood token. Down to 8 life now. We really need to stem this bleeding somehow. There's a black source. Maybe that's what we've been looking for. Familiar is going to come down. Of course, got affinity, so it's only 1 black. Discard a card. Double Lava Dart in hand. We're going to get rid of one of them. That is not what you want to see if you are a Marco fan and you want to see this Mardu synthesizer deck take this match. But that's why we play best of 3, remember, ladies and gentlemen. And it is 6 rounds of Swiss today. All the players played 8 rounds yesterday and were able to accumulate 18 points or more to get invited back to day number 2, where we had 147 players make it. But we need to whittle that down. We need to find out which 64 players are taking home some money. Which 8 players are going to be in our top 8 today, and who in the room is we going to crown Paupergeddon 2025 champion? Love that. Pretty good at taking out familiars. Yeah, that one toughness, not so good.
Trading with your opponent creature, of course, is the good part about Refurbished Familiar in this matchup, because you discard one of the removal spell, and you also kill your opponent threats, but when your opponent is able to just deal 1 damage to it with a Lava Dart, even if they discard it, that card is still, reasonable, but not as good as it is supposed to be.
So Lava Dart is going to deal with the Familiar to make sure that that can't be bounced back. Had the option to, oh no, we didn't, it's 2 mana, isn't it, the Lamis? Yeah, 2, so we couldn't replay it, but that's what we're forced to bounce back to the grip. 1 red or 1 white open, that can mean lots of things. Of course, Lightning Bolt, Galvanic Blast, the cards that they can utilize to great effect, but they more importantly now have a 2/3 blocker.
All right, so they did draw Lightning Bolt?
Oh, off the top of the deck. Chain Lightning does the same thing, it's fine. Get some damage in there, that's going to be 3 damage. Question mark, Lightning Bolt, take out one of these. Vampires, that's going to be 2, dropping down to 6. They're living off the top of the deck, but remember, double Lava Bolt, Lava Dart in the graveyard. We know about the Lambus. We could play that, crack it, go up to 9, but that would take our whole turn unless you've got a land drop.
That's a very expensive Time Walk when you compare it to the original Time Walk card, but still, good enough to stop your opponent for at least 1 turn. Probably you just need to stop them right now for 1 or 2 turns, just to be able to get back online, to find some threats, blockers, eventually removal spells, wait to stop your opponent from put your life down to 0. I mean, after all, Mono Red Synthesizer is a very aggro deck. Probably the most aggressive deck in the format, most fast deck, and right now I think there's kind of struggle to find their answer to the opponent blocker. So maybe Mardu Synth is kind of good in this matchup. I mean, against Mono Red, you present a lot of cheap interaction, a lot of cheap blockers to stop them from dealing you damage in the early game, and you also have life gain.
What do you think about this? So we're cracking it. We are playing it, cracking it, main phase. We scried, put the card to the bottom, drew a fresh one, cracked it, gained 3 life, gone up to 9, only 1 mana open. We did hit our land drop for the turn. So, by the 7th size deck, they want to be living off the top of their deck, right? This is where these blood tokens are going to be key. If we draw a dead card, we can just cycle away, get ourselves a fresh look. But you'll notice we're not doing it straight away because we want to keep that artifact count as high as we can. We do play Galvanic Blast in these decks. Going to play the. Is it a bird? I can't remember the creature type of that.
It's a core.
It's a what?
Core soldier.
A core soldier. Look at you, look. Bang on. Double core soldier come down. So now that we've got the walls, we built the defenses. 2/2/3s. Lava Dart's not going to line up well against them, nor these 1/1 creatures on the board. Is that a Fiery Temper and a Lightning Bolt?
Oh, that's a Fire Blast.
Oh, is that? Oh, well, in this game. 3 to the face, sack 2 mountains, 4 to the face, done.
Yeah.
Let's go to game 2.
Oh, they have a Lightning Bolt in end, right?
That's why they just drew a Lightning Bolt.
Okay.
So the last card in the hand was the Fire Blast. Just make sure that is what they're actually playing in the deck. Yeah, they do. 1 copy of Fire Blast. Jeez. Okay. Lightning Bolt, you. There's no instant ways to gain life. There's no ways to prevent this. So, yep, sure, I'll go to 4. Float a mana, but I'm going to sacrifice both of these, do 4 damage to your face. I'm going to pick these up. I'm going to take down game number 1. Mono Red Synthesizer getting it done, showing why it was the most best converted deck from day 1 to day 2, putting more copies than anything else into it. If you haven't, ladies and gentlemen, seen the metagame breakdown yet, it has been posted on the socials. We'll talk about it, I'm sure, after this these 2 games that we've got today. We've got this one and the backup feature match before you all this round. But spoilers, the Mono Red deck's doing pretty well this weekend. There are some standout decks though, but we'll talk about that as we get to it. Let's talk about the sideboards for these decks. Let's start on the Mardu deck, because that's the one that's like kind of offbeat. Not a lot of people know about it. They know what the cards do, but the Mardu iteration, has it gained anything from the new sets or since last year? It does have the Black Mage. But let's get to that sideboard. So we've got some number of cast downs, duresses, compasses. Ooh, okay. Fraven Charms, Pyroblasts, and Spell Bombs. What'd you like?
I think you want to really bring in Navigator's Compass. Navigator's Compass is a 1-mana artifact. It will help you fix your mana because you can transform your land in any kind of a basic land. But of course, the cool part, the good part in this matchup is getting you 3 lives. So you can bring it back from your from the battlefield.
Yeah, lots
the
of bounce
compass.
effects,
Yeah,
so you
the
can
bounce,
keep
the
recurring it. Okay.
and get extra life. So then maybe you also want to bring in duress. I mean, it's not really good as a way to chip your opponent damage, but still it is a good way to get rid of your opponent removals, because you wanted to keep your creatures on the battlefield to block their creatures. I mean, your creatures are slightly bigger than your opponent, so you can block easily.
I think you got to know your role in this matchup, right? Like, you are the control deck in this. You don't mind bringing in some of these slower cards, some more like removal or ways to gain life to keep the game going longer. The longer it goes, the better it swings into the Mardu's favor putting forward. As I said, we've got the bigger creatures, the better removal. Can we keep our life totals high though? We're going to try and negate that over on the mono red side. They want to turn everything sideways. Let's look what they've got in their sideboard. Moving across to this, it looks like we've got some relics and Cast in the Fires, Pyroblast, Red Elemental Blast, Suplexes, and Smash to Smithereens.
They have a lot of interaction for artifacts, so I guess they're bringing them in. And
that's the Smash to Smithereens and the Suplex, right?
Also Cast into the Fire. So they have 4 cards that exile artifacts and 3 cards that destroy artifacts and deal 3 damage. So, I think 7 cards that could destroy your opponent's lands. Sinkhole is kind of a good card in MTG. So I guess their game plan will be eventually trying to stop the opponent, especially since the opponent is 3-color deck, and also plays Cleansing Wildfire. You can try to keep them from playing any relevant cards, I guess.
Sure. Right, chat. Weirdly, chat has said something, and I kind of want to, while we've got a couple of minutes to talk about it, let's talk about it. What card would you like to be downshifted to common?
To common, I guess.
Chat, also let me know. Put your comments in the chat, and we'll react to which ones you think should be downgraded. Someone said Blood Moon, and I don't agree with that one, but,
Well, I think I will be fine with Harmonize.
Harmonize? Okay.
Yeah.
That's the 4-mana draw free for green? Okay.
I do really love green strategies and also drawing cards, so that's kind of easy choice for me.
Shocklands, Elvis Spirit Guide, Curiosity. I'll go with Uro. Can we put Uro in this format?
Uro? Yeah, why not?
That's not going to be too powerful, right? Field of the Dead, maybe? Would that be good in this format full of all these different lands that we're using? Mental Misstep. It would be hell, but I'd love it. Look. I'm saying we've got 3 of the Pauper panel here this weekend. Mirko, Gavin, and Emma in attendance. So they're on the panel that makes the decisions. There's 7 people on that panel. They have an ongoing chat for throughout the year. It's not like a one-off meeting. They literally talk continuously, pretty much daily, about what they think. And this is where they get a lot of their data from, is these big tournaments. This is the biggest Pauper tournament to ever happen, ladies and gentlemen. Over 1,100 players turned up yesterday to battle out to try and call themselves champion, to walk away with all that money. Looks like we're going down to 6 over on Marco's side. Didn't like the opening hand. What sort of cards is he hoping to see in the opening hand?
Well, I guess you just want cheap interaction, but in form of creatures and removal spells. You try to stop your opponent from developing their board state. I mean, just killing their creatures, maybe it's fine. You don't want get damage from the creatures because they have the reach in form of burn spells. So if you stop them from doing the aggro game plan, then you can eventually get a bunch of life in the late game.
So, question about the Navigator's Compass. Why do we not use, because this deck revolves on bouncing things back all the time to our hand, why are we not using a creature that's got an ETB that gains its life? Why Compass? Why is an artifact? As we're going to start off the game here with that toy, I can never remember its name, turn sideways, doing a point of damage on the other side. Alambus is going to let us scry one and then draw a card. Clockwork, thank you very much. All over it.
So the reason for playing Navigator's Compass over, just to say, Lone Missionary, is because you don't, you play Glinchoke. So you have 8 creatures that can bounce back Navigator's Compass instead of just having 4 creatures, because Chaos Fisher can bounce back any kind of permanent. It can also bounce itself in your hand.
Okay.
That doesn't really happen so often, but yeah, you can do that. Well, there's also a relevant thing, I guess. So if you play a Korske Fisher, your opponent can play Lava Dart on your Lone Missionary response and can kill the Lone Missionary, so preventing you from getting extra life. Ooh, there's a Cast into the Fire.
Yeah, we're going to take out that land base. We don't want them gaining any life. We don't want them pushing that back into their deck. Just double swamp on the other side. Remember, this is a 3-color deck, and we passed the turn. We missed our third land drop. We're mana screwed. 2 points of damage coming across. And this is what the red deck needs. It needs that chip damage. Didn't play a land. That's scary. When mono red is missing land drops and passing the turn, lightning bolt to you, go back. This might be a super one-sided game. This is not what you want to see if you are the Mardu Synthesizer fan. No land again. That means they're going to have 5 spells in hand. We're going to go try and draw 2 here. Land. Sometimes you just get all the luck. You know what I mean? Sometimes you can't teach that, ladies and gentlemen. Getting there for 2 points of damage, dropping down to 11, pass the turn back. Might see an end of turn, some sort of spell to the face, untap, a bit more damage. Have to go to discard. Galvanic Blast is going to go to the graveyard. No spell, end of turn, untap, draw. It was a basic mountain, but remember we've still got that one in exile that we can cast this turn, or use this turn, should I say. 1 mana, Synthesizer. We find a suplex. No targets for that right now. Then we're going to get in there for 2 points, drop down to 9. Looking at the graveyard, looking at that. This is going to go into exile. Oh, we found the compass, so now we can go in 3 life. 1 mana, that's something we can cast, but it's not a land. Really like a red source, really like a green source, a white source here. So we start using some of these cards in our hand. But is it going to be too late?
Well, you know, they can eventually cast a Glint Hook, bounce back, the Negative Soccer Compass, but probably is enough to stop right now the opponent. They do have a lot of interaction in hand. Oh, they also have a Smash to
I'm about to say they've got a
Smithereens.
Smash to Smithereens, a Galvanic Blast, a basic mountain. I can't quite make out what that one is at the back. I think it might be another way of drawing some cards and restocking. So you don't even need to do that. Just end the turn now. Make a 2/2. Exile top card. Great. That's 4 damage. 4 damage down to 8, and then we've got 7 in hand plus what's on the board. I think we might be seeing game.
Yeah. Even if they have a Glint Hook to bounce back the Navigator's Compass, if they have the Smash to Smithereens, they can destroy the Navigator's Compass in response. Glint Hook, if you don't have any artifact to bounce back, you are forced to sacrifice it.
So it looks like we're going to try and smash the Smithereens. The Compass is going to try and turn one of these swamps into, any basic land type of your choice to try and, open up that red mana or that white mana. Maybe there's a little bit of miscommunication between the players here. It's like, I'm tapping this to target this. And then is it in response, or is it... maybe the question is, if I get rid of this Compass, does the land still hold its effect? Is that going to go on the stack, and does it get nullified? And I don't think that's how it happens, but...
Yeah, the ability is still resolving.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, the science is not a mana ability. You can respond to it because you are not filtering the mana. You are just activating an ability that change the type, the subtype of the land.
Didn't decide to blast there. No point doing it while they've got all. They could potentially have some sort of a spell up of different colors. Not even gonna play the mountain. Just gonna go 3 damage here. Surely there's what do we need? Like red mana, Dragon's Breath, but then they get the top 3 cards of the deck. We're going to go discard. Galvanic Blast is going to go to the bin. Not going to be enough. We're going to Galvanic you 2 to your face. I've got it on there. There's the handshake. We're going to see this mono red deck take it down. Sometimes you just don't have it, and this time it was not in the Mardu Synthesizer's luck. But X and 3, I don't know what actual math works out to be able to get into top 8. They might not be able to now, but they can definitely still get in that top 64 and walk home with a bit of money. But if we've got a backup feature match, let's get across to that. Let's see who's playing and what decks they're on. As we jump in, it looks like, Coregate. Chat might be happy about that. I know someone in the chat was asking for it. 9-1 record up against Alter Tron. Now, I think we saw it on Friday, but we haven't seen it since. So both of these 2 decks, I want you to talk me through them. Start with the Coregate. What is the main game plan for this deck?
So Coregate is a sort of mid-range or control deck relying on cards like Brainstorm and Counterspell in blue, but they also have a very weird white spells in form of Squadron Orc, Secret Cat, and sometimes Guardian of the Guild Pact. So, the deck is called the Coregate because they have Squadron Orc, but also they have Basilisk Gate. This deck is relying on the gate lands printed in Commander Legends Baldur's Gate. those lands, it let you fix your mana as you want, but also you have Basilisk Gate, and Basilisk Gate is a finisher. You can tap the Basilisk Gate and 2 mana as a sorcery spell and while targeting a creature, it gives +X to it, equal to the amount of gates you have on the battlefield. So even your Squadron Oak can be bigger than your opponent blockers and deals a lot of damage.
Okay, so that's game plan. So what's the plan over on this Tron deck? What does it do?
So Altar Tron is a combo deck relying on Mirror Retriever to get a loop. So that loop, you just sacrifice your Mirror Retriever with Ashnod's Altar and bring back another Mirror Retriever. Because Ashnod's Altar, you can sacrifice a creature to get 2 colorless mana. Mirror Retriever, when you sacrifice it, you get back an artifact from your graveyard. So you have an infinite storm count, an infinite artifact count, I guess. Yeah, you cast infinite artifacts. Then your finisher is Golem Foundry or Pactal Terror. Golem Foundry is a 3 mana artifact. Whenever you cast an artifact, it gets a counter, a church counter. When you remove 3 church counter, you create a Golem token. Pactal Terror is a creature, 4 mana, black creature. When you land an artifact on the battlefield, you deal 1 damage and you get back 1 life. So you can generate infinite tokens or generate infinite damage, infinite life gain.
We're in game 2, so that means that sideboarding has happened. Does this get better or more favoured for one deck than the other? Like there's white over on the Colgate side, so I imagine there's a lot of like disenchant type effects. What if it's going to be dust to dust or whatnot? Does that mean that the game is basically going to be swinging in their favour in game number 2, or has Tron just got a lot of resilience and will be able to kind of fight through that and eventually combo off, as you said, as with this, because this is one of the combo pieces you just mentioned?
Oh, there's a Trap and Charm exiling something from the graveyard, I guess. Well, Ultratron is very well favored in this kind of matchup. Is very strong against fair strategies. Colgate.
We use the destruction mode. So we do double the amount of creatures. We've got 2 creatures, so it does 4 damage, which gets it off the board.
Yeah,
nice.
That's true. So Ultratron now have a sort of free matchup in game 1 because there's not much interaction to their combo. There's no Relic of Progenitus. Relic of Progenitus is of course a sideboard card for Colgate. Post sideboard is very much difficult because they bring in Dust to Dust, Relic of Progenitus. They also have Trap and Charm. Post sideboard, you need to don't be too much reckless while playing Ultratron in this matchup. Usually, you try to keep your artifacts in hand and try to combo off in a single turn. You get a bunch of mana from your Uzo lands, so keeping your creature, your cards, so that let you combo off in hand while you just try to interact in a very meaningful way with your opponent. Might be the right way to play the matchup, but it depends on how many copies of Duress you play in your sideboard, because if you don't find the card in time, maybe you might lose to Basilisk Gate, especially if the opponent has Relic of Progenitus.
Why do you think Colgate's doing so well this weekend? 9-1 records. It's obviously gone up against some of the top decks. It's probably gone up against the Wildfire decks, the Mono Red decks, the Madness decks, etc. Why is this coming out on top? Why are we seeing it at 9-1? I don't think anybody called that.
Yeah, supposedly Colgate is not well placed in the current meta game, but the deck is kind of very good against burn strategies because you play cards like Prismatic Strands and Sacred Cat, which are very strong against burn spells, or generally speaking, aggressive strategies. Prismatic Strands, we were able to see the card, I think, during the top Pauper player on Friday. It's a fog effect with flashback. It costs 3 mana. It gives you protection from color. Well, it prevents the damage from any sources of that color you choose when you cast it, and also you can cast it from your graveyard thanks to flashback by just by tapping 1 white creature.
That is the most annoying card for me to ever play against. The decks that I enjoy playing, that absolutely wrecks them, and it's half the reason why I play Poison Storm, because I'm like, well, now it's a dead card to you.
Also, you have a bunch of lifelink creature, and your 1/1 cat with lifelink and embalm is very strong with Basilisk Gate.
Yeah, when it's getting +5, +5, +6, +6, and you're gaining 5, 6 every single combat step. Yeah, I can see that.
Also, you can play around the removal spells thanks to prismatic strengths and also thanks to Embulb. So you can kind of force your opponent to kill it whenever you want. You can also prevent a lightning bolt targeting the secret cat in response to the Basilisk Gate. So you kind of force trades with the resources of your opponent against red decks, and you get the advantage from it. Well, anyway, I think, the Colgate's player got maybe lucky in the matchup. He faced it until now, but still getting 9-1 as a record, I think is really impressive.
Yeah, it's really impressive. You know what I mean? And I like it when we get these like off-meta decks where people don't make the call. Like, no, that deck's like 3 years ago deck, but then it shows up. A couple cards get tweaked. Maybe no one's worked on the deck since the last Paupergeddon or since the Paupergeddon before that. Maybe it's just fallen off the radar enough and someone's picked it up, utilized it, or made a really good metagame call and tinked the deck, and that's why we see them at a 9-1 record opposed to the Ultra Tron, which I'd say is more mainstream at the minute. Like a lot of people like kind of gravitate towards these different type of Tron decks, but this at the minute seems to be the iteration that people enjoy to play. They like to combo.
Ultratron as well is probably a good meta call for the meta. Since Giant Wildfire is the most played deck, Ultratron really breaks Giant Wildfire because, okay, you have the Uzzatron, which is really strong when you have all 3 lands, but when your opponent plays 4 copies of Cleansing Wildfire in the main deck, I guess they can destroy your lands. But anyway, you still have a lot of very hard cards to interact with for the opponent. So, Pactol Terror, Golem Foundry, all of them are really good cards against them, and you can have an infinite combo even without having the Uzzatron.
Yeah, they have to respect that, right? Like, there's a chance that they can just go infinite in this turn. But even all those things you just said, the Golems and the Terror, they're all on the ground. None of them have got flying. So if we can get this chip damage in, which we're doing right now, it looks like 4 turn up to 6 a turn. That means we're on a 3-turn clock right now. Here comes the Terror. That is going to change it slightly, make it a 4-turn clock, as it's going to gain a life, lose a life. But now every artifact is going to do this. Any ETB effects, bam, ETB, lose a life, gain a life, trigger, trigger, trigger.
Okay, now they can combo off. They sacrifice the Mirror Kinsmith. If you don't know what
Talk us through it. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it's just a 3/1 creature that costs 4 mana. When you play it, you can.
No, go on, keep talking through it. Tell us what it does. Well, we'll move back over to the other. We've got a backup feature match again for you, ladies and gentlemen. We were able to grab a table and put it where our table A was. So we'll jump across to that once we can. But just talk us through what's happening. We're making an infinite loop of pitting artifacts on the board. Once an artifact enters the board, the opponent loses a point of damage. You gain a life. And we just rinse and repeat that multiple times. We just have to demonstrate the loop once and say I'm going to do this a million times. And they go, yeah, cool, handshake.
Yeah. So Mirkin Smith is also a very cool card in the deck. You can fetch any mirror in your deck thanks to it. You don't need a double Mirror Retriever, but just 1 copy of Mirror Kinsmith. You fetch your first Mirror Retriever, and then you sacrifice the Kinsmith, sacrifice the Mirror Retriever, bring back the Kinsmith, and fetch another Mirror Retriever.
Right, well, we managed to get a 3rd feature match this round, ladies and gentlemen. That is right, a 3rd feature match. We're spoiling you, where we are going to have mono red aggro up against black green gate. Marco de Pivo, you might recognize him from the Pro Tour. He was the European champion, the RC champion about maybe a year ago now, maybe 2 years ago. Was able to tear it down, and just in general, one of the nicest people you're ever going to meet in Magic the Gathering. And both players going into game 3 here. And this looks like the Bushwhacker version. Look.
Yeah, so basically it's another mono-red synthesizer deck, but it's kind of slightly different compared to the ones we already seen in today's tournament. And in the same round. Mm-hmm. So this one, instead of playing Cassie Flambetter, it plays Burning Tree Mystery and also Goblin Bushwhacker. And there is a card called Rally there. Can you take a look at it?
Which one?
The sources speed 2 mana. Yeah.
Oh, this one. Rally the Hornbug, which is a create 2/1/1 human soldier tokens. Humans you control gain haste until end of turn. Nice little Lord of the Rings card there.
So this version of the deck is more streamlined to what the deck used to be with Kudo Talbot. Rally is very strong alongside Burning Mystery because, it gives haste to every human creature you control, not just the tokens. So you play first 1 or more copies of Burning Mystery, and then you cast Rally. So
nice,
you have
nice.
like 8 copies of Goblin Bushwhacker with Rally. Yeah, not exactly the
I
same
like that,
card.
actually. I don't think I've seen this deck. Like, I've played this deck. Like, Burning Tree MC was the first card I ever bought in Magic the Gathering when I came back to it. Like, I love this card. I was like, what? I can do multiple things in one turn? That sounds crazy. Yeah, I'm an aggro player. Turn these sideways. And, of course, when you say you follow it up with a Bushwhacker or something along those lines, then that's where it gets really, really scary. But here, just 2 mana for a 2/2. That 2 mana is going to go into the ether. No mana burn anymore. Definitely put an end to that. More importantly, we're going to be drawing 2 cards here, going 2 more cards deeper with that bargain. Trying to find an answer over on the Gardens side. Icarus Spring, go another card deeper.
Maybe he's just trying to find a Weather Storm.
Well, yeah, Weatherstorm would be great here.
Oh,
We found a Familiar. That's going to discard.
Cast into fire. If they
That's going
find
to exile it, I
a
believe.
creature with haste or a burn spells, it is enough to kill the opponent.
Now-
7 damage.
Let me see if it's. Let me see if that got exiled or they did the point damage. Maybe they did a point. Did they do a point upstairs? Can they do that with the cast into fire? Point damage to up to 2 creatures. No. So I imagine you'd exile it, but
Yeah, there's no reason to just kill it. Gardens is digging, trying to find the Water Storm. Burn is still lethal, but they left the opponent at 1 point life. So maybe if you fight the Weather Storm, you are now able to
here's
go through the opponent. No?
here's one of the Final Fantasy cards that just got printed.
Black
The
Mage
Black
Rod.
Mage Rod. People don't know what this is. It's 1/1
Wow.
colorless, 1 black. Did he find it? He did find it. What was that? So we cast what? 1 spell, 2 spell. Was that? Did we just gain 12 life? We did gain 12 life. That's exactly what we needed, and we did a little bit of damage with it. Back to what that Black Rod was. Sorry,
No,
Black
1
Mage
turn too late for the Goblin Tomb Raider on the top deck.
So we're going to block. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 damage coming across.
Yep.
At 6, the leaf on the board again. We need to stabilize one more time over on the garden side. What do we have? Marco's got a big troll. Okay, so that's the big 6/5. Needs 3 creatures to block it, but really good on offense. Not as good on defense. Troll of Kazakh Dune. I think this is my favorite like land cycler that came out of the Lord of the Rings set. I love this card. Like,
That is very versatile. I mean, yeah, all those cards are versatile.
cast down, block, take 3,
Wow.
go to 3, hope for the best. Hope that card in hand is not Lightning Bolt. I'd assume it's not. Draw
But
for the
they're
turn.
still in game.
Game 3 right now. So all the marbles on the line. Ica Wellspring. Draw a card. Do a pointed. Oh no, it's not. The staff's got to be attached, right? We're going to put Gardens. It's going to make a plant. That's a blocker. As long as we remember to get our plant token. As long as we remember. There we go. I was like, ooh, don't get next game action.
Equip the platinum token with the road.
So that's going to give it some power. So that makes it's going to make it a 1/1. We're going to do a point of damage here. Point of damage to your face. Weather the Storm again. How is that? What? I don't even know how many spells. Is that another 12 life we're gaining? That is another. No, I think maybe it was 9 life we gained. 3 spells were cast there. We're surviving. We're getting there. If anything, we might be turning the corner. Maybe if we can get some more creatures, we will be able to, start turning this troll sideways. Blood token's going to get entered off the vampire entering. Looks like we might crack it straight away. Go a card deeper. Get rid of this extra land. Turn it into something maybe useful. This game's been so back and forth. Everything on the line for both these players. X and 2. They want to keep that record. They want to try and get into today's top 8. They want to be walking away, calling themselves champion and 6,000 euros richer.
The game seemed so over for Golgari, but then they found double Weather Storm. That's very impressive.
You got to play the cards to draw the cards. You know what I mean? Like, that's why you put them in your deck. Are we starting to stabilize now over on Marco's side? 18 points of damage is a lot to do right now while stabilizing at 11. It's counting the graveyard. It's got. Is Bargain got flashback for 5?
Have you sure it's inside?
I think it's. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, offering. Sorry, no, not offering.
The other card, have you
Oh,
sure
that's
it's inside?
it.
That's
Inside. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking. It's already been a long weekend, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, 5 mana, flash that back, go 2 more cards deeper. Especially wildlife total's relatively safe, and our opponent's got 1 card in hand. Not much going on the board.
Troublemaker off. They sacrifice the
Exile
Viscerate
that land.
inside.
And doing that turns off the pirate, making so it's a 1/2 now, not a 2/2. So I like that. So now also this Troublemaker can block efficiently. Last 2 mana. Ooh, maybe not. Just going to pass turn back. So many cards in hand here for Marco. I think that double Weather the Storm might just be too much for the mono red deck to deal with. Synthesizer is a great way to get back into this game though. It's going to exile a land. Might as well play it. That can turn itself into a 2/2 Samurai and give us another card off the top of our deck. We're going to go bargaining. Offer inside, we're going to offer that up. Go another 2 cards deeper. Generate a map token. That might be another way of getting a +1/+1 count on a creature so we can at least start getting some offense going. We can't give mono red all day. Make a Will Spring, draw a card. Still got all these. 2 mana, do it again. Sacrifice this, exile this. In response. No in response? Question
No,
mark?
it's a sorcery spell.
Oh,
Only during your turn.
it's rough.
Another land.
All right, cool. We didn't want that one on top of our deck either way. 1 black
Blood
fountain. That's going to give us a blood token. We're going to find it. There it is. Do you remember like 3 or 4 turns ago when we were at 1 life?
now I guess the game is on the opposite.
You think
The
it's
advantage
changed
is
so
on the
much?
opposite side. It is really impressive how in just a couple of turns the game is completely different compared to before.
Yeah, that Weather the Storm has absolutely been a game changer, but then the second one was the real kicker. We were able to fight through the first one. The second one being able to gain that extra 9 life, taking us up to 11. The Troll is now going to be on offense. That's only going to take 3 turns to basically turn this round. The amount of cards that Marco's got in hand, don't think Andrea's going to be able to pull this one out. Real well, showing the power of how good Weather the Storm is in against this field of all the mono red decks and all these burn decks and all these aggro decks floating around. It might be a really good meta game call this weekend. What else have we got? Back to Marco. 10 power on board currently. Equipped over to the Troll with the staff. So now if we cast a couple of spells as well, maybe we can get that extra point down through. Duress is going to be one of them. It's going to show a... Oh, that was a rally.
Yeah.
So that's going to drop them down to 11. Second spell.
Cutting Influence. Right, so they kill double Voldaren figure. I think they're lethal
I think
now.
this might be lethal.
Cast
down
down
this.
and that's it.
Whoa, Marco de Pivo taking this one down in absolute phenomenal fashion. Those Weather the Storms were huge. He is going to be advancing to 9-2, so huge congratulations to him. Still in with a chance of making today's top 8. Mind blown, lie down, end of round. Jeez. Is that the end of the round? Have we got, how much time we got? Can we talk about the meta game? Yeah, let's talk about the meta game. We've got a day 2 conversion rate for all you people at home. Remember, yesterday we had over 1,100 players that turn up. The meta game breakdown was roughly, you can see here, day 1, the amount of decks there were. The graphics got all the information, Will. Read the card, explains the card. So, Mono Red Synthesizer, 96 copies in day 1, 23 copies made to day 2. That puts the most amount of, conversion rate of decks into day 2. Not surprised, right?
No,
we kind of thought that would come in.
When your opponent does have 3 copies of Weather the Storm, well, you are able to win the game. In the previous match we just watched it, they had 3 copies of Weather the Storm, but without the second copy, there wasn't.
Yeah. The mono red would have taken it down. Got a little lucky there on people to get the second copy off the top, but it is what it is. You play the cards to draw the cards and was able to take it down. I think what surprises me is John Wildfire, 165 in day 1, only 19 managed to make it to day 2. It's almost like we flooded the market with it, but the deck wasn't as powerful maybe to get more decks into it. I would expect a bit of a higher conversion rate considering it's meant to be the best deck in the format. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that it wasn't able to convert any better than just 19 decks, 13%?
Well, there is a big issue regarding Giant Wildfire. The deck could be kind of quite slow, especially in the mirror match. I think we watched at least a couple mirror match during the streaming where they weren't able to close the game 3. I think you need to be prepared to face your opponent. I mean, you need to face the Giant Wildfire mirror match with an aggro gameplay. I mean, like cards like Avenging Hunter could be very, very helpful even in this deck to close the game as fast as possible. Even Turn Off the Black Rose, yeah, doesn't generate aggro, but still the card advantage let you find the threats to kill your opponent. So, but those cards, so the emblems, creatures are very, very strong.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the highest conversion rate, the Ores of Familiar Flicker deck. So this is what actually won the top Pauper Player event on Friday. You were surprised to see it then. You were surprised that so many people bought it yesterday, as in like 20 copies, but 8 of those copies, that's 40%, was able to make it into day number 2. Why? How? Talk to me.
Yeah, Osiris Familiar as a control deck is probably not well positioned against decks like Giant Wildfire and the Grizzly's Affinity. But against Mono-Red Synth and the other burn spells is, a powerhouse. I mean, deck is pretty strong thanks to Godsphere's Fitful that gets you back a bunch of life, and also thanks to Hydroblast. So when you play a blue deck in the current metagame in Pauper, you just try to have a decent to extremely good matchup against a red-based deck like Mono-Red Synthesizer.
All right, well, let's go on to the right-hand side here. We've just seen Ultron, so let's not talk about that. White Weenie. We haven't seen it in any of the matches that we've covered, but going into this weekend, a lot like my friends that have been playing a lot of Pauper are saying that White Weenie is literally that's the deck that you should have your eyes on this weekend. Like, this has been able to perform really well online, but that might be because everything's mono-red online. Talk to me about that deck. Why are we seeing 5 copies being able to make it into day number 2?
Well, White Weenie is an aggro deck which try to be very to find any mono red synth and mono blue deck, mono blue tempo deck. I mean, in the event because you are very strong against them. There's a couple issue with mono white with the White Weenie. The deck doesn't really have so many powerful cards. Doesn't really have anything broken. I mean, mono red synth have a goblin guide, while White Weenie has just Battle Scratch plus Guardian's Pledge. Okay, they get Summon Chocobo Morg from the Final Fantasy, but probably the card is still not so good as other threats that other aggressive strategies can
When we
provide.
say White Weenie, just for like maybe people watching don't actually understand what White Weenie is, it's basically a low to the ground, lots of cheap creatures and tokens. We go wide in the mono, in the White Weenie decks, and then we try and Anthem effect them, give them increase their power as they are getting turned sideways, and that's how we try and win the game. Going under has a lot more like protection spells because obviously it's white. Let's go on to Spy Combo, my favorite deck from Friday. Never seen this before, saw it being played. I was like, that is amazing. That looks so cool. 30 copies were bought on day 1. 3 copies made it into today's tournament. I've been talking to players about this deck. Some say, you play 5, some play 6, some play 7, some play Jund variants. Depending on how many lands they want to put in it for whatever reason. Why are we now seeing an uptick in this deck, and especially, how are we able to get 3 copies into day number 2?
So Spy Combo is a kind of new deck compared to the other contenders in the event. It got the win in a challenge some months ago, but it's still a green deck. I mean, it's not you don't face it so often. It's not well represented in the metagame. People doesn't really expect to play against Spy Combo. Deck relies on Balustrade Spy to mill itself. You play a low amount of lands in your deck, just 5 in the most played version. When you mill you out, because Spy mill the target player until they find a land. So if they land,
when it enters battle, type player mills cards until they hit a land. And if you've only got 5 and you've drawn all 5, you're going to mill your whole deck.
And the finisher is just a Lottery Giant plus Dread Return. So Lottery Giant is damage equal to the creature you have in your graveyard, and usually 30 or more creatures are present in that deck, so those are enough.
All right, sweet. Let's go on to, and this is going to be the last one we're going to talk about now before we end the round, is the green-red monster deck. I remember last year, Paupergeddon, this was almost, I think it had well over 100 people playing the deck. I think it might have been the first or even second most played deck last year because of the cards we got from MH3, Rising Chrysalis, etc., and the Cascade cards. Why are we now seeing this drop so low to only 24 copies in day one? 3 are able to convert it into day number 2.
So when Virtual Chrysalis was printed, the issue about Gruul ramp decks was trying to deal with Virtual Chrysalis. Crackland Shaman used to be very good against those kind of decks, but often you don't really have that many artifacts. After some time, they found the cool interaction with Toxin and Isis and Crackland Shaman. So at that point, it wasn't already known. So decks like Affinity or Jund were Jund wasn't even a deck at that time. And Gruul Monster is probably weak against Jund Wildfire because they both have Crackland Shaman and Toxin and Virtual Chrysalis to stop them from doing their game plan.
All right, sweet. Well, as we'll come back to the booth. We're gonna end this round. This is round number 11. Remember, we're going up to 14 Swiss rounds today, so lots more action to come. And then we've got that top 8 where we're gonna crown ourselves a champion. I'm Will. That's Alex. This is the end of the round. We'll see you shortly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Good morning and good afternoon, wherever you are. We're here at Paupergeddon Summer 2025. I'm Emma Partlow. This is Sapo.
Hello.
And we're going to bring you round 12 of Paupergeddon. So, for those at home who aren't familiar with the format, familiar with the tournament layout this weekend. So, yesterday there was 8 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah.
6 and 2. 6 and 2 makes you
The
day.
cut, yeah, was
It's the
16
cut for day 2.
18 points.
18 points. So, and now we have day 2, which you need 6 rounds.
Yeah, correct.
rounds.
After that, there will be the top 8.
Yeah, so if you do really well in the 6 rounds of Swiss, you can cut you into top 8, and with the chance of becoming
Yeah, the Paupergeddon champion,
of
for
the
sure.
10-year anniversary of Paupergeddon as well, which is, we've had like 1,100 players this weekend. Very European Grand Prix kind of vibes here, which is really nice.
This is the greatest Paupergeddon ever, and I love to say this sentence in every Paupergeddon.
Every year
I'm
they
really
just get
happy
bigger
about
and
it.
bigger, don't they? So if we're ready to show off round 12 here, so we have Alexander Beliaev on Elves, and then we have Ricardo Cestari on Mono Blue Terra. So how are you feeling about this matchup?
Yo, hi guys. Hi. I think that it depends a lot by the starting hand of Elves.
Yep.
Mono Blue Terror does not play board wipe in the main deck, nor in the sideboard, of course, and so I think that Elves should be favorite here.
Yes.
But as I said, it depends a lot by the start of Elves. Elves is a really aggressive deck. Is the most powerful Swarm deck in the format right now. So it's able to produce a lot of mana, huge amounts of mana with Mana Dork or Priest of Titania, and has a lot of good iteration with the Quirion Ranger that can untap your mana producer and so on.
You have this Timberwatch Elf that can get really big.
It's the deck I started playing when in 2014 or something like that. Cloud of Fairies were banned.
Yeah.
So I was watching the list and I saw this deck that has only 12 or 13 lands.
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah, like
how can this possible?
This is not normal for like Magic deck building, but the fact that you just have somebody that's like mana generating creatures, it's just so easy to like go off air quotes, and this is where the term elf ball comes from. You just snowball into these threats. And
Elves has had a lot of cards during this year that are one card kill for Elves. So for example, there was Crypt Rats or Kirkland Shaman that still played,
still
of course.
pretty good. Giant Wildfire was 50%
just played 3
yesterday.
or 4 copies in the main deck, and it is a pretty nightmare for Elves, something like that. And you don't need even toxin analysis for wipe the entire board. So, also when the 2 damage wipe were printed, so Fairy Cannonade and Breath Weapon also did not help as player.
There's just a lot of passive like sweepers, like Krark-Clan Shaman. It just has a lot of collateral in the format right now. So the fact that we have someone here today, 9 and 2 on Elves.
I think that Elves was one of the deck that has a pretty average conversion rate from day 1.
Yes.
Can we see the meta game real quick?
While the players are shuffling up here, just sorting out their mana
games. Not start, so I'd like to talk about conversion rates. Chat, I don't know if you saw the conversion rates of all these decks, but I think that 40% of Familiar is amazing. I think it's one of my actual favorite deck, and it's amazing. This guy with us must be Olympic slalom champion. Yeah, probably.
And even here, like the conversion's 16%, which is fine here, right? I've been wandering around the top tables in between rounds. I'm just seeing a lot of different decks on offer. So I'm seeing like fairies. I even saw some Core Blade at the top table.
As we can see here is a pretty balanced meta game. We have a very various breakdown for Paupergeddon day 2. So dodging bad matchups is a good strategy.
Yeah, it's a very good strategy indeed. So let's go back to the feature match now and have some.
Sapo, my Elvish father since 2016. Ciao, Zanzo. Mwah. Bad matchup for Mono U, but not impossible. Yes. Exactly as I said, Mono Blue does not play removal spell. All the spells that interact with the creatures of Mono Blue are a tapping spell. So the best case scenario is that Elves doesn't start with a 1-drop. That unfortunately is possible.
Yeah.
And as Miura is saying, triple terror on turn 3 and 4 with a surgical counter spell here and there to prevent the wave of creatures.
Yeah. So talking about sideboards quickly as the players get ready for game.
I'm watching right now the sideboard, and
there is 4 gut shot on the sideboard of the Terror deck, which is really important.
Blue Farm is totally ninjutsu it does. So the Ricardo is playing 4 copies of gut shot in sideboard.
And here we go. Here's
that is really bad.
That is bad for Elves, but you don't have to worry about it in game 1 because we have a Findhorn Elves here, and just started casting a load of Elves and.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Just play lots and lots of Elves.
But I think that the actual list of Elves is pretty different from the old school one because
we have like a crashing drawbridge in here as well.
First of all, is playing less Elves than the old lists, and it's not so. It's still a swarm deck.
Yes.
But not so swarming like the old version because a lot of this actual list plays 4 copies of Generous End, so you can play less lands. You can use the End as a payoff when you have a lot of mana and not good cards to play. So you can cast a 5/7 with reach that potentially gives you 3 lives.
Yeah.
So it's amazing and it's interesting. Against all the decks that want to burn you, for example, or against fairies that have reach. But I think that fairy is not the problem of Elves.
No,
I think it's one of the best
not.
matchup the deck has.
Okay, so our Mono Blue Terror player here is just filling up the graveyard. We resolved a Thought Scour, sorry.
So what's the plan here for Mono Blue Terror? Basically, he needs to send cards to the graveyard.
Cast those Tolarian Terrors very cheaply, like we see a mental note right here. Maybe use the Spell Pierce to hit a Winding Way or lead the Stampede as well, just to do something.
What kind of cards?
We've got 4 lead and
8 copies of
we've got the whole 8
sorceries.
I know Spell Pierce is not the most fantastic card in this matchup, just because there's so many creatures.
Can you show me the blue?
Oh, sorry,
The creatures?
We've got some Delver secrets.
The one card is Delver, definitely.
And here's a
that's
Tolarian
the first one.
Yep, but we need a few more, I think.
On turn 3.
Yep. It's not a bad start.
No.
And here comes the Winding Way. It's going to get Spell Pierce. Our Elves player is on 1 mana here. Not that it's usually too much of a problem.
This spell piece is really huge.
Yeah.
It's really, really nice. The Well-Wisher is still a bad card for Mono Blue Terror because it allows the Elves to gain a lot of lives, and he can manage the race with only 1 creature.
Yes.
So bad first turn from not the best, but no, I think that the key turn in playing Elf is the second turn. You need to produce more than 2 mana.
Yep, you need to
the plan is to produce more than 2 mana.
You need
on
like the
second
Priest of
turn.
Titania
you
or
need
something
to be
like
unfair.
that.
You need to cheat on mana because this is the plan of the deck.
Yeah.
You need to overwhelm your opponent with creatures and with the life gaining, for example, or throwing on the board a Timberwatch Elf to threat little damage.
Okay, so we have a Delver of Secrets here from the Blue Terror player. How do you going to steal one on one land, which is not ideal here, even though you do have a few mana generating elves. Just thinking about what he wants to do here.
I'll leave the Stampede.
Leave the Stampede.
There's another card.
It's gonna get countered though.
Yeah, for sure.
Big time.
Yeah. It's basically a time walk here, and it's really huge. gain 2 turns with to counter is amazing, and that's the way you need to play against as a Blue Terror player. But there is another card that I really love in Elves, that is in Nyxborg Hydra.
Yes, so there's a whole 4 copies in here.
That card is really huge. You can cast as a 2, 3, or 4, 5 in early turns with no pretty difficult in a not pretty difficult way. But after that, allows you to go through all the wall of blockers of your opponent, because Hydra gives trampled creatures, or has trampled itself.
Yes.
So I think that is amazing. And as I said at the beginning of this match, Mono Blue does not play removal spell.
Nope.
All the way that he used to interact with other decks are tapping creatures.
Yeah, it's a
Don't
lot.
let them
It's a lot of tempo-y.
It's
sort of
full
like
tempo strategy.
manipulating the battlefield in a way.
Yeah,
So we have
full tempo strategy.
second Tyrant Terrier now, which is looking very scary on this battlefield.
Yeah, the inferior. Yeah, you're right, Mura. Yeah.
We've got another Winding Way here. I think this one's going to
How
resolve
many
this
copies of the inferior does Mono Blue play? No one.
No?
No copies. He plays only Sleep. No, wait. Oh, I didn't touch.
No, that's fine. There's no Demon Inferiors in here.
Nothing. No, only Sleep of the Dead.
Yep. And there's a free
Sorry,
copies of
Warrior.
it.
Yeah. I think that because Ricardo preferred to go for a full tempo strategy.
Yeah. See what's happening here.
Why we don't watch first table that is 10-1? I really don't know. We're gonna ask this to Nicola Cavoni,
So
our
Elves is
table chooser and
Elves is gonna
sim director.
Elves is going to gain a bunch of life here, basically fogging this fogging this Tolarian Terror here. Delver Secrets managed to flip into a really nice threat here, something that Elves just can't really deal with.
Well, 4 copies of Spell Pierce.
Yes.
So only now there are 4 copies.
Got 2 Dispel, you got 4 Spell Pierce, 4 Mental Note, 4 Counter Spell,
Elimination
4
matches are more
Brainstorm,
fun
4
to
Force Scare.
watch.
So yeah. See what's going on here. We have a judge call maybe? It's hard to tell.
Oh, that's a judge call?
There's not a lot.
C'è a judge call?
Is it? They're talking about something, it's just hard to tell on camera.
First place, and he was never on the stream for now. Yeah, Quirion is a huge disaster because allow totally to avoid top spell for elves, and allows elves to gain twice life with the Wisher that totally annihilate the race. So totally, actually, Mono Blue Terror is attacking for 13 damage per turn.
With the Delver Flict is free in the air as well, which is it's hard to block.
There are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 elves, 8 elves
and now
on the battlefield right now that
as
are
well.
with Quirion Ranger 16 life per turn. So totally fog the.
I think it's even counting away here.
No, 9 elves. Sorry.
Yeah.
Because we remember that
The
Musket Vandal
is
an
also
elf too.
Yeah, it's a shapeshifter.
Not tapping the elf with sleep, totally. I think that he can bypass the tap with the Quirion. No cares. Disgusting.
Elves is pretty stubborn like this. He could just negate so much damage.
I suppose that you are on the blue side of the table.
and this is with a very slow start from Elves as well. Let's be honest.
You're guessing right. Nice sea monster you got there. Let me gain 20 life. Yes, basically that's the plan of Elves, and I think that he couldn't have the way to remove the
there's just nothing. There's just nothing really.
I don't really care if you attack. I gain more life that the damage you deal me every turn. So my lives continually grow. And you will definitely not be able to defeat me this round. So I think that probably Mono Blue Terror is. I think that he has a plan, considering and try to win game 2 and the game 3 with the gut shot.
Yes, and also there comes a point if
no removal, not even one.
Even if Elves has managed to gain 20 plus life a turn, there comes a point the Terror player just has to concede and try and win games 2 and 3 as well.
Basically, I think that
there comes a point where the clock just goes against you if you just keep going. Because I imagine there's a point that the Elves player gains so much life, he's like, I just can't beat this. I need to try and do something with game 2 and 3 with my 4 gut shots on the main board.
Mono Blue does not have the way to remove to impede Elves to gain life. I think you're talking about the card below the Delver. And this is a checklist. So you basically...
Yeah, it's the DFC from Innistrad.
Theoretically, you're not allowed to play in the sleeves with a double-side card, so you need to use a checklist.
Yeah.
That you can flag what card is that checklist. Basically, there's an X on Delver of Secrets.
Yeah.
When you play that card, you took your Delver from your deck box and put on it.
Yeah, it's just because the
back of the checklist is the normal back of Magic
card. But
so
with something like Delver of Secrets, if your sleeves are slightly opaque, people can see what the back of your card is.
The only out is a heat stroke for Elves play.
It has cooled down considerably today.
Today
it's not too bad.
Is not hard as yesterday.
So. We've got a couple of thunderstorms rolling through, so it's clearing up the humidity a bit. It just there comes a point where the Terror's you can hit these serpents, you can hit these Terrors. It's but can I win the game? Because these Elves are essentially fogging damage.
Yeah. 15, 21 damage. I really do not care. 3, 6, 8.
And it's not like Elves are struggling to generate mana because you've got these Fin-Horned Elves and these other Elves in play.
Every card that Elves could draw is a huge payoff. For example, from End to Hydra.
Here's another brainstorm.
Elves had a lot of payoff right now, but I think that Blue Terror has a hand with counters.
Yeah.
So never give up. Didn't play the first back. I don't know. I think that we are in Mono Blue turn.
Sleep of the Dead, this Well-Wisher.
Oh, okay, okay.
So this Well-Wisher will stay tapped until Alexander's next untaps there. And we got another one on the Priest.
Oh, he thought he was a Demon Inferior.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, he couldn't untap right now because he doesn't have any forest on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Quirion just untap.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's correctly. You're correct. Simply, Sleep say that does not untap in the next untap step.
Time to gain a bunch more life. Back up to 13, meet 16 here. Terra's slowly getting through this, but it's taken a while. We've got a couple of Tolarian Terrors, we've got a Seek, we've got a Serpent, and we've got these two Flying Delver of Secrets as well. Attack with everything.
Yeah,
Probably,
the same 21.
Yep. Now we need to start blocking.
Yeah.
Don't want to block too many of your Elves because it makes your Well-Wisher worse, but... Going down to 2.
Yeah. He is casting
Yeah.
Sleep again.
Yep, for the escape cost.
I think that Mono Blue Terror had a really managed it really well.
Yeah.
And Elves did nothing.
Yeah,
Did
had a
totally
fairly
nothing.
slow start, right? Managed to like rebate the life, but even then it's
Like,
just
oh, Team
like,
Watch, I think it's too late.
Yeah.
Right now. No, that's a counter spell. Yeah.
Yes.
Hard stock, yeah. Use the Quirion to untap the Well-Wisher and gain 5 life.
Yep.
6 life.
It's not going to be enough, I don't
No.
think.
You need to block a lot of creatures.
Yep, 2 of them in the air as well.
Yeah. It can prevent the damage from Delver, but
And there we
not
go.
enough. Not
so
enough. Yeah.
Mono Blue Terror takes that one there after a Well-Wisher that generated a lot of life that
So
game.
as we had at the beginning, it depends a lot of Elves starting.
Yes.
If Elves remain stocked with no creatures, no threat, but only with life gain, he is not able to win the game.
Yeah.
For sure.
So looking at the sideboards here, Mono Blue Terror has a
4
pretty
gut
clean...
shot for sure.
Yeah.
After that, other 4 gut shot.
Yeah. Yeah, so Mono Blue Terror has a really clean sideboard here. So it's just 4 Annals, 4 Hydroblasts, 3 Blue Elemental Blasts, and then 4 Gut Shots, which are just going to come in here because you just want to deal...
Only 4 gut
You want
shot.
to deal with
Yeah,
those
it's
Llanowar
necessary.
Elves and those Thin Horde Elves.
What
there.
about the Elf side?
So Elves has got a little bit more going on. So you got 4 Deglamma.
2 Relic Progenitus.
Yep, so you got 4 Deglamma, 2 Nihilator's Disciple,
totally
2
useless.
Relic.
I think that
Spider
my
Silk
side will
Armor?
be here are 2 Relic of Progenitus and 2 more Well-Wisher.
Yeah.
As we saw, Well-Wisher had the power to give you a lot of time
Yes.
to set up your board, and I wanna use the fact that you don't play removal
Yep.
to slow you down until I can set me up.
Yeah.
Also, Generals and was a card in that match.
Yeah.
Nixborn Hydra. There are a lot of cards, but Elves did nothing.
Yeah.
Managed like it. Yeah. I think that Ricardo
Played it
played
really
very,
well.
very well.
I agree.
Very, very well.
Clearly very experienced with the strategy, playing Mono Blue Terror.
Remember when the caster sit there? Yeah. Never listen to the caster. Never. Now, if you want to see standings, you should go to the Paupergeddon website, so paupergeddon.com, and there's a pairing page dedicated to
Yeah.
to the
And we
seven.
have 2 more rounds after this one before our top 8.
These are the round number 12.
Yes, we are around 12 currently.
Yeah. No echoing truth.
No?
No, just 4 cut. Just 4 gut shots. The other sideboard cards of Mono Blue are 4 Annul and 7 Blue Blast.
Yep.
Yeah, that's like for sure.
Yeah.
He's not a bad player, yeah, at all. Mono White is the more terrible. Why not Aura X-Proof? with against our X-proof, you can't even you can't even tap creatures. So
Yeah.
you have only counters to react. Mono white is bad, but Elves is worse. Yeah. With an average hand, with an average start, I can definitely agree with you.
Yeah.
Curfew in the side, but no, I think that Curfew is a dead card right now. There's no the real threat of Aura Hexproof, so I think that's not.
Yeah, there was like 11 copies yesterday. I don't think any of them day 2'd, unfortunately. Auras is just not too good right now.
Monte Crypto, we are here for entertain you, so why not?
So
I think that is a no land hand. Oh.
I see a Delver. I see a couple of counter spells.
There's a land.
There's one land though.
Counter spell. Yeah.
One land, couple of counter spells, Delver secrets.
Elves is not again.
Yeah. I think there's 3 counter spells in land there.
How many lands does play?
How many lands does Elves play? Let's have a look. So 13? Just 13 for us?
13 lands and 4 Generous End.
So the Elves player is going to go to 6 here.
Sorry?
Elves player is going to 6 here. Looks like Terra's keeping their 7 with a gut shot in hand by the looks of it.
There was a gut shot?
Yeah, I believe
nice.
there was a gut shot in there.
What's your prediction for today?
What for top 8
Mm-hmm.
or
For the winner, for the champion?
to win Paupergeddon? Ooh, okay.
We made prediction for the top power player,
Yes.
but I think that no one guessed right.
No, I was close.
Yeah.
I was close.
You
with
was
fairies.
closer than me.
Yeah, I would like Skura to win on fairies.
Okay.
Because
So again with Mono Blue Fairy?
yeah, I think Mono Blue Fairies is great. I think it's in a really good spot. Skura is an incredibly good fairies player. Has played it for a very long
So
time.
not a Mono Blue Fairy.
Yeah.
The one from Skura.
Yeah.
That okay, perfect,
Yeah.
perfect.
Skura's in the bubble for top 8. He keeps winning, so I'm going to stick to my guns. What about you?
Okay.
What do you think is going to win Paupergeddon?
I think that there are a lot of good players with Mono Red.
Mm-hmm.
So
Has a good win conversion this week for today.
yeah,
24%.
Not the best one, but a good one, above the average conversion rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
This is a nice start from the Elves player here. This Relic Progenitus is going to do a lot against these Tolarian Terrors.
That's a nice start for Elves.
Yeah.
That is a nice start, yeah.
It's also a nice start for the Blue Terror player who's managed to flip over this Delver Secrets. Let's see if they have a second land, but it looks like they do. I believe they have a
We
gut
drew the
shot.
second land.
Yeah,
Wow.
they have a gut shot as well. You got a gut
3
shot the
damage.
priest before it gets out of control.
That for sure, the right move.
You have to.
Blind flip, like always, yeah.
Yeah.
Professional players.
Delver players are so lucky.
The card below Delver is still a checklist card, so
Yeah.
when you're not able to play in competitive tournament, double side card. So when you use one of them, you need to use a checklist that had
Yeah.
a pretty stock background.
Yep.
That is the same as the
As
other
you can
cards.
tell, the Delver's
So
in like
you
a
cannot
clear
see the
sleeve.
card through the sleeves,
Yeah.
even see if they are
Attacking
thin
with,
sleeves.
attacking with Alana Wells. It looks like Ricardo who has
What under the Delver? My
3?
ED card.
like 3 counter spells here. We've got a mental note, which is going to do a nice job of filling out these terrors. If we don't throw them in our graveyard, which is not what we want. And we're going to land cycle away Lorraine revealed for a island. Milling away milling away the serpent and the Tolarian Terror was not ideal there.
Leviathan, if you want, I can sing that for you. kill the Priest of Titania. Definitely slow down Elves.
Yeah.
But I think that Elves is still on the match. But I think that they need to use carefully that relic of Progenitus.
Yes.
This is the range when Riccardo could cast Solarian Terror. So you need to pay a lot of attention to the spot where he can crack the relic.
Yeah. Just gonna keep tapping it. See what the Elves player wants to do here. They're debating how to tap their mana.
That's a counter spell, yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
there's like 3 in Ricardo's hand.
Riccardo is drawing pretty good.
Yeah,
cards.
I think he had like 2 to
And
3
I think
counter spells in his
he's
opener.
cracking the relic.
Yeah.
He's using the relic. Yeah.
We've got a fort scale here, which is a really nice way to fill up this. Oh, yeah, you need to exile all graveyards. The Elves should be exiled as well.
Yo, nice points. I'm going to fix it.
I'll just put it in chat.
Okay. Just because Elves is playing Musket Vandal that
Yeah.
need creatures.
Yeah.
For the I don't know if there are any targets to use, but I think that's not the match where you wanna cast the Musket Vandal, but
Yeah.
rules are rules. So
Yep.
another counter
It
spell.
is relevant.
Come
though.
on.
Yeah, there's a lot of counter spells
Come on, let me play. Yeah, Evil Drake is right.
Yeah.
He's right. All cards you have in the deck box must be all the 75 of your deck.
Yeah.
If you play 8 and tokens.
Yep.
If you have in the deck box 8 Delvers in a competitive rel, a judge can sanction you with a deck list
Yeah.
penalty, so pay attention to this.
Yep. Speaking of Delver Secrets, it's dealing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, only the I don't remember the name. The Little Stampede need to be in the graveyard.
Yeah. Just the other 2 cards need to be exiled.
Even if they are in different sleeves. Yeah. Correct.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just easy to forget. Or like you have like Nihil Spellbomb, which is a little different from Relic. It's just good to keep on top of that.
If you need to use your own graveyard,
Yeah.
you want to use
Like
Nihil
Mass
Spellbomb
Vandals,
for
yeah.
sure. But else, I think that does not need
Nah.
the graveyard. So Relic of Progenitus is strictly better.
Yep.
You can continually know all your graveyards, and when you really need, you can crack and exile all graveyards. So I think that Nihil is worse than Relic.
Yeah.
But in certain case, you want to use the graveyard. So
Yeah.
you cannot use Relic of Progenitus. Leviathan is correct. Yeah. Checklist.
Checklist
That
cards
is
are
what
good,
is
yeah.
supposed to be used.
Yeah, that's why they would put in booster packs to be
yeah.
used for, just because you don't want to have like a bright yellow sleeve that has like a Delver of the other side of a Delver, because that's just like giving in information.
Soul Guide Lantern as a card to downshift.
It's an interesting one. People do like talking about their downshifts. See what the Terror player wants to do. I think I said Delver Secrets.
Why
in
not
hand.
Eternal Witness?
Why not Eternal Witness? That's card's a little good, I think.
Why not?
You think I have the? You think I have the? You know, the power to do that?
Yeah.
I don't. We don't.
Yeah.
I mean, if you
You can do it.
You can ask Gavin really, really nicely, maybe. Downshift consigned to memory. That's interesting. That card's pretty good in
I
modern.
totally agree. Eternal Witness for life. Or Path to Exile. That's my...
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day.
That's my
you and your
two
past-
peaks.
So here's a Tellurian Terror. And the elf player, it's like 8 to 16 right now.
Witness plus Ephemerate is too broken. Oh, come on. There is a lot of cards that can easily broke your combo. There are a lot of grave hate in the main deck.
I think if Eternal Witness was downshifted, you'd actually see like a Bant
Lava
Ephemerate
Dart,
deck.
Makeshift Munition. There are a lot of cards that can easily broke this combo. That's not so great.
Downshift Atraxa.
Atraxa, yeah.
Sure.
Why? How could go wrong?
I recommend playing Legacy or Modern if you want to play Atraxa.
Isn't the female? Yeah, it's legal.
Yeah.
Bungee Tax and Probe, no, bro. I
There's
think
the
that
other
is
gut
so
shot,
broken
and that
there
will
is
be it.
no
So the
way.
mono blue
No
Terror player
way.
takes it down with the two gut shots.
Really well played by Riccardo, but
Yeah.
I think that he drew a lot of good cards in the right spot. So
Yeah. Those gut shots.
this matchup is pretty.
Yeah.
Elves is pretty the favorite in this match, but Riccardo managed really well.
Yep.
So I think that we have a full red backup table, right?
Yep, I'm just checking to see if the backup feature is still going. If it's a mono red mirror, it's probably going to be done fairly quickly, let's be honest.
Is a mirror or is mono red against? Mono red Synth versus Mardu Synth. Okay. Oh, it's finished. Okay. So I'd like to go back to the metagame, and I'd like to talk a little bit about this metagame, and after that, I'd like to show the Mazzi friend token for the top 16.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay. After that, don't worry. We have time.
Yeah, plenty of time, yeah.
What do you think about spy combo decks?
I think they're cool. I think the one thing going around the tables this weekend, just when Paupergeddon was happening, it feels like you can kind of play anything you want and you can do well.
Okay. Which version do you prefer? 5 land, 6 land?
I think I would play 5 land because I was really inspired by...
With or without walls?
I like it with walls because it's just...
With walls? Yeah.
I was really impressed by the top Pauper player playing that 5 land to combo. It's something that we're trying. The one deck I do want to play is the Tamir Cascade deck that we covered yesterday. I don't think they day 2'd, I'm afraid. But just the fact that you can Annoyed Outstore into like Mold Drifter or Riving Chrysalis just sounds like my kind of magic. But the spy combo seems fun. I mean, I've been, as I said, going around the top tables. I saw some Core Blades at the top table. I saw Mono Red. I saw some Familiars. It just feels like if you practice enough and you just really love the deck you're playing, you can do well at these events, which you can't often say for many other formats.
Yeah, for sure. And but I think that looking at the meta breakdown, there are an important data that is actually missing. That is, as the chart is saying, that there is no Grixis affinity. There is no affinity.
Technically there is. It's called John Wildfire. That's the affinity deck now. Got enough artifact stuff going on there. But yeah, since the Deadly...
So it gets the heritage of Grixis
yeah,
affinity.
Yeah, like with the Deadly Dispute ban, affinity has fallen by the wayside. Like you can still play it. We had some copies in yesterday's day one, but they didn't really convert too well.
Oh, okay. Well,
but
enough.
I imagine a lot of the Grixis affinity players moved to like John Wildfire because it's just a pile of good cards with a lot of artifact synergy.
Ok. L'unica cosa è che non si vedono i mazzi giocati dai player nella standings. Yeah, we're working, definitely working on it. And okay, High Tide does not have a good conversion rate. It's above the average
above the
conversion rate,
average,
yeah, for sure. But
one of them's at the top
I
table.
thought that he performed better than this. But I think that we will see in the next two rounds of the last two rounds of Swiss. Remember that we are on round number 12, the 2 round remaining of the Swiss rounds of day 2. After that, there will be the top 8. Yeah, C percentage is the percentage of the deck that passed to day 2 after the cut in day 1. So 24% of mono red Synth passed on day 2.
Yeah.
And Azorius Familiar is the deck that has the best conversion rate
By far.
but not only in this Paupergeddon, but in all the last 5 or 6 Paupergeddon. Azorius Familiar was the deck that has the best conversion rate. So a lot of high conversion rate compared to other decks.
Yeah.
I think that Familiar is a really, really hard deck to play, but I think that if you if you master it, if you're able to play it in the correct way, it's worth the
It won top
the
Pauper
pain to
player
play.
on Friday as well.
I think that the winner of top Pauper player has inspired a lot of a lot of players to choose the Familiar for the main event. Yeah, for sure. After the break, I'd like to show you the prizes the Mezzocello and Friends, one of our artist partner, made for the champions that are the 4 tokens for foil token with a limited.
These look
limited,
so cool. I love the
so
map token so much.
yeah, the blood token is only for the champions that still have all other tokens for sure. And so there is only one blood token, as you see. One,
serialized.
one, and so I think that this kind of art are amazing. So the Elves bonus, the Tamagotchi.
Yeah, the Tamagotchi. I love the Game Boy for the map
to
code.
play portal.
Yeah, so clever.
Yeah, fun fact, that was the Game Boy I had.
Oh, really?
That sort of brick, huge like a huge like a the Tamagotchi. So guys, thank you for being here for round number 12. We'll take a little break. We are sorry, but we can't choose another table at this moment. They are still playing, so we cannot choose another table. And so we'll go on a little break. And we'll see later in round number 13 of Paupergeddon, day 2. So see you.
Be back soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Paupergeddon's 10th anniversary, and you're joining us for round number 13. My name is Will Hall, better known as Will Hall EXP. This is Alex Moretti.
Yeah, that's me.
And we are so happy that you're all here celebrating this event with us, along with 1,100 players that kicked off yesterday just playing the beautiful format, which is, of course, Pauper. We managed to whittle that over 1,100 players down to 147, though, for day number 2. They were able to get 18 points or better and bring themselves to today. Now we need to whittle it down to the top 64, to the top 8, and, of course, crown ourselves a champion. And we're only 2 rounds away from knowing who is going to be in that top 8. So let's just remind what's happened over the weekend. We started on Friday, of course, with the top Pauper player event. Over 100 players across the year were able to qualify for that. Taking that down, that was going to be the blue-white ephemerate deck, the kind of flicker strategy, so to speak. And also, it's got the best conversion rate from day 1 to day 2 in the main event, which kicked off yesterday. As I said, 1,100 players plus in the room started, but we were able to convert that down after 8 rounds of Swiss to just 147 players for today. They've been battling out in 6 rounds of Swiss as we move into the 5th of them, and then we're going to be in that top 8 and find out who is getting what prizes, because there's a lot of money on the line. Break it down for me, Alex.
Okay, so the champion will get 6,000 euro, finalists 3,000, top 4 1,500, top 8 1,000, top 16 500, top 32 250, and finally top 64 100 euros.
That is a lot of money. Adds up to over 27,000 euros, or about $32,000 if you're watching from across the pond. Let me know in chat, where are you watching this beautiful event, the largest Pauper event to ever take place? I need to know. Why are you not here? The only acceptable answer is I live over, I don't know, 100 miles away, 200 miles away? What should we give him? What lenience?
Yeah, I think maybe they're just working or...
No, that's a rubbish excuse. You take the day off work, you know what I mean? Anyway, back to our feature match this round. Both players 10 and 2 means that they're in with a shot of getting across the line to today's top 8. We've got the mono blue terrors deck at the bottom of our screen, and we've got the mono red synthesizer at the top of our screen, so we'll get that swapped over in a second. But we see a Delver of Secrets turn 1. Haven't seen one of those in a while.
So mono blue terror, turn 1 Delver is very strong start usually, but they are facing a deck they have a lot of lightning bolts, so they can easily kill it, stopping terror to being aggressive, and then starting landing in a lot of creatures.
Oh, we got some people from my home country watching down in Devon. Shout out everybody in Devon. All right, so the Delver's there brainstorming. We're applying pressure. How is this matchup meant to go? Is this, I think yesterday we said it was favored in Terra's kind of side if they're able to get down the big 5/5s quite quick, close the game out. But what about this Delver's version? What are we sacrificing over playing Delver of Secrets?
Well, usually they always play the Delver. I mean, Mono Blue Delver is the most played version.
Okay.
You always play that. I mean, it's just a straightforward, more aggressive version. The other version not playing Delver is the Dimmer deck list, which doesn't play Delver, but they play more interaction in form of cards like Snuff Out and Unexpected Fangs, because getting a 6/6 creature with lifelink is very huge against burn decks.
All right, so we're still setting up at the minute. Pondering, having a little look. Just going to pass the message down. Passing messages down my secret school chat. I'm just under 6,000 miles away. That's the reason. I don't know if that's acceptable. Like, do they not have planes, cars, feet? I don't know. I'll allow it. I'll allow that one. Let's chat about the whiteboarded basics. I know that you're a fan of it.
Yeah, you're a fan of those lanes from, I guess, Revised.
I did. I was like, can I have another casting partner? It's too much for me. All right, what are we seeing here? We're seeing a big serpent coming down. Why are we able to cast this with just 2 mana?
Because the serpents, you can pay 1 less mana to cast them if you... for many instant sources you have in your graveyard.
And you can see there's 5 there, so this is reduced by 5, so just going to be the 2 blue to cast it. more importantly, a big stone wall, right? A big 6/5. It's going to be extremely hard, and you need multiple cards from this mono-red synthesized deck to deal with it. If they choose to, 18 life though is still pretty high. We'd love to have them around 10 to 12 at this point in the game.
So now we still don't know who's the aggro and who's the control. I mean, there's a 6/5 on the board, but by turn 4, I guess they missed one land drop in the previous turn. But the Clockwork Percussionist is probably the best creature they have to champ block, because you get a sort of there's some sort of fog effect that also draw you a card.
Nice, that's it. Yeah, nice little pirate. Of course, we still have an artifact, so it would be a Goblin Guide 2/2 with haste for 1. I think I just explained, it's to the end of my next turn. Remember, Lava Dart is also in exile currently. That needs to be played until the end of the next turn. We might see that end of turn to face, or might try and keep it, see if we can get a Flame Caller down, something like that, and turn that 1 point damage into 2. Every point counts with these mono red decks. That's what I've noticed. It's not just like in Modern where it's a lot of 3s stacking up, and this is all the 1s and 2s have to stack up as well. How about stacking up some huge Serpents and then follow it with a Delver? Getting the bird, turning that corner and trying to be aggressive ourselves.
Yeah, seems like they played the Delver in a very weird spot to me. There's a Lava Dart in exile, so they can just cast it to kill the Delver, but they not doing that. Why? It is exiled.
We'll find out, because they got a Flame Caller that, boom, that's coming in. Now we can use this Lava Dart, get the point damage to take the Delver, also do a point to the face. Every point does matter, down to 17.
1 mana Searing Blaze, basically.
Then we're going to pay 1 mana to get the
Goblin
1 mana Searing Blaze. Love the reference as a Modern player. But the Goblin Guy's going to stay back on defense. And what can we do? Remember, last turn we were able to get 13 power on the board, and we only did it with 3 mana. Oh, yeah, I love it. Love it. Turn them both sideways. Block one of them, take 6, drop to 14, reveal the top card of my library, cast that to the end of my next turn. It is a Chain Lightning. That could be 4 damage to the face. That could also just be, one of the 2 spells that we need to get one of these big serpents off the board. Brainstorm.
Trying to find some other creatures, I guess.
I imagine you'd have him, right? Like, I wouldn't be attacking if I didn't have him. But then maybe I would be, because my life total is still quite high.
Yeah.
We did see on, I think it was Friday, one of the mono red players was able to do a full 18 in a one shot, which we just didn't see out of nowhere, but they were able to Lava Darts and mill and draw this, that, and the other, and had multiple Flame Callers on the board.
Yeah, mono red, those really have a lot of raw power.
I've got loads of will power. Do you get that? No, okay, cool. I'm not known for my puns. It's fine. I get it. We're not hitting our land drops. How many lands do these decks tend to play?
16 usually.
16,
Sometimes
bang on.
15. But they have 1 Tolarian Terror and Sleep of the Dead.
So what does this one do?
So Sleep of the Dead is a card played just in Mono Blue Terror. It is 1 mana, tap 1 creature. That creature doesn't untap in your next turn. But it also has Escape. Escape is a sort of like flashback, but when the spell resolves, it doesn't go in exile. Wow.
Whoa, okay, we're going to exile the top 2, and that's going to be 2 Chain Lightnings. Remember, we've also got that one from the creature last turn, so we're going to cast that one first, I think. And it's like we're going to double to take out one of these serpents. We are 6 damage here. Would be 2 up to face. Just checking the math here. What if I had to throw all 9 to your face? That would be 12 to your face, which would leave you at 3, I believe. I actually quite like that. If you think about it, I think I'm just going face.
There's a Sleep of the Dead in the graveyard. If you just go to the phase, tap out, and not kill any creature, they can tap your Casting Flambrator by tapping 3 mana and exile 3 cards to the escape cost. Tapping the Casting Flambrator means that you can deal damage for little.
So they wouldn't have a blocker back. You're able to tap it down, especially if they're tapped out like this to do that. Yeah. Okay, I like it. Oh, we've also got a Lava Dart in the bit. What math does that add to it? So you do 4, 8, 12, 14. Were they at 14 life? Would we have had lethal there? Or am I?
Yeah, it's because they have a lot of art in the Gabriel. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we had lethal at the start of this turn. Maybe a little bit of misstep. Sometimes you get laser focused on your line. Like I've done that so many times where I think, oh, I need to kill this creature, and then I kill it and I realize, hold on a minute, I think I might have just been able to win the game. Shout out to remind me, what was it? It was lethal. Chat saying had lethal. It was at 16. Some people said, oh yeah, well, we can go back and watch it, or you can go back and watch it. Chat, whatever it has happened. We are still in game number 1. It's slightly cooler today than it's been, but it still is getting warm in this room, especially in here with all these lights on.
So he was missing lethal for just 2 damage?
I think, well, it depends on if they were at 14 or 16. Like if they're at 14, it was they missed lethal. If it was 16, then they didn't have lethal, and then there's no dramas of what the line was. They're going to go turn both of these sideways. This will be 11 points. This will drop our mono red player down to 3. No reach, remember, in these blue decks. By reach, I mean burn spells, things like lightning bolts or anything. What's the blue one that's 3 mana, 4 damage to target player, and you take 2?
Psionic Blast.
That's not.
No, that's an uncommon.
Okay. Do you think that could be downshifted?
That would be really cool. I mean, that's a burn spell, but it is blue and it costs a lot of mana and it also deals damage to you. So that's a very old school kind of card, and I love that kind of flavor. I mean,
I do.
It was easy to be played in standard card that is the same card, but it is red. I think is Char maybe. It's also very famous.
Char, yeah. 4 to you, 4 to you. Oh no, what's the other one? There's another one. It's like Flame Rift or something. There's 4 to you and 4 to each opponent.
Yep, that's 4 damage to you and your opponent by tapping just 2 mana. Yeah.
Right, we're going to tap down the Goblin here. 1 mana left open. Epic is going to do a point to the face, bring along a blood token with it. So that drops us down to 9. Going to cycle that extra land in hand away, try and get a fresh draw. Didn't get a good look at what it was. Might be a creature.
Thermal Alchemist.
And then are we just on pasture? We're on Champion Joke? Looks like we are. Are we living off the top of our deck with the one?
Oh, wow.
What does this do?
Artful Dodge.
Let's have a look. What is this? Artful Dodge. Target creature is unblockable this turn. 1 blue, flashback. That is enough. You've got a load of blockers. It doesn't matter. At 3 life, we're going to see the Mono Blue Terrors deck take down game number 1. Thomas getting it done in nice fashion. Right, let's go to the sideboard to have a little look at what they got going on. Let's start over on the mono red side, because we know like mono red's got a lot that they can have in their sideboard that's very good against these blue decks. So a number of Red Elemental Blast, Pyroblast, Cast into Fire, Relic of Genesis, Syrian Blaze, and Ren's Resolve. What do you like?
Well, we said the Pyroblast and Red Elemental Blast, for sure we bring in a Relic of Progenitus, but also I think I will bring in Ren's Resolve. Your opponent, beside the Lorraine Village, doesn't really have much card draw. Well, they have the cantrips, but I mean, a row of cards that vintage. Ren's Resolve let you, I guess, just go over the top in the matchup, letting you resolve your powerful spells, and also it lets you find your Pyroblast to kill your opponent's creatures, because Delver can be both the control deck and the aggro deck in this matchup. It switches between those 2 game style between the game, depending on how much pressure there is on the battlefield. When they have more pressure, then you can just attack. Well, you aren't ignoring what the opponent does, but when you are attacking every turn for lethal, I think you are in a better position than your opponent.
We saw Mazzi at the top of the screen, kind of paying all the burn spells into a pile. Do you think that's what they're going to be boarding out? The Lava
Dart is very bad here. Yeah, well, you can kill the Delver, but usually Delver here is not really strong because your opponent does have a lot of reach. A lot of lightning bolts, a lot of ways to kill it. So maybe you just want to board out the Delver. You can keep it because the card can be a sort of counter spell. You play your Delver in the early turn. Your opponent is forced to kill it. So now, if you don't kill it, you get too much damage from it because it can randomly flip, attack for a couple turns, and then they just swing 1 or 2 times their Tolarian Terrors and kill you.
All right, well, let's go over to the Terrors deck and look at their sideboard. So we've got some Annulls, Blue Elemental Blast, Dispels, Sleep of the Dead, Hydro Blast, and Gut Shots. I just want to point out, do you know, like, it hasn't happened in our games, I don't think, but going around and looking at those mono blue fairy lists, especially Skura's list, with he has multiple Dispels in the deck, they've looked phenomenal this weekend.
Yeah,
like they've really been shining. I think like one card that's like an MVP spell that I wasn't expecting. He said basically a lot of people saying play Spell Pierce. He's like, no, play Dispel. It will stop 10 times more things, and really living it because I think he's still in contention of making the top 8 today. Anyway, back to Cyber. What do you like out of those cards?
Well, Hydro Blast, Blue Elemental Blast, that's for sure. You also bring in this spell because they have a lot of Power Blast and Elemental Blast and other burn spells that you can counter with this spell. But I think you're also bringing in at least a couple copies of Annul. You are expecting your opponent to play Relic of Progenitors, but also they already have in the main deck Experimental Synthesizer. Synthesizer, similarly to Branch Resolve, is raw card advantage. It can draw you 2 cards, make the deck more fluid. I mean, just let you draw your stuff when you need it. It just let you dig in your deck trying to find lands, drops, or spells to resolve your opponent's stuff, but also it lets you create a token. With that token, you can attack or just jump block. That's a really versatile card, very powerful.
All right, well, let's see if the players agree with you. Remember, this is round number 13 of 14 that we are bringing you today. And then after round 14, we will know who's in our top 8. And, of course, we'll be broadcasting that to you because we need to crown ourselves a champion. We need to give them all that money, more importantly, the title, Paupergeddon 2025 champion, and get themselves on a nice little graphic. And, of course, get that tweet at the end of the day. I won Paupergeddon. I won the biggest Pauper event in history. Look at the opening hands. I don't see maybe one lander maybe there for Mazzi. Well, we're going to keep it off the races with both. Vampire on the board, 1 point damage. Blood token's going to enter and pass the turn. How important is the early pressure of creatures for these mono-red synthesized decks?
Well, those creatures are really big, but since you are able to land them in the early game when a Terror doesn't really have any creature to block, they can deal a lot of damage. I mean, usually you don't really want to waste resources on Boulder and Epicure, but at the first turn, you very, very want to cast Hydro Blast to counter that creature. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 1 damage, and then it is able to swing for maybe 5 or more turns. Well, I'm just exaggerating, but I still think it can deal maybe 3 or 4 damage, so Lightning Bolt with a Blood token seems still quite good.
So I think the mono red deck, we've kept to 1 lander, and I don't think we've hit the second land. Is that scary, or is that, would you have mulligan down to 2? Well, that just means the rest of the hand is spells, but it looks like they drew 1 for the turn, so they can get the Flamecrawler down, so ignore everything I just said. Sometimes you just have it all.
Well, if they really had just 1 land, I think they maybe are forced to keep their hand because they, when you just try to win over your opponent's resources, having more cards in hand is very important. I'm not saying that you should let your opponent starting first to draw 1 extra card by starting on the draw, but maybe you just try to keep a 7 card hand, which isn't really strong but has maybe interaction and strong cards, rather than going down to 5, 6 or whatever.
I was talking about the mono red deck having a 1 lander. Looks like the Terrors deck's kept a 1 lander here, not being able to get there. And you see all those cantrips that we've been trying to find that land. So odds are they could keep a 1 lander and not have it. But we smell blood in the water. We're going to try and go face with everything we possibly can. We've got an artifact. We're going to add the pirate. That's going to be 2 damage. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus the burn. Yeah. That's a lot of damage in 1 turn. Yeah. Dropping them down to 9, and they've just got a 1 lander. I think we were going to be going to a game 3. We've found an island cycle here with Lorion's Revealed. It's like it's going to give us our 2nd land drop that's needed, but is the damage done? Don't know how many cards we've got left in the mono red deck, but we've definitely got, I think we've got 2 because we're shuffling. Yeah, I can see 2 there being put down. 3rd for the turn as well. Do have a big Serpent for a blocker though. Does it matter at this point?
Well, if they have Pyroblast in hand, doesn't really matter. You time walk your opponent by tapping them out. Well, not really time walking. They can still attack for damage.
Going to draw exile top 2 cards.
Yeah.
Do no point to the grid. Find a land. Play the land. That's another way for us to kind of exile 2 more cards to set up next turn. But now we're getting into everything.
They are
You're
attacking.
at 8.
Okay. So they're dealing, I guess, 3 to...
Block here, take
4
2,
damage.
drop to 6. 2 3 damage burn spells. 1 Galvanic Blast. That's a Galvanic Blast. I can only see 1 artifact, 2 artifacts. Oh, we've got double blast anyways. Doesn't matter. It's going to be both 2 lightning effects. And, low to the ground decks. You want to have a play for you land and lots of spells. Sometimes it's going to bite you in the butt. It looks like Mono Red was the one that was able to get out from under those gates and take us to a game at number 3 here. Nice and quick, which means we might get to our backup feature match, because I've got a nice little fact about our backup feature match when we get to it. But I'm not going to tell you any more. That's all you need to know, chat. Just let's hope that they're still playing when we get there. We've spoke about the sideboarding and what's going on. Let's talk about how do you deal with pressure when it's coming into these last vital rounds, because you've been playing so much Magic over the weekend. In this heat, if it's anything that my experience do in Italians is we don't go to bed until like 1, 2 in the morning. We're up drinking coffee to that time, and then we're getting up stupidly early to come to these events. So fatigue setting in, the pressure of being on camera, the pressure of getting closer to that top 8 and and the end goal of what you want to do. How would you do that when you go into a game 3 that realistically this might decide if you get into, you might be able to get the handshake next round to lock yourself into that top 8, to opposed to just trying to lock up a top 16, top 32?
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure for sure. When I topped the last tournament, I was really happy when I was able to just get a draw. Sometimes I was maybe around table 1, But sometimes you are not able to do that, and you need to play every turn, every single turn. That's a lot of pressure. I guess you just need to focus on the game you are in, not to think about what you need to do, how much points you need, how many draws, win, whatever. Just focus on what you have.
One game at a time.
Yeah, one game per time.
If you think about what are ifs and if I do this and that, and you put more pressure on yourself, you just play one game at a time and just worry about it once the game's over. You've got to win this game first before that happens. Then worry about the tiebreaker situation. Maybe you've got to play in that last round. Don't put that pressure of that game onto this game. Get through one at a time, and I like that. One foot in front of the other. Don't get too big for your boots. Is that saying they have in Italy? Too big for your boots?
Yep.
You ever heard that saying?
Yeah, I think the same.
No? All right. Maybe chat. Tell me I'm not the only one that's ever heard the saying "too big for your boots." How many turns today? I'm going to go with rounds today. So there's 14 rounds of Swiss. We're currently in round number 13. So there's one more after this, and then we've got the top 8. So the top 8 will be played in one after another, which will give us basically another 3 rounds of pauper action. That's a saying. That's what I need to hear. Someone else has heard it. It's definitely too big for your boots is a thing. Definitely a real saying. Thanks, chat. I'm not going crazy. All right, handshake, because this is pretty much a winning in, I would say. You know what I mean? Because you will be able to, I think, get off the handshake. This is where I'll ask, Mazzi Zalakai. He's very good with the numbers and tiebreaker math. I'll be like, do I ID or not? And he'll be able to tell me. But either of these players, they need to get the win first. We're going to see mono blue terrors on the play. We saw it be super explosive. That game 1, able to get multiple 5, 6 power creatures on the board early, and that was enough to deck that victory. Game 2, they weren't able to get past that second land really, and that was enough for the mono red deck to take advantage. But now Terrors is going to be on the play. I think we might be swapping a sleeve out here, having a broken sleeve, because there's a lot of shuffling happened over 13 rounds of Magic. They might have also played on Friday. I don't know. That would be another 10 rounds of Magic. How many rounds total? We got 14, 24. 27 rounds of pauper action this weekend by the time we finish.
Yeah, probably the most ever pauper games played in a single weekend.
A weekend on stream, of course. So if you're not hitting that follow button right now, please do us a favor and hit that follow button. It helps grow the channel, which helps bring more sponsors, which helps bring more events like this. And of course, this channel is one that will be hosting the Eternal Weekend as well. So if you're a fan of Vintage, Legacy, and of course Pauper, it is all going to be kicking off near the end of this year. I think it's the last weekend in November in this hall on this channel, ran by these people behind us and more. So if you like it, hit that follow button. I promise you're doing yourself a favor. If you want to keep up to date on everything, there is socials as well. !socials in the chat should get you all the links that you need if you use X or if you use Instagram or Facebook, whatever it's going to be. But more importantly, you can keep up to date on what is happening and maybe come out to one of these events yourself. Or if that's not your thing, you can just like watching it on Twitch. That's great as well. We're here for you. What are we saying, chat? Couple of followers, like it, appreciate the follows. Some people, their names are interesting. Let's say that way. Pauper is more interesting than Legacy. That's a bold take. I don't know. I'm going to ask you that one. I know your answer to that. I do like Legacy, but then I also do like Pauper. Feels a lot like Legacy to me. Just true. We're all trying to do the same thing. You still have the spells are kind of the same. It's more the creatures tend to be a little bit better. As we're going to start with a Ponder, top 2, wrong 3. It's a preordain. No, it's a Ponder, is it? Ponder's 3. Preordains, yeah. I need to go to bed. I'm struggling now, chat. It's warming up, and this fan is not doing what I want it to do. Your fan looks like it's dying, by the way.
Yeah, my
I swear
fan
it's
is
slowing down. It's
better fan for the next time.
Yeah, I'll put it on the rider next time. I only want green M&Ms and a better fan. Off like we did in game 2. Vampire on the board, point of damage to the face, blood token enters, passing the turn back.
Delver.
Here comes Delver. Is it safer to play Delver because odds are Lava Darts have been boarded out?
To be honest, I think that you don't really want to protect your Delver. I mean, if you use Delver to kill your opponent creature or to just force your opponent to kill it with a lightning bolt, I think that will be fine eventually. You attack with the Vampire. I guess you don't want to block here with the Delver. If you block, you can easily block and let the Delver survive.
You're not playing a Delver for the sake of it. We're seeing. Oh, this is a nice trick. Talk to me about what we're seeing right now.
So they cast Brainstorm in upkeep, so they can choose which card they reveal to Delver. Yeah, they still draw one card from the Brainstorm, but at least they're sure to flip the Delver, because Delver, it flips, it transforms in a 3/2 flying creature only when you reveal one instant or sorcery spell from the top of your library.
Yeah, so we stack it so we can pretty much guarantee that it will flip into the Insect Aberration. So trigger, bam, reveal this Ponder, flip it. It's going to turn into a 3/2 flyer now. Talking about Legacy. Haven't seen these in a little while. I know there's still some people out there loving it. Second land for the turn. Graveyard's not filled up yet with spells, so we're just going to get in there with this Delver. 3 points of damage. Means we're going to be winning this race currently. Follow-up is going to be another Delver.
Okay.
What's that? What's that card I see in hand? I see like a red card. For some reason, I think it might do damage to multiple things.
I saw a Pyroblast with the Eternal Master print.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm seeing. Okay.
They tap out to cast Ponder. Wow. So they don't have any interaction in hand, or maybe they just don't care.
They might not. Realistically, they might not care. But worst case scenario, we get to flip this. If we can flip the second Delver, that's 6 in the air each turn. Maybe we're going to be the beatdown deck. Remember, we are on the play in this game.
Yeah, well, maybe just having double Delver flipped is enough as a payoff to tap out. End of turn, Pyroblast, destroy the Delver.
Get that off the board, yeah. We'll flip it back. Consistency, draw for our turn. 2 mana. Going to go 2 more cards deeper. These are going to go into exile and comes the end of our next turn. I know what this one is. What's this one?
That's the Pyroblast from the Mr. Booster 2. They printed both Pyroblast and Hydroblast with the MTGO promo art, but also with the feature side frame.
Okay. Question on that: we attacked and we blocked with the Delver there. Is that we just don't care about our Delver currently? I'd rather it save me a point of damage, get a creature off the board, because maybe the next turn now I'm going to follow up with like a big terror or a big serpent.
Yeah, I think that's the reason. Also, maybe they just prefer to be able to attack with the Darrow, and they don't have any sorcery or instant on the top deck.
Okay. Little count on the graveyard. There's 5 sorceries or instants now.
Wow.
Mill 2, draw 1, mill another Delver, mill a basic island, and just pass the turn back. No point playing into that Pyroblast that we know about, because it is in exile. If we don't give him a target, and I think that's what they were looking at. They're like, do I want to fire this off on this Fort? Is it Fort Cass, Fort C? What's the Fort Scour? That's the one I'm thinking of. Fort Scour. Should know that. I play that card quite a lot. Exile number top 2. Relic in with a flamer. That relic could be huge if we've got a land to follow this up, and we can potentially crack it and stop any future shenanigans with serpents coming down. We do have the land. We do play the relic. Is it going to resolve? Looks like it is. Did you crack it straight away?
Yeah, for sure. Well, you're losing the Pyroblast. No, they exiled the Pyroblast this turn, right? Okay. And cracking relic here could be really game-changing. I mean, I think they don't have any Tolarian Terror in hand.
Why do you think that?
Because there's no reason to not just...
well, this would just counter it, right? The Pyroblast would just stop it for 1 mana, so they didn't want to play into it. I think that's how I'm seeing it anyway. Is that not right?
I guess they just excited due to...
And now in the upkeep, they're going to use the relic. Nuking the graveyard. So if there were any serpents, in the hand or that were drawn for the turn, they now are going to be stuck in the hand for a little while. Remember, 2 cards are in hand for our opponent, 3 now in hand for Thomas at the bottom. Brainstorm's a great one to find. So I'm going to look at the grip. Remember, they all go to the hand, and then you can put 2 back on top. Not mixing up with their hand, though. Kind of using it a little bit like a ponder.
I can't see really anything.
We're in the tank. Remember, there's nothing on the board right now. There's no pressure for either player, so we're just jockeying for position. I've not seen a brainstorm like that. Brainstorm into brainstorm. They're not adding it to their current hand. They're just using those 3 cards. So the cards they've got in hand, they want, and they know that they're keeping those. What could they be? One of them was a brainstorm.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to find an Hydroblast to counter the Casting Inflammatory. In the previous turn, they did not have any counterspell or spell pierce to stop them from casting Progenitus. So maybe they just want a way to deal with the Casting. Casting, as we already saw in the previous rounds, alongside cards like the Goblin Tomb Raider are the most powerful cards against mono blue decks. And there's Temor Alchemist. Other blue element. Wow.
Well, boom, boom, boom. And these are, of course, going brainstorm into brainstorm is not normally ideal, right? But I understand it in this Terror deck. We were trying to fill up our graveyard because I think, I just feel like there's a Serpent in hand somewhere. Like, the way we've been playing this whole game is like we've got Serpent in hand.
And
there it is. Like, just the way we were playing the whole thing out, so it makes sense going brainstorm into brainstorm. It's not getting us the most value. It's only getting 1 card deeper, but it's also adding another card to the graveyard is what we needed. But leaves us with just 1 card in hand now. On the other side, we're going to go Flamecaller, and then we're going to draw 2, do another point of damage to the face. Exile 2. That's 2 good ones to exile for next turn. We get to play one of them now, point to you. Add another blood token to the board, pass the turn.
Well, that's a lot of pressure from the mono-red side.
Mm-hmm.
They resolved, I think, 3 copies of Casting Inflammatory and 1 Thermal Alchemist.
Chat's talking about it, so we might as well. What's your favorite brainstorm art? Chat, let me know your favorite brainstorm art as well. Which ones do you use in your deck?
I really love the Christopher Rush art. I mean, it's just the original art.
Okay.
And it's just the old school vibe that really tell me something.
Gives you nostalgia. I got it. We're going to have it play another Serpent here, so now we've got the big 6/5 as well. These in multiples will end this game quickly, but so will Flamecallers if we've got multiple spells in hand. 16 life to 17 life. I think I play the. Was it like it was like a special card, like like one of the. I think it was whatever the school set was. I can't remember. Strixhaven had like some nice. I think it was like Japanese art ones.
Yeah,
that's the ones I use.
Mystical Archives art.
Something like that. They're nice. They're really, that's the ones I intend to use.
I think I remember there is a Japanese alternative version for Brainstorm with a cat and some lightning bolt on it. That's very cool.
Obviously, we just got the new one from with Final Fantasy. I imagine that one's pretty sought after for all the Final Fantasy fans out there. We follow up with a couple of creatures on the board, but we can't turn them sideways. It's not going to be profitable for us, but if we're living off the top of our deck and we're going serpent, 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 this is a lot of damage. We're going to turn it sideways. Seeing some chump blocks here, maybe. Yep, chump, chump. Trigger. Gets exiled top card. Hoping it's a spell. It's a great spell to find right now. That's going to let us exile another 2 as well as doing 2 points of damage. We're going to start the turn off, I think. Oh, the serpent's going to cost 3. There you go. Judge on it. We've got a red Pyroblast in hand. First we're going to cast this. Shock your face. Down to 11. Exile top 2 cards. Lightning Bolt, land. That could be the land drop for the turn. And another 5 damage to the face if needed. Are you pointing any of these burn spells at the creatures at this point?
Well, to be honest, they are lethal next turn, Monoblue Terror, if they don't block. So maybe they are kind of forced to bolt or to double bolt the Cryptic Serpent. But if they lightning bolt on the face, I guess they have a lot of burn spells, and maybe Taros doesn't really have any resources in end. So you can go face, maybe.
Oh, we've got the Pyroblast, remember?
Oh, that's
and we're going to go turn things over. About 2 creatures, pit them to 1 life. Doesn't matter if you block, and they still had that Pyroblast. They could have pointed that at the Serpent to get it off if they need to. Mono Red taking this game down.
Yeah, it literally draw more cards than Mono Blue, and was able to overcome all the interaction.
Don't show us your password. The amount of times people on camera like get their phone out, put in their PIN code, and you're like, you just showed a couple hundred people what that's going to be. GG's indeed. But have we got a backup feature match still going? I imagine we do, because of the amount of information I've got about this game. We do. And we're going to move it across to our Jund Wildfire deck, Mirror. Okay, the most played deck on game 1. Conversion rate to day 2, still pretty good. What I want to point out here, and this is something that you said yesterday, is there's going to be a lot of draws with these decks. Technically, Samuel at the bottom of our screen, undefeated. You'll notice 8 wins, 0 losses, 4 draws. That means when you're in that draw bracket, I imagine after that 3rd draw, you're really happy. You're like, yes, I'm back out of the draw bracket. And then you get straight back in it again. Pretty rough time, but you must be used to playing these mirrors at this point. Up against Pablo at the top of our screen. Both players on this, we know and have seen this deck multiple times now, and how important that card right now that's being cast is. The Hydra coming down seems key to the closing out a lot of these games, because now we just added 6 +1/+1 counters to our flyer, as well as it having trample.
Yeah, it is also, I think it's also likely that the opponent Hydra, if they want to bestow next turn, their Refurbished Familiar is not as big as the opponent Hydra. So Paladin Francesco is still leading the game right now. I mean, they have 7 lands, they sacrifice it on spawn, so casting a 6, an X equal to 6 Hydra means they tap at 8 mana. Now down here they have just 7 mana, so that's not enough to equal their opponent bestowed Refurbished Familiar.
So what, we got to take a turn off for that? Maybe just crack.
They haven't played yet land. Oh.
We don't have. I was going to say we don't have a second green. We do have a second green. The forest is just sat there to the right side. So this is going to be 6 if we do that. They would just then bounce off each other in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Nope, that's not how it works. Nope, that lands in hand. Nope, that lands in hand, that lands in hand, that lands in hand. I will get that sorted. There you go. There you go. I get it. I get it. So they're just going to bounce off each other now, right? In the air, we can just, all right, you attack, I block, sure, carry on by day.
They choose to not attack. Yeah, I think you are forced to not attack.
Yeah,
here.
that's just like blocking why he's here now is what I'm saying. I guess we've got a map token we could use next turn to try and get a +1/+1 counter on it.
Yeah, that's true.
Even if a removal spell was to happen here, remember the Hydra will fall off and the Hydra does have reach. We're going to go 2 cards deeper. We're going to sacrifice one of these blood tokens here to try and find potentially a removal spell. Cast down would be good, or is it Mischief, the one that exiles an enchantment?
Troublemaker also.
Troublemaker, that's one, Mischief.
It is game free, right? So
yeah, it's game free.
They can exile the Hydra with the offer.
10 minutes on the clock for both of these players to try and get a W. I think they need the win. If they win out the next 2 rounds, there's a chance that they can lock in their top 8. I'm going to see if it's an exact mirror. Let's have a little look. Checking those out. Let's have a look in the other one. Okay, one's got another clan. One's only got 1 Hydra. Who's got the 1 Hydra? Paulo's got 1 Hydra. Any in the board? Let's have a look. No, but there are some troublemakers floating around in there as well. So, see how this pans out. Very grindy games, we know that. So we are attacking, we are blocking. Both Hydras fall off. Pass the turn back. 2 land in hand.
Duress, maybe.
Yeah, 1 mana Duress. Have a look. I've got a land and a familiar. Let's do some land cycling.
Yeah.
Or wrong, not land cycling, actual cycling.
They found it.
Found the Mischief. That's a great way of exiling the Hydra. We have to shuffle the bread back in as well. Now maybe we start turning the corner and turning things sideways. Crack the map. I love it. We're trying to get value. Add a land to our hand. Play 1 for turn. Get in there for 6. Dropping them down to 14. People don't like these mirrors. These mirrors look so fun to me. Like going back and forth, trading resources, trying to eke out that extra bit of value. As long as both players are playing spells, it looks a lot of fun. I think if someone stalls a mana or something like that, yeah, sure, it's a non-game. But these ones where they're actually interacting with each other, going back and forth, I think are so cool. Drawn for the turn, and now we're in the tank. We're having a little think. We know that last card in hand's a land. Do we want to play the familiar into that just to get rid of it? It's not going to be the best value we've ever seen.
But we don't know what they have in hand. Maybe they have some cards that could be helpful in this situation. But they have another familiar.
Cracking the Blood Fountain is going to bring back a Rising Chrysalis, and I think it was a familiar is the other one. Yeah, so we're going to double familiar.
Yeah, because that is the familiar that got killed earlier. Since they blocked the opponent blocked their familiar with bestow.
Remember, the familiar has more text on it than just ETBs. My opponent discards a card. It also has flying, but it also says if they don't have a card in hand, you then can draw a card. So where we knew about the 1 land in hand, it's not too great getting rid of it. But on the flip side of it, if I can play 2 in my turn, that means I can play for 1 mana, get a 2/1 flyer, and I get to draw a card. Over on the other side, there's a familiar being cast. Or did we discard an extra land? Okay.
Yeah, a mountain. So now they have a Virgin Chrysalis. They just have 8 life. They can technically block here, but yeah, it's also good enough to kill the Hydra, but it lets the familiar on the battlefield eventually.
We're going to crack these fetch lands. We're going to go get some basics, thin the deck out a little bit. We don't want to be drawing these this late in the game. We've got access to what? 5. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 if we play a land this turn. Chrysalis technically only costs 2 because it'll make 2 Eldrazi spawn with it. But then we might need those for some sort of blocking duties, even though they don't line up great against a big trampler.
There is a cleansing Wildfire.
Ramp ourselves up a little bit more, go a card deeper. More white bordered basics, but mixed with black border basics. It's literally my worst nightmare.
Yeah, but it's kind of pointless to have basic lands which are not the same as set expansion.
Maybe they're like the art on it. Maybe, to be fair, they might just go into the draft box and that's what they found. I actually like these. These are the unglued ones, correct?
Yeah, those are very cool.
These are the ones I use in my legacy deck. So these unglued. 4 mana. I'll try this Synthesizer is going to come down. Make the 2 spawn. I was talking with Gavin for yesterday at dinner about this card, and how he says it's just so good for the format. It's like it does so much. It like gums up the board against some. It can ramp in other decks. It's colorless, so you can't use the Pyroblast and Hydroblast or whatever, it's vice versa on it. It's got reach, so it can stop some of the flies and the fairies. It's like an all-round utility card that goes well in some decks, and it's just like a key linchpin now. And he really likes it. I won't tell chat that he went 4-0 with High Tide yesterday, by the way. Might end up having that was a cast down being cast to take out.
Or to take it down.
Was it take down?
Well, I think you
to
can
take it down.
I think you can say that. Well, I mean, I'm not an English speaker. I mean,
take down is what taking it down. That's a saying. That works.
I think I'm allowed to speak poorly English. It's not my first language.
Just do the opposite of what I say. Basically, I'm a terrible English speaker, and it's the only thing I speak.
They cast an Eviscerator inside, sacrificing the spawn, so they get extra card advantage while pumping up the Chrysalis. And the opponent are casted an Okibe Shinobi.
What does that card do?
Okibe Shinobi is a ninja, so it's already cool since it's a big rat and also big ninja. But it also do something really relevant. When it deals damage to your opponent, it forces the opponent to discard 2 cards. So a Mind Rot effect on a creature, you can discard multiple cards from your opponent. So it requires interaction. If the opponent doesn't have any blocker or removal spell, it generates a lot of card advantage. So it could really be a game changer card.
Yeah, if you ninja that in, that sounds pretty good, especially if you did it on something like a Familiar. Familiar attack, ninja it back, then replay a Familiar, get rid of 3 cards in one turn, and add 2 bodies to the battlefield. It'd be pretty sick. I'm still caught up when you said it was a rat ninja. I just thought of Splinter from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Maybe that's what's going to happen in the Secret Lair. Maybe they're going to make an alternate art of this card and have it as Splinter. I don't know. What we got going on in chat? Let's have a little look-see over here. Saying that, yeah, they definitely need to finish here. I don't think either player wants another draw. 4 minutes left on the clock before we go to turns. That's a great top deck. Go 2 more cards deeper, sacrifice one of these lands.
Well, you know, I think that being able to sacrifice your own lands to draw extra cards, even if you don't have Echo Wellspring or any other artifacts you want to sacrifice, is very huge, relevant for this deck, kind of deck.
Well, there is an Echo Wellspring. 2. Cast down. That's going to get rid of the Synthesizer on the other side. No, the Chrysalis, sorry.
The flashback inside.
2 cards deeper, gain that little bit of value. Then we're going to get in there with our ninja. Discard 2. 2 lands get discarded. Play our land for the turn and pass. Now, is there any utility to keeping that land in hand in case another Familiar comes down? Because I don't mind discarding a land, but I do mind my opponent being able to draw a card.
Well, to be honest, maybe they just want extra mana. They have an Eviscerator inside in the graveyard, so they can technically have extra mana next turn to just being able to cast an even bigger creature. Maybe, yeah, if they draw a land for the turn and they have a Reaching Chrysalis, they can cast Reaching Chrysalis if they do a line drop right now.
Okay. See how that pans out. We're going to go Blood Fountain. Going to generate a blood token. Maybe.
Yeah. They can bring back the Chrysalis.
Both players are at 5 life here, by the way.
Yeah.
Like 5 life. What's the that bombardment spell that I keep talking about? The monument.
Makeshift munition.
Munitions.
Yeah, munition will be just
GG, right? For either player at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think for either player, if they're able to draw it, I think they can just win the game on the spot. Do they not? They tend to play 1 in each deck, right? So there's 1 in that one, and there's none.
No.
In this deck for Samuel.
But they have 2 copies of Galvanic Blast.
4 is not 5. That's what I'm saying. Chrysalis is going to come down. Just making sure that we're tapping right. 2 Eldrazi spawn tokens are getting added to the board. Nice chump blockers for that ninja.
But why do you think they played here the Chrysalis? Ah, no, wait, they haven't cracked it yet, the Blood Fountain.
No, they haven't cracked it yet.
Okay, then that's for the better to cast the Chrysalis here, because you have 3 charm blockers for that to keep against Shinobi, so you can preserve your cards in hand.
Cards in hand and life total at this point.
Yeah, that's really relevant.
Is it a 3/2? Is that what the size of it?
Yeah.
Draw for turn. Move on. Draw another card deeper. 4 mana, found our own Chrysalis here. Ooh.
5 mana? No.
Question mark. 5. Oh, okay, we're doing the flashback thing to go technically 3 cards deeper into our deck.
But they don't have any black mana left, so...
Yeah, this is black mana.
Okay.
1 black, 2 red, 1 green. That does get exiled. There's the black mana if needed. It's going to be our own Blood Fountain. If the game can get any more grindy as we get down to the last 30 seconds of the match.
Okay, they crack the Blood Fountain, bring back Familiar and Chrysalis. The opponent has in hand 1 copy of a Keep against Shinobi and 1 Ichor Wellspring. And they're forcing the combat here. So now, thanks to the second copy of Routine Chrysalis, your creature is enough to deal lethal damage.
Skyling another ninja.
Over. They excite the Blood Fountain, I guess.
So one of these to... If I say yes, it'll be the Blood Fountain that gets exiled. Adds +1/+1 counters to the Rising Chrysalis. 2 mana left open. Removal spell here. It's the handshake because we've got more Jersey Spawn tokens. That is going to be the W, and Paolo's going to take this down and advance to a 10-2-1 record, which I still think they've got a winning in. I don't think they can actually get an ID next turn to get in, so we might see them in our next feature match. Well played on both sides. I told you, I like watching those games. They're so back and forth. At any moment, you couldn't pick who was going to win that game.
That was a lot of interaction, a lot of cool plays. So the game is very, very cool. Just watch it. I mean, probably is cool as well by playing it.
Yeah.
At least if you know how to play. I mean, I think it's kind of overwhelming if you don't know how to play that matchup, because a lot of plays, you need to think a lot how the player or how your opponent could draw. And I think Occupy against Shinobi could be very, very powerful, very harmful for you. But at this point, thanks to Routine Chrysalis on the battlefield, you weren't able to attack at all.
It's just been the MVP the whole weekend. That card and that Hydra looks so good in these decks, especially in those mirror matches. And they both became dividend there. So congrats to our players taking that one down and advancing 1 step closer to today's top 8, because we've only got 1 more round of Swiss for you all after this. And then we're going to know which 8 players have locked themselves into the biggest Pauper event in history. But we need to find out who's going to be taking this down, what name is going to go on the trophy at the end of the day. Well, you've got to stay tuned to find out. So on that one, we're going to have a break, and we'll see you shortly.
Hello there and welcome back to the last round of Paupergeddon Summer Edition 2025. We are Sapo and Mircolino Pepperino. Hello, Mirko.
Hello. We are at the final round of this Paupergeddon Summer Edition 2025. And this is the win and din.
Yeah.
This is the win and din.
We hope that could bring in life a very, very curious deck.
Yeah.
But he did an intentional draw, so he ultimately will be in top 8. But I don't know if I want to say right now what deck is.
That means that we will see that kind of deck.
But it's
on
really,
top
really
8.
spicy,
So yeah, for sure we will discuss about the list of the top 8 in like 1 hour, probably. So.
Well, we have 2 tables here.
Yeah.
The first table is a Mono Blue Terror versus Giant Wildfire. So if the director is ready, we can switch to the table.
Yeah.
Here we go. All the player that beat Elves with Mono Blue Terror 2 rounds ago, yeah.
Not easy.
He did
not easy to deal with that kind of matchup.
Definitely not easy, yeah.
And also in this match, Mono Blue Terror against Giant Wildfire, we have to think that Writing Chrysalis is probably the most important creature to deal with all the terror deck. So we will find out if in this case Mono Blue Terror will play like a tempo in early game, and that is the strongest plan to fight against some Chrysalis, some copies of Chrysalis, or Giant Wildfire will be able to ramp and to play, for example, a Chrysalis on turn 3, and then the second Chrysalis that is the strongest plan, even if one of the 2 will be countered.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. What's the weakest point of Mono Blue here?
Of Mono Blue, the weakest point is probably the deck itself, because when you mill randomly, if you mill like 2 creatures,
so it's the weakest point, but the strongest point too.
Yes. So Wildfire on turn 2, and there is a Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce is the best interact.
If I can remember well, Riccardo played 4 Spell Pierce in the main deck,
and I think it's correct in this meta because really. There are some kind of match in which you can simply destroy the mana base of Giant Wildfire simply by counter.
This, for example.
If the Giant player has a strong hand and must keep this kind of hand based on Wildfire on the play, and you counter that card, you will be at top deck at turn 3. Yeah. And this is not easy.
It helps a lot the tempo strategy of Mono Blue Terror, denying, making mana denial, and most of all, color denial. As we can see, actually, Giant Wildfire does not have black mana. Yeah. Of course, he could have a black land in hand, but
the second Wildfire.
Again, why not? Let's see what will happen. But okay, it resolves. Okay, so this is an important. Move from Giant Wildfire, so let's resolve instead the
so every time that you are on the play and you keep an end with double Wildfire,
is a snap
I think
keep.
that you are happy about it.
Yeah, this is snap keep for sure.
This is why this is the mid range with the I guess sailing probably.
Okay.
Because every time that you can push in this direction, the deck is very, very strong.
Yeah. It has a lot of resilience. It is substantial. The best style of deck that Pauper could create.
Yeah. So from this point, Mono Blue Terror has to try to push a little bit. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 spells on graveyard, so this can be the turn to slam a 5/5, or you can just try to mill other. Okay, now there are 6 spells. Now it can be the turn of double terror. Wow!
Why not?
Wow!
Why not?
And this is how a Mono Blue Terror can try to steal some bad matchup. This is not it's not correct to say that this is a bad matchup, but it's a tough matchup.
A difficult matchup. Yeah,
but from both sides,
Yeah.
I think.
I think that none of these decks could forgive the error of opponents. So if you let resolve two creatures like that, you need shaman plus toxin analysis to resolve that.
Yeah, for
kind
example,
of
in
board.
this moment, in this moment, if you play.
Oh, a Bazooka bog, really nice.
Okay.
Really nice.
So back to the game. Now only one single Chrysalis can gain at
can
least
manage
two
the board.
At least 2 turn of time. And here, new card from Final Fantasy like Cornered by the Black Mage can be very good, but they don't play that card, so we will see.
Did you play it in Jan Wildfire?
No, in Magic Garden, but it's a cool card, and I have to say that.
Yeah. How went the from 0 to 100 match with Jan Wildfire?
It depends.
I know that
it depends.
Mirko, he's a great streamer, and he had the project to stream 100 matches of Jan Wildfire.
Yeah. So the deck is for sure well positioned. It is one of the best mid-range you can adapt to the meta. You need, for a tournament like that, you need to consider the setup, because it changes a lot. You have to think about play one Carvalho Shaman more or less, toxic analysis or not, stuff like that. That will change plenty of matchups.
Yeah.
So for this event, everyone was expecting a lot of terror more. Because online is the best tempo deck that you can play.
Yeah.
So for sure we
better than Mono Blue Fairies.
Probably, if you look at the percentage online, probably yes. And if you look at the results of today, probably yes.
Probably yes.
So yes, it's a good deck, and look at that. You can play a Spell Pierce on turn 1, and then on turn 3 double terror. Yes, the opponent is doing well, but
Okay.
it's not an easy match in this moment.
So I have a question for you. Yeah, you're trying to resolve the second. This spell is really huge. For
Yes.
mana for 1 is very, very nice.
So Spell Pierce and Dispel at the same time.
I forgot the Dispel, but I surely remember the four copies of Spell Pierce.
If you can protect this terror.
That's the Game Boy.
Yeah.
I have one too. It's amazing. Token from Mezzocello and Fran, our artistic partner. And but I have a question for you about Mono Blue Terror. So why I should prefer the Mono Blue version against the Dimir version or Izzet version?
Mono Terror is probably the most stable and is the most. You have the higher percentage to play double terror on turn 3. If you play tapped land, if you play another color, sometimes you cannot do the power play of a double terror on turn 3 or 4, that are the window in which the deck is very, very strong. Otherwise, you risk to simply play your cards when the opponent has the resources to fight against.
Okay.
So it's not. This is a deck in which the window in which you
As
play
we see, for
cards
example, on the
are
third
very
turn.
important. Yeah.
A double
Usually
terror,
the third turn, if you are especially on the play, means GG, so good game. But Jan Wildfire has the weapon to fight in this situation. Again, in this case, Chrysalis, even if you take a counter spell, gain at least 2 turns, because you can block and sacrifice the token, probably play a dispute effect, and so on. And also you have a lot of cards that are able to grind the matchup and take back some creature from your graveyard. You play again, so you can play on up the counter spell of your opponent.
Okay.
And that's the plan. You have to try to force counter spell on something and then play your big creature or your mass removal.
Yeah. Okay.
So another cryptic serpent.
Yeah. I think that he needs to grow up his aggro. Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Alessandro Moretti che ci porta l'acqua. So I need to I think that here Mono Blue Terror need to be more aggressive to impede John Wildfire to develop their mana base and to prevent a turn where he can cast a Chrysalis and do a removal. So I think that the aggression need to continue here.
Yeah, it costs 2 mana, not 1. Because there isn't an artifact lands, but that's a Bazooka. But the opponent paid attention.
Yeah,
so
find out, yeah.
They have to pay attention. We have to remember that this is in 2 days the 14th round.
Yeah.
So
and the last round of Swiss.
Yes, and the last round of the Swiss, they are playing the Willendin, so it's not really easy this moment.
I know. I'm reading the chat, and I saw during these 3 days of streaming, a lot of users from chat ask the ban of refurbished familiar. What's your thought about it?
Wow. I cannot speak about that.
As a player, not as a panel member.
But you can give your opinion.
I don't think that banning the rat will solve the format, but that's my opinion. But I think that is a strong card.
But the
I
real,
don't know
the real
if
question is,
I
do
don't
you
know.
think that this is a problematic card in this
I
metagame?
don't think so. No, I think that it doesn't deserve a ban.
Every time I can say that I cannot say too much, but I can give some food on thoughts to try to think about every situation and stuff like that. And there are 11 damage here.
Yeah, GG.
GG. So game 1 was.
So let's continue later this ban talking. Let's look at the sideboards.
Yeah. Oh, you can sing a song in the middle. 999, quali si spezzeranno.
Yeah, anche qui sì, anche qui.
Le mani tese verso il sogno, panificato.
Let's go, Terror. I hate junk. Yeah, Morgante, I promise that I'll publish them all. I have a song on Tron, but someone forgot to send me a vocal message with a piece of the song. Mirko. Mm-hmm. I was talking about you. Table number. Yeah, that's right. So, what's the side plan here for Mono Blue Terror, Mirko?
For Mono Blue Terror, there are plenty of counter that cost only 1 mana. Like
if I remember well, Mono Blue Terror plays 7 Blue Blast overall.
Yeah,
and 3 Annul and 4 Gutshot.
I think the most important card is Annul because you can counter the Refurbished Familiar, the Icor Wellspring, that's the strongest card to recover a bad situation. If you have an Icor Wellspring on the board, you can simply draw an Ancestral Recall. It's not even more the Ancestral Recall because we banned it. But there are some effects that are similar. So yes, for 2 mana you are able to recover 3 cards from your deck, and if you play If you draw well in that spot, you can come back from a bad situation.
A lot of bad situation, yeah, of course.
You have to remember that Mono Terror is a deck that play as a tempo. He has a lot of 1-for-1, but that costs less mana than the spell of your opponent, and then try to push with 2 or 3 terror at the same time.
Just a question, why annul over Steel Sabotage?
You can play both. You can play both.
Cutting some Blue Elemental Blast?
Yeah. I don't think that you have to sideboard too much. For sure, also Blue Elemental Blast is a strong card. You can play against Cleansing Wildfire, but at one point probably Spell Pierce is better, because in early game you want to counter Cleansing Wildfire only in early game, just to try to stop the power play of Giant Wildfire. And Spell Pierce is better also to counter Icor Wellspring on turn 2 or on turn 3, stuff like that.
I think also that bouncing Bridge can be a good strategy here when you need to go tempo in the early turns. So
also if you bounce
it also counter
Cleansing Wildfire. If you bounce in response to a Bridge, it's a huge play.
Yeah, I think that is strictly better than simply counter the
loss
Cleansing Wildfire.
Of time, loss of cards.
From chat, you can see the result of the game near near the life points. So you can see 1 Riccardo Cestari and 0 Francesco Brugnami.
On the other side, Giant Wildfire can play cards like Duress, like Pyroblast, that are very, very strong in this situation. Because a deck like Giant Wildfire, if has the information of the end of the opponent, can play in the best way possible. So it can simply use the resources in the right order. That is the most important thing in a mid-range like that. But the player of Giant Wildfire is Mulligan.
Yeah.
To 6.
Chat saw from the hand of Riccardo that he didn't side out the Delvers.
It is.
Are you agree with
it is
this
a
move?
choice. Many players, for example, on Magical Life, from my experience, they don't side out Delver.
Against
It depends, because if you start with land Delver and the opponent has not the refurbished familiar, it can be really a good plan.
Yeah.
But on the other side, if they see refurbished familiar, it's a very bad play.
Yeah.
A very bad play. But it depends. You have to accept the fact that when you play tempo, there are some kind of stars, some kind of interaction that you cannot solve. So you have sometimes to bet, and this is for sure a bet. So it can go well. It can go well.
So it depends a lot from the refurbished familiar that Giant Wildfire can see, and about your interaction first of all.
Yeah.
Post side, do you keep the top spell?
Yes, because you have to interact with Chrysalis.
So okay.
So yeah, that's for sure.
That's an interesting question from the chat. They ask you directly if you prefer Garden over Jund.
To me, in this moment, the problem is if you play Jund.
So you posed the question on Twitter a while ago.
Yeah, the question is, in this moment, if you play Jund, you have probably the best mid-range, but you have to face a lot of mirror.
Yeah.
If you play Gardens, you have an edge against Jund, because that matchup is very positive. And then you have quite the same matchups against all the others. So probably is a little bit worse against red decks, but it's not that bad. So
let's see.
Let's see.
Yeah.
So for sure, if you keep Delver and your opponent mull to 5, your bet is going good. You are doing well. So let's see. Forest go. There is like one forest on Giant Wildfire. So land go.
What does that hand in play means is the logo of Bose MTG.
Yeah.
One
this
of the
is the logo
organization
that an artist, an official artist of MTG called Justin Jones.
Yeah, she made a remake of, of the original logo.
She redraw the logo of Bose, and that's the result. We are very happy about that. It's beautiful, so yes. So now, cycle the Lorien revealed. The start of Giant Wildfire is not one of the best. We have to say that. So second,
isn't able to cast any Wildfire here.
Any giant spells.
Any giant spells. The most spell you can cast in early turn are red. So literally you can cast here.
So simply Island go. That's interesting. Probably they will try to mill something. Duress is for sure a good card. And we will see. Here you can play Brainstorm to try to hide your plan, or simply hide some good spell. So Milchu. Okay. Milchu in response.
That's 2 Delvers in a row. Okay.
That's a very bad meal.
I think one of the worst. Yeah.
Wow.
And 3 creatures in 4 milled cards.
0 spells.
Yeah.
0 spells.
Here we go.
0 spells. Wow. Wow.
What would you pick here?
There is a Ponder, Dispel, Delver. I don't know what the last 2 cards behind close to the Delver are. What do you think? One probably is a Cryptic Serpent, and the other one I don't know.
Aren't the same card?
So probably in this spot you have to pick Ponder probably. It depends.
There are 2
it
Cryptic
depends.
Serpents.
Ponder or the counter for the artifact. If you have like an Aggro Wellspring or something to try to come back and create some card advantage. You have to remember that
you the third turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to remember that this is a multi 5, so you need to recover some card advantage, and this is really important.
He got the same bad art V-Reset as Mirko and MTGO. Okay, I think that does not worth to complain about MTGO art. Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
it's
pretty.
So Ponder is the choice. So look at that. Mono Terror has some starts that are incredible because you mill randomly and you mill only spell. You're able to cast your big creature easily. The third and the fourth Delver.
I like poker, so
Wait.
here we go.
Wait.
And let's see how professional Riccardo is about the flip chance.
I have to say one thing.
If he's a professional player, he will blind flip them.
Yeah. I have to say one thing. This is why you don't have to sideboard out Delver. Okay. If you see 4 Delver in a row, I swear, I can side...
That are great cards, yeah, for sure. And if your opponent has no creatures and is stuck to lands, to Delver as stronger and more strong than before, for sure.
Now the problem is, what do you really want to... Probably this is correct, because the only plan here is Delver has not to flip.
I told you. Okay. Ricardo is a professional Delver flipper, so...
I was trying to figure it out a way to go out of this situation, but if the Delver flip, also Carclan Shaman is not a play anymore, because if you discard the counter for the artifact, you need to...
Double flip, double pleasure.
You need to play an artifact and play also...
a dispute effect.
Not a dispute effect, but a Carclan Shaman plus toxic analysis. Okay. But Carclan Shaman doesn't deal
flying
damage.
Creatures. Yeah.
Exactly. So we are not in a good...
Yeah, I think that Francesco cast and cracked the Nihil Spellbomb just to draw a card here.
Yeah.
No really need to... A professional Delver flipper, not player.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that there weren't no chance to get out from this situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Our red mana was missing from the beginning of the match, but I think look how the match will change with a red bridge here.
Yeah, completely.
You have Cleansing Wildfire, you have the chance to cast a red elemental blast, the Chrysalis. Definitely a different game. Yeah.
Also, we say before that Delver is not strong in the opposite side there is a Refurbished Familiar, but if your opponent is not able to play Refurbished Familiar, it's not a problem.
So why don't you side out that? Well, that's why. So I think that we can move to the side table.
To the backup table.
The backup table is I think that more slow than this. we are on a Jan Wildfire mirror. I think that with the top power player, I streamed 3 Jan Wildfire mirrors.
Yeah.
So happy, so fast.
So look at that. Refurbished Familiar on one side and double Refurbished Familiar on the other side.
Walkerino Peperino is being aggro by 2 rats. Yeah. So go back to the empty table. You say that, John, the empty table is more fun than Jan Wildfire Mirror. But I foresee on the top power player that Jan Wildfire will get a result in the weekend. So I think that there are at least 2 Jan Wildfire in the top 8. The third deck is the Mono Blue Terror of Ricardo, the deck we just saw. And there is also a mono red aggro deck that is similar to previous version of
4th copies of Refurbished Familiar on board.
So I have the same Signet Refurbished Familiar by Steve Ellis. Yeah, amazing artist. Yeah.
So from this point, they are both in probably Cristiano in this moment is a little bit ahead because has makeshift munitions on board.
Okay.
It changed a lot in this matchup because if you are able to destroy the Refurbished Familiar of your opponent, you can try to steal some damage with your Refurbished Familiar. And with the opponent at 10 life points, this is a real plan.
But just Paolo saying no to your aggro plan. And just a question. You played a lot Jan Wildfire, so I have a good question for you. You just before said that if you choose Giant Wildfire over BG Gardens, you must be prepared to face a more mirror match.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the best plan to face a mirror match?
There are plenty of cards that can break the mirror. If you play, for example, more copies of Pulse of Murasa or more copies of the Hydra. The Hydra is a game changer because the opponent has to find at least 2 spot removals.
Okay.
And also in a board state that is completely stacked. If you give a simple +5/+5 and trample, you can break the table. So this is for sure a very strong card. Another good plan is if you set up your deck with more spot removals plus more copies of Nihil Spellbomb, you destroy the plan to grind creature of your opponent.
Yeah, with the Blood Fountain.
This is another strong plan. There are some kind of version that plays more Troll, for example. Also, Troll is another creature very strong in the mirror. Because if you play, for example, there are some versions that plays also Snuff Out, and Snuff Out is bad against Refurbished Familiar and also Troll. So there are many lines that you can follow and how you can set up your deck. Usually, if you play a stock list, everyone is prepared to fight.
So stock list is the basic, not so much removal and spot removal, and the package of Karklan Shaman and Toxin Analysis as wipe removal.
Exactly,
Okay.
and probably 1 Hydra, 1 Munitions. It's a strong list for sure, but everyone is prepared to try to fight you. There are some kind of version, for example, with also Galvanic Blast, 4 copies of Galvanic Blast, and it changed a lot because you have a reach.
Yeah.
You have a reach and you can fight.
That's pretty interesting. Also in the mirror when you are in the late game, stuck to low lives, but a huge bow that cannot allow you to pass through combat. You have 8 damage with 2 Galvanic Blast. That
Think about this situation.
Helps you a lot to close the... No way. So Da Paolo Don Francesco lost the match.
Honestly, if you are at 5 life points and your opponent has makeshift munitions on board and more than 5 lands, you are dead. You are dead. You have to find a way to remove that makeshift munitions or recover some life. But on the other side, there is a huge Hydra. Also, 1 removals are
it's not enough. Yeah, check.
So it's not an easy situation, but obviously when you play a mirror match, you have to consider this kind of.
For sure. Yeah. So I think that we don't have any other table streams. So
yes,
ended.
After this round, we will announce the top 8 of this Paupergeddon Summer Edition 2025.
Yeah.
We will take a short break, but in the
But
middle.
I'd like to wait. I'd like to before the break and for our super special guests, I'd like to show you some of future events that we have planned. Ce l'abbiamo? Dovrei avertela mandata prima, non mi sbaglio. So we are working on graphics, but we can anticipate you that the next Paupergeddon will be always here in Lucca.
Yes.
The last week of November during the Eternal Weekend. So this is a huge news, and so totally.
This is another improvement for us because it will be a good opportunity to
show to bring Paupergeddon in a bigger spot of official Wizard of the Coast event. So I'm very curious about it, about what will happen. And
but I think it will be another step in the Paupergeddon journey. So
exactly. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I'd love to. We have the past champion of Paupergeddon.
Yes.
And with starting with Lorenzo Montana that won the last Paupergeddon in Lecco on March. So through Alessandro Piraccini that won the Roma Paupergeddon in 2024, and the two champions of Paupergeddon in Pisa of last year, so Filippo Pezza and Simone Ledda that won respectively Paupergeddon and the top Pauper player 2024. So actually Simone Ledda is not the champion anymore because another UV player, but with a familiar list, won the top Pauper player on Friday, but we don't actually have yet the Paupergeddon champion, so Lorenzo Montana is still the last Paupergeddon winner.
Do you remember who won the top Pauper player 2023?
I don't know, but I surely know that it's not a good person. It's you. So okay, you're not a good person. No, just kidding, for sure.
But we will take
a little
break in the middle between this last round and the top 8. We will have two incredible creators from two guests from eBay that will speak about
I'm sure that you know them all. For sure they are famous content creators, so please stay tuned because they have a lot of good news for you. But I can say that and there's a good news for you, Chad, that I know that you're gonna ask so frequently that I'm starting working right now on the list, so I will publish the list as soon as the top 8 begin. But remember, last thing, that during the top 8, Paupergeddon adopt a open deck list tournament, so you can see the deck list during the top 8, during the round, simply clicking on the opposite button that you can find here on the screen. One is here, literally here, if you are from PC, and the one is there to the opposite part of the screen. If you are from smartphone, you can see the button just here between the screen and the chat. So stay tuned. We will publish all lists soon, very, very soon. I am Sapo, with me Mircolino Peperino. See you. Be right back.
See you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Welcome back.
live from Paupergeddon, Lucca.
This is so creepy. Welcome back, everybody. We are here in Lucca for the last day of this event. This one is day 2. Swiss is ended. Now we will have top 8.
Now we will have the top 8. We're gonna see the 8 best players of this Paupergeddon, and we are having the side event for the Paupergeddon points, which a lot of people that didn't make day 2 is actually doing really good in this one. So it's revenge time for a lot of people that didn't get to the top 8 and the day 2. How's it going, chat? How's it going? This
Are
is
you
the moment.
enjoying? Is everything cool?
You had a whole streaming of serious talking about the games, and now it is the time to ruin everything. O come si dice, è il momento di mandare tutto in vacca.
Yeah, I don't think that probably they will be so happy about us, but you know, we are here just for that.
It's fun. We have to, of course, we have to remember this event, the biggest Paupergeddon ever, is it's made it was made possible by the presence of eBay. That right now are auctioning the artist proof of the amazing artists that are here in the scene. So we have Justin Jones with a really cool Shivan Dragon. We have Michele Giorgi, our national Michelone, with a really cool
Domenico Cava. Jeff Lubenstein.
Let me see if I remember all the artist proofs. So Jeff Lubenstein is the Drinking Goblin artist proof that ended yesterday. We have the Shivan Dragon from Justin Jones. We have the Snare Spinner, the Skull Spider from Michele Giorgi. And Cava made the art for the playmat.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's so
the
cool.
artist proof. Yeah.
I didn't saw that. I saw the other ones, and I have to tell you, it's amazing. If you have passion for this kind of collectibles, this could be really, really a good acquire.
Yeah, you can find every single artist proof from this event actually right now still going on eBay. We can't tell you the top 8 right now, guys. We are not here for that because you have amazing casters, you have Eisen, you have everyone here ready to explain to you the top 8, ready to get into the top 8 and have a really good caster. We are here to chit-chat a little bit with you and to give you space. So this is the time for your answers, for your questions. We can answer you if you have questions about the event, about Bose, about how's the weather. Is bad.
No, it's good now.
Questa è la cacciara, esatto. Al cinema.
Meanwhile, we remember to you that the next event will be during the Eternal Weekend in the last weekend of November.
Yeah.
We'll be here in Lucca, same location, same organizer, always Bose with eBay, I guess, and with Wizards of the Coast because it's Eternal Weekend.
Yeah, of course, it's official. What yours next tattoo going to be? I don't know. What yours next tattoo going to be?
Probably the Eternal Weekend.
Oh,
I guess.
Really?
I don't know. There is a couple other tournaments, pauper tournaments, during the summer, but
top 8 deck art that you can't ask us stuff from the top 8, guys.
they are still
You're
announced
gonna
the top
find
8.
out. Yeah.
And I think that Saponara was running in the venue for the deck lists and for making everything for you, so they can chat with you about that later.
So I'm curious, what's your favorite MTG artist, chat?
That's a nice question.
Yeah. Let's see if he's actually someone that's here today.
There are so many of them that makes...
Parente, il padre di tutti noi. Ted Nguyen, Nielsen,
Rebecca Guay.
Guay. I can see a lot of Rebecca Guay. Gianni Del Barretto is not an artist. Dilmo, will you ever approach the Pauper format? I already did, but I can't. Every time I want to play in Paupergeddon, every time I have to work. Dilmo, you have to make videos and stories and casting, and okay. And I just take the deck and put it aside.
Yeah, today I did one game with a friend, just one, and I'm pretty happy about it. It's okay.
Yeah, today is the first day I can actually have Magic cards in hand. We are making right now a Final Fantasy draft.
Oh, nice. Are you still waiting to begin, or did you already draft?
Still,
okay.
I made the deck and I came here to make the
Oh,
casting,
so you know already what is your deck?
Of course. I always draft Dimir in
Oh,
Final
nice.
Fantasy. People doesn't take blue in Final Fantasy, which I think is one of the best colors. And of course, it's a non-rare deck because they're the best ones. And
Okay.
I will play without sleeves.
This is painful.
I'm
This
not
is
scared
really
of you.
painful.
I'm not scared.
At least, do you have a playmat?
No.
Oh gosh,
I will play like 1994.
my poor heart.
I will play without sleeve, without the playmat.
Gosh.
The best way of playing. Magic as Richard Garfield intended.
Yes,
That's it,
but
like-
you know, cards have souls.
What's this? What's this plastic? We don't need it. We don't need it. The sunglasses, we decided to put it because we have the same ones. So it's like, oh, we have the same sunglasses. Hey, let's keep it on.
Yeah, not because it's sunny today. Today is pretty cloudy.
No, it's not. Do you have a rubber band for your deck? Yes. No, yeah. No, the shoelace.
Oh gosh.
One shoelace again. Demo for the environment. Yeah, play without sleeves, guys.
Well, that's a good point. That's a
Yeah?
good point. It's not good for our environment, especially when you have to change sleeves after sleeves after sleeves for this kind of tournament.
Yeah, if you play without the sleeve, you actually learn to shuffle. Because
Yes, but-
you try to not ruin the cards, so you can shuffle really well without the sleeves. Because there are a really lot of really good Magic artists they mentioned before, except McKinnon, of course.
There are so many of them.
Let's see how many Glebidis in the chat. Quanti Glebidi nella chat, ragazzi. Can you see the top 8 decks somewhere? We can't tell you already.
You will have it later.
You will have it, guys.
I think 10 to 15 minutes, probably. Because
Is it legal to play in a tournament without sleeves? I don't know right now. No, I think you can.
is it? Yes,
It
you
is?
can, but you have to be sure that at the end of the tournament, you have no way to recognize any card, so you can't have any single card
Yeah.
ruined in any way.
And you
it's
can't
pretty
have
difficult.
double face cards.
No, exactly.
Can you name all the decks not in the top 8? I sleeve my scopone scientifico that because you're a man of culture.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, so what do you think is the best archetype right now in poker? The best overall?
Oh, my heart always said mono red, but I
Which
think
one?
that it's
There's
not
like
the same.
Say 6 kind of.
Synth mono red,
Synth mono red.
but I think it's
Monkeys.
not. I think it's not the
Monkeys.
best one. For you,
I still think it's Jund.
even with this conversion rate,
Yeah.
it was pretty low.
Yeah, no, because there's a lot of really bad matchups, but still you can. The single thing I said before, you can win the bad matchups
Yeah,
somehow. There are
Yeah,
some
okay.
decks that actually just can't.
so it's still solid.
It was a really, really funny moment that 4 people in the same time called for the judge before, and all 4 calls was for a night-eyed moment. That was fun. That was fun. Like at the same time, in the silence, judge, 4 people, and all 4 people were complaining about some eye-tie combo that was not clear without the untapped land. The famous. Let's teach something to the poker players that maybe didn't make a really competitive tournament or stuff like that. If you go with the high-tide combo, if you mill the deck, if you go pass, remember to untap the land.
Yes, please.
If you have Hydroblast in hand, you have to say, I untap the land, I pass, and if the opponent says, are you done? Be sure to remember to untap the land, because if you have all your lands tapped because you declared the macro action, if you pass and opponent in the upkeep goes lightning bolt fire blast, you lost.
Yes, you cannot.
Okay, so you have to remember to untap your land.
Yes, also because in real competitive you have to be pretty perfect in every single move.
Now this is a rule that everyone needs to remember. If your opponent at the end of the turn, this is for every combo deck, every single deck that you have to use macro to speed it up.
Yeah.
If someone says, are you done, are you good, it means in Magic rules, did you
are
do
forgetting
all
something.
your steps and everything you got, because when you're done, you're done.
Yes.
Okay? You
Yes.
can say, oh, but the combo relies on your untapped land. Of course it was untapped. No.
No. You have to be clear about that.
No.
Yes. Of course. we can do a shout out to our judges because I think they are doing an amazing job today. The atmosphere is incredible. The vibes are incredible. So you can just chill out and have a good games. Even in the main event, even with the competitivity, I'm not sure about that word, pretty high.
No, così la chat Yeah, and today the judge is Jacopo. Is actually Jacopo.
Yeah, you're happy about that?
Yes. I'm happy every time I have Strati in the near end.
No, he's a very good judge, and with him as a head judge, you can be sure that everything will be
We tried
will
to
smooth.
force him to go out with us last night.
He said no?
He refused. He stick to
Really?
professionalism. Yeah.
He's so professional.
He's an undercover party boy.
Oh,
You have to take him to the right places and convince him with the right words. If you can bring out the party from Strati, he's a really good party boy.
But when he has to work the day after, he won't.
Yeah, he's professional.
That's so good about him.
Yeah, I think we, in like
well, we are here.
Really few moments
We are here with the chat, and
yeah.
when they will be ready, I think they are announcing the top 8. So
yeah,
again, we won't tell you who is in the top 8 because it's something for next casters. Are you?
I'm trying to catch something.
Chat, are you happy about this weekend? About everything, the event, the casting?
Not us, of course.
No. Casters are amazing for this event. We have so many super casters. We have Hemma, we have Will, Moretti, Eisen, Caponara. So many good casters. Too much Jones, yeah. Kind of agree.
Troppo caldo.
Too hot, yes.
Okay, they're announcing right now, so we're gonna take a little bit, like a super quick break. We're gonna get back to the casters.
Yes.
And finally, you're gonna have your top 8, guys. We are ready. Al cinema.
So thanks everybody, and see you in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, really quick reminder that every artist proof of the artists are actually right now on eBay, even during the top 8. This is important. Go check them. Bye.
Bye.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, here at Paupergeddon 2025, the 10th anniversary, and the time is up. We now know who is in today's top 8. Let's rewind it though. Let's go back to Friday. What happened on Friday? We had the top Pauper player event. Players all year tried to qualify for it. 100 players got the invite, but we saw the blue-white flicker deck take that down. Then yesterday, we started Paupergeddon, the main event, a 2-dayer, a GP of old. And we managed to whittle those over 1,100 players down to just 147 players for day 2 today. When we started nice and early, 9 a.m. After 6 more rounds of Swiss, we have whittled it down to the top 8. And this is how we did it. 8 rounds day 1, 18 points or better to get an invite to day number 2. Day 2 today, 6 rounds, and that top 8, that is about to start right now. And we're going to tell you who's in that top 8. But first, I'm going to tell you what they're playing for. There's a lot of money on the line for everyone that managed to finish in the top 64 players. So let's look at the prizes that they're still playing for in this top 8. Alex, talk me through it.
Well, okay. So now the players are playing for the champion, 6,000 euros. The finalists, 3,000. Top 4, 1,500. Top 8, 1,000. The top 16, 32 and 64 already got their prizes, 500 euros, 16, 250 for the top 32, and finally for the top 64, 100 euros.
So all the players so far have already made at least 1,000 euros, but can they advance on that? Now they've made the money, they want that title. I know you want to walk out of here saying that you're the Paupergeddon's champion. This is the biggest Pauper event in history, ladies and gentlemen. We are making it as we speak. And we've got the players down there ready to go. So let's get down and kick this. In fact, no, let's not do that. I lied. I've missed it. We need to talk about the top 8. You don't know who's in the top 8. You don't know what decks are in there. We need to talk about it. It's fine. Alex, talk to me. Who was our first seed going into this top 8?
The first seed is Riccardo Cestari with Mono Blue Terror.
Mono Blue Terror. Is that a surprise? Like that was, I was speaking to a few people. No one really had that as a deck that will make it into the top 8 this weekend.
Well, to be honest, Mono Blue Terror, at least on Magic Line, is one of the 2 best decks, I guess. I mean, it's getting a lot of results and is very well represented. So, you know, even though the tournament is in paper, I think people was expecting to face Terror.
Well, and they weren't able to answer that one. Second place, who we got and what deck are they on?
Francis Comsta with Mono Red Synthesizer.
You know, it was one of the most played decks of the weekend, had the best conversion rate from day 1 to day 2, so no surprise that it's getting into today's top 8. Third place, who we got?
Pietro Carocci. Well, you already saw the deck, but it is really unexpected for this tournament. Colgate.
I was about to say, no, that's on no one's radar this weekend. That is going to, I imagine, be chat's champion for this top 8. Everyone wants to see his Colgate deck take it down. Fourth place.
Tommaso Punis with Gruul Monster.
Okay, that's actually my favorite deck in this top 8. I love Gruul Monsters. That's one of the first decks that I was able to build in Pauper. Fifth place.
Fifth place, we have a Francesco Foschi, Altar Tron.
Okay. Oh, Tron, sure, it does what it says the same. We've seen it do quite well in those grinding matchups. Being able to get one in the top 8 today, that seems deserved. Next place.
Next place, we have Francesco Zibella. Zibella was playing...
This is in 6th place.
Yeah, 6th place. Gruul Monster.
The red-green monsters, so 2 of those in today's top 8. In 7th place.
Jose Vidal Ross with Mardu Synthesizer.
It managed to squeak in, and just at the end there, we saw it on camera early on, splashing that red. Now it's a kind of bit of off-meta deck, but really, really good, and getting them now into today's top 8. And there was 3 players that were trying to fight for this 8th place. 2 didn't make it. Who was able to get our 8th spot today?
So we have Mono Blue Terror in top 8, right?
Yeah, it was Mono. Who got the 8th slot? Francesco, I can't pronounce that name. In 8th place.
Francesco Fiorenzoni.
Say that in the mic louder for us.
Yeah. Francesco Fiorenzoni with Mono Blue Terror.
Mono Blue Terror again. So 2 copies of that going to be in today's top 8. Noticeably, what was the most played deck day 1?
Day 1, the most played deck was John
Wildfire.
Yeah.
How many are in the top 8?
0 copies.
0 copies. 164 copies started day 1. Not one of them was able to get in today. Well, not into the top 8. A small number of them was able to get the conversion rate into day 2, but no one can convert into that top 8, which is super interesting to see. But more importantly, let's find out who's going to be able to win this and take that title. Now, let's get down to the feature match and kick off our top 8 here at Paupergeddon. Let's go. Let me give them the green light. And then we'll be off to the races. Our feature match for this round is going to be the mono red synthesizer deck against the Mardu synthesizer deck. So synthesizers on both sides. Looks like we've got a mulligan down to 6 on the mono red side. How is this going to pan out? Is this going to be in Mardu's favor, splashing these 2 extra colors?
Well, to be honest, Mardu is splashing for Refurbished Familiar, which is a very strong card in the matchup. You know, you discard one of your opponent's resources, and they also have a very cheap blocker. While Mono Red Synth is, I think, favorite in the matchup, is still probably one of the best cards you can play to stop them from dealing damage.
It's on the play, remember, as well, which I think is huge. Being on the play in the top 8 when you're the mono-red deck is exactly where you want to be. And look, we're seeing why. 2 threats on the board already. 3 damage coming across, dropping them down to 15, yeah, because we had the turn 1 Goblin Guide.
Yeah, Goblin Guide is probably the strongest card in the deck. And I think this is the second time we show you in streaming today. Mono Red Synth against Mardu synthesizer. I hope the matchup, hope the game will go a little different compared to the previous one. I mean,
here comes Rally Rally of the Hornburg, making 2 1/1 flyers. We're going to use 2 removal spells. It's going to be a Galvanic Blast and a Lightning Bolt to get rid of the 2 non-token creatures.
The exile of Darren Epico with the Clockwork Percussionist. That's an alternative art. Yeah.
And then we're going to take the 2 points to the face. So, we're stemming the bleeding a little bit, dropping down to 13. It's exactly where the mono-red deck wants them to be. Now we've brought them down to that low rate, kind of, at least a third of the damage has been done by creatures. After that, we can now start using our burn spells to utilize pulling out the win. Are we going to be able to turn this round over on Mardu's side? We're going to find out, because the follow-up play is going to be the Vampire, point damage, blood token added, and go. Why is it warm? Is it just me? Maybe I'm sweating because we're in the top 8. It is getting warm in here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you're really hyped. I mean, I can hear you.
We're in the top 8. We're in the top 8. I love top 8 Magic. I just want to crown a champion. You know what I mean? I'm so excited for this. And this format's been so cool to cover all this weekend. 27 rounds of Pauper action is what we're going to be giving you by the time we finish this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow,
whoa, Bushwhacker coming down as well.
Okay, that's a lot of damage. There's a lightning bolt killing the Bushwhacker.
That's 8, right? 8 dropping them down to 3, which happens to be lightning bolt range.
Okay, so I think most people thought of Goblin Bushwhacker as a dead card now, since there is no more cool lateral bird, but still Goblin Bushwhacker got down this game.
And I'm going to point out, that was a mold of 6 as well, remember? They molded down to 6 and had that sort of explosive hand. So really showing the power of this deck. We've got some fans of Frank in the chat right now. I can see that. Deck lists are open for anybody that wants to go and see them. You can get that with the command in chat. I'll see if I can get our admin to type it for you if you want to go look at what 8 decks and exactly what the 75s were. I promised you it, I deliver it. So now let's talk about it. Let's start over on the Mardu synthesizer side. Their sideboard consists of 3 dresses, 3 Navigator's Compass, 1 Pyroblast, 3 Red Elemental Blasts, 1 Relic of Genesis, 2 Fraven Charm, and 2 Tide Blades. What do you like?
I do really love Negative Compass in the matchup. Maybe you want to bring in Duras? What do you think? I mean, you can stop them from casting Rally, the Hamburg, or even stop them from bolting your stuff so you can jump block.
Maybe, realistically, that game wasn't even... we didn't cast a spell. It was all creatures, right? So looking at Dress, like, okay, this is meant to be good. I could hit those burn spells, but I just lost the game and didn't see one spell cast at me. No damage was done to my face. It was all through creatures. So, this is where the mind games are going to happen. So you like the compasses, 3 of those coming in, makes sense. ETB, game 3 life, we've got a lot of effects to bounce it back to our hand. If we can stall the game out a little bit more, maybe it's going to be in our favor. Anything else you like?
No, I think that's just enough.
All right, let's go across to Frank and the mono red deck and what they've got in their sideboard. We've got the End the Festivals, 4 copies of that. We've got 1 Flaring Pain. We've got Pyroblast ×4. We've got Red Elemental Blast ×2. 1 Relic of Genesis, 2 Smash Smithereens, and 1 Ren's Resolve.
Oh, wow. compared to the previous mono-red synthesizer we saw in the event, this one is lacking a lot of Artifact 8 compared to the other deck list. To be honest, I don't think it is wrong because, you know, in the festivities, maybe it is better to kill fairies or other small creatures. Maybe not respecting artifacts is the right call. I mean, this mono-red deck list was able to get in the top 8. So maybe just a copy of Smash to Smithereens is enough to interact with artifact. Especially, maybe you don't need to exile your opponent lands, but you just need to have a way to destroy land bars, maybe.
I think Frank is friends with Skura, Islands in Front, who plays a lot of fairies.
Oh,
and I think this just might be a tech card because he plays against him so much. This just might be a card that he's like, no, I'm going to run this in case I run into these fairies decks, and I want a one-side sweeper for 1 mana, basically. Which means that they've got open deck lists, so you can see that's why they've got a piece of paper in front of them, able to look at each other's deck list. And there's a different game plan when it comes to guessing what your opponent's going to be bringing in when you know their exact 75. You know, how many removal spells have they got? How many dead cards have they got? And you've got to try and work that out and try and sideboard equivalent to how that is. I always go back to Gab Nassif when he was playing Living End at the Pro Tour, and ask him why are you playing Living End? Because I want to know exactly what my opponents are sideboarding in. He knows his game one's really good, and normally you have to guess if, do I need to bring in my endurances, my artifact hate, what sort of graveyard hate do they have? Having that full knowledge is key. And in the game now, yes, they've done 14 rounds, not knowing what they're on, but now in this top 8, going through to get to that final, they will have access to the deck list. What sort of edges can they gain from that? What knowledge are they going to be able to establish and almost turn around and utilize that to win this game?
Well, to be honest, you can play around stuff like casting to fire. I mean, in post-sideboard game against those kind of decks, so against mono red, you are kind of forced to play around casting to the fire in certain situation. Right now, your opponent can't exile your indestructible bridge. You can't exile your land. They can destroy Vault of Whispers or the other artifact lands, but it seems like they just have Vault of Whispers as destructible land.
Chat's pointing out a really cool statistic to me. If 3 Gruul Monsters decks made it into day 2, 2 of them converted into the top 8.
So it seems like Gruul Monster was the right call for this game.
Yeah, it seems pretty good. Sometimes we've seen it multiple times on camera now, high rolling, right? That cascade effect. We've talked about how good the Rise of Chrysalis is. If a lot of red decks are making it into day 2, Chrysalis is great, making the 3 blockers, making it too big. And then on top of that, you can follow up with a lot of extra pressure, gaining the initiative. We spoke about how important that could be. Maybe we'll see the Gruul Monsters deck taking it down this year. We're going to have to find out. Remember last year in Paupergeddon, it was one of the most, definitely top 3 decks that were played, and it's kind of fallen off the radar, or at least people decided not to bring it. But 2 people did, and they are into today's top 8 as the players have finished shuffling up. We're going to start drawing those opening hands. What do they want to see in their opening hand if you're on the Mardu side?
On the Mardu side, I think you just want to have interaction. So creatures to block their early game threats, or maybe even Navigator's Compass to get back on life. I think burn spells aren't really good against this specific version of mono red synth because they have a lot of small creatures. They don't really have much creatures that generate value by themselves, like Casting Flimbrator, which is played in the other variant of mono red synth. Yeah, they have the Goblin Tomb Raider, the Pauper Goblin Guide, but still it is a fall off. They don't often they have them in the first turn, on the first couple of turns.
I'll have to ask Frank Carson, what's the odds of having the artifact land into this? And it'll be probably some crazy statistic. But you see both players mulliganing down to 6. That's what the dice is representing. And I think this is arguably one of the hardest skills in Magic the Gathering, is knowing when to mulligan. Yep. Sometimes your ego takes effect. Sometimes it's the, what if my top card is X, Y, Z, then this is a great hand. And also just knowing what are the key cards in this matchup. Yeah, this opening hand is 7. I've got lands and spells, but they're okay. And then opposed to spells that can absolutely just turn the tide if we're able to cast it. How do you kind of get over that? How do you learn that? Is it only by playing lots and lots of Magic? Are there other ways of trying to learn, or to put your ego in check and no, I need to mulligan down. I need to give myself the best possible chance to win this game?
Yeah, I think it is just being able to do a lot of testing. I mean, playing a lot of Magic, play a lot of decks you want to play test. That's just the only way, in my opinion.
Getting the reps in. It makes sense. You know what I mean? Practice makes perfect. Is it 10,000 hours to be an expert at something? I think you need to put into it. Do you reckon you've played 10,000 hours of Magic the Gathering?
No, I think so. But I played a lot. I played my fair amount of Magic on Magic Online and even in paper events. But 10,000 hours seems like
it's
a
a
little
lot.
too much.
It's a lot. It's a lot. But you know, that's what you got to do. Got to commit if you want to be the best at things. So we've got to keep on both sides here. 6 cards each. Mono synthesizer, Mardu, is going to be on the play. 1 game down. Needs to pull this back to take us to a game number 3. I'm also going to see if I can get updates on those back tables.
And there is a Clockwork Percussionist dealing 1 damage on the first turn from the side of Mono Red Synth. Mardu Synthesizer. What they have now? On the top of the land, and they have a Cleansing Wildfire, so a really good start here. They can fix their mana, they can mana ramp, and they draw a card thanks to this interaction, making Cleansing Wildfire a better ramp and growth.
Yeah, it's one of the key reasons to like kind of play this, right? Is to have a way of accelerating out. We tend to see this in the Jun version, but we decided to go for the Mardu version instead of playing the Wildfires deck in the Jun version. Was doing it in the Mardu synthesized deck just to try to get that extra little bit of value that we need. Wasn't the turn 1 Goblin Guide? It was just a Clockwork, but it's still going to do just a good enough job getting that point of damage in. Now, that looks like a Burning Tree Emissary to me, which is going to be followed up with Rally of Gondor, so that's going to give everything haste as well. That's what you were speaking about, that powerful sort of turn. Being able to go super wide here. 4 permanents on the board already, and a crack for 5 damage on turn 2. Chat, let me know which deck are you rooting for in today's top 8. Is it Mono Blue Terrors? Is it the Synthesizer deck? Is it Core Gate? Is it going to be Tron? Is it going to be this Mardu Synthesizer deck? What deck do you want to see take down Paupergeddon 2025, the largest Pauper tournament in history? Got some Mono Reds, some Core Gates, some Trons. Let me know. I need to see it, chat. Because the more that I see most of, might be the one we get on camera for the next couple of turns, right? So that's it. It's in your ballpark now. We're going to play a I keep saying MH3 card, a Final Fantasy card on the board. Talk me through it. Why are we now seeing that card pop up in these decks?
So we have Black Mage's Road, a new addition from Final Fantasy. This card could be very relevant especially against John the Wildfire, because it is a sort of way to do that.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the board state on the other side. Yeah, as cool as it is as a 2-drop, the other 2-drops look a lot better here. We're going to Gal Blast, take out one of them, do a point of damage. Then we're going to go to blocks, but of course everything's got +1, like +0 as well. So that's another 8 points of damage coming across with Haze, taking them down to 5. 4 creatures still on the board, and over on Mardu's side, we have got an empty board state. We need to somehow stem this bleeding and do it right now.
This Mono Red deck is going so fast that we don't have time to say what is happening here. What's going on?
This is a way to kind of gain life, but it is going to cost us 4 mana to do it, probably our whole turn. Do a point of damage, but that is not the game plan right now. Here we are in survival mode. Are we empty-handed over on the Mono Red side? Double compass. That's a gain of 6. Okay, this is a nice way to potentially try and stabilize. Another spell/bushwhacker here would be brutal, but I think we're living off the top of our deck. We do have this blood token to sacrifice if we need to. We are going to do that. Get rid of this extra land. Look like a spell.
Okay.
It was the Pirate, the Goblin Guide. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's going to drop value back down to 5, undoing the last turn of double compass.
What do they need right now?
A bounce. Would a bounce spell work? We were able to bounce back a compass, replay a compass, gain 3, go up to 8, have a blocker. Okay, synthesize the namesake card of the deck, reveal it. It's a duress. That's not going to do much work here when they're empty-handed. We don't even have the red source to. Oh yeah, we can filter it through the compass to get the red source we need to crack the synthesizer, right? Yes. Make this red. Get a 2/2 blocker potentially. No, we're going to Wildfire our own land here. Are we floating 1 mana to do that?
No, I think they already tapped
We
it.
paid 1 for the synthesizer, 2 for. Okay, yeah, so we've got it. 1 card deeper, left up the black mana. What could that be representing? Well, it could be anything, I suppose. It can be any mana because we've got lightning bolts, galvanic blasts, etc. in our deck. But for 1 mana, facing down 6 power on the other side when you're at 5 life, It's the handshake. We're going to see Frank take this one down and advance himself in top 4. That deck looked phenomenally fast and scary, especially being on the play here in our top 8. So congrats to them. I'm not going to chat any more chat. We're going to go straight to our other backup feature match. Let's see how we're getting on here, where we've got Tron versus the Red-Green Monsters deck. Remember, we've got the great conversion rate. Looks like we've got a rumble on the stack right now, deciding which card we want to choose, which means we are... Oh, we're game up as well on the Red-Green Monster side. Remind people what these do. Maybe they're just tuning in. Maybe it's the first time they're seeing Pauper and they're looking in the top 8. What does the Red-Green Monsters deck want to do? How does it win the game?
You can consider Gruul Monster as the mono-green Stompy deckable format, so an aggressive strategy, an aggro deck with big creatures and also a lot of mana ramp. You have 12 1-mana drops that let you have an extra mana on your second turn, and you have a lot of big creatures. So it's just ramp into big threats. Try to not let your opponent untap after turn 4, while Tron is a combo deck that relies on a lot of card advantage in form of Fanatical Offering and the Visual Return Insight, and also on the mana ramp thanks to the Uzo Lens. Your finisher in Tron is either Pactal Terror or Golem Foundry. You get an infinite amount of artifact spell through double copy of a Mirror Retriever and Ashnod Altar. Ashnod Altar is an artifact. It costs 3 mana. It says sacrifice 1 creature, add 2 colorless mana. Mirror Retriever is a 2 mana creature, an artifact creature that when it dies, it returns another artifact from your graveyard to your hand. So you sacrifice your first Mirror Retriever, return back another card. Sacrifice the second Mirror Retriever, return back the other Mirror Retriever, and then go infinite with them and deal infinite damage or generate infinite tokens.
It is basically the KCI of Pauper, ladies and gentlemen. But over on the other side, we are going to go into the initiative now, as we're going to see an Avenging Hunter coming down. One of the staple green creatures still left with initiative, as we spoke about a bit earlier on in the broadcast. But let's talk about how the initiative, you see it there on the left-hand side. We actually have a big token out there somewhere, but we basically enter the dungeon. This is one of the Dungeon Dragon mechanics. I'm just going to get it up on the screen here for me so I can remember it. The first thing we do is we go in the secret entrance. Of course, it's Dungeons and Dragons. And then after that, we can either choose to go into the Forge or the Lost Well. We get to do this every single time we gain the initiative. So that's in our upkeep or whenever we play a new initiative creature. Yep. Or if we gain it back, I guess, by combat. Exactly. Either player can use this. This is going to be an effect on both sides. But this Tron deck doesn't have too many creatures that can probably get through an Avenging Hunter.
Yeah, they have a Golden Foundry, so they can generate a lot of tokens, but usually Gruul Lamp is much faster than Tron, at least at sticking creatures on the battlefield. So when it comes to the initiative, I think the Tron is not likely going to steal the initiative.
How many lands do these Tron decks tend to play? Because Tron decks, when they've got all 3, produce loads of mana, but they don't normally play too many lands. It's not like we're playing 20 lands or anything like that. What's the land count kind of like? And I'm saying that because they missed the land drop last turn.
I think they play just 15 lands, not so many.
We found the land, and we found the Tron piece we were missing. So all of a sudden we went from 3 mana up to 10 mana for the turn. No colored mana just yet. We're not going to see any Ugins or anything crazy cast in this format, unless it gets downshifted. Are there any Planeswalkers? There must be common Planeswalkers, right?
No, thankfully not. We just
the ones from War with a Spark. Did they not have common ones?
No, I think not. We have.
Maybe I was wrong then.
Yeah, they just printed uncommon Planeswalker with War of the Spark. Not any common. We have. I think not so many legendary permanents at common rarity.
Interesting.
Anyway, Tron right now, it needs to do something. Down. I mean, their opponent is presenting little next turn thanks to the initiative, because, in their upkeep, they're moving into the trap room, dealing 5 damage, and they have 12 lives. So they have an Avenging Hunter, 7 in power, and double Arbor Elf. That's enough to kill them.
Well, if they, can realize that, or maybe they need to try and get 2 artifacts down to get the 3rd counter on this Forge, so they can at least make a 3/3 blocker.
Yeah, they can try that, but maybe they also have a Weather the Storm, maybe. I think they play Weather the Storm at least in the sideboard.
Let's have a look. This is a post-sideboard one. Almeida's open deck list, of course. So in the sideboard, there is 4 copies of Weather the Storm. But is this the matchup you bring it in at?
Well, to be honest, I think it's not really meant for Gruul monsters, but gaining life against an aggro deck somewhat is still good. I mean, Fangren Marauder, which is as well in the sideboard, it is much better than Weather the Storm to get life. Oh wait, there is a Mirror Retriever? If they have another one, they get infinite with the Golem Foundry.
Let's see what they're going to do. I'm getting some updates from those back tables, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, there is the Terrors deck. They got paired against each other, so one of them is now currently a 1-up. But the Corgate versus Ponza, someone's gone 1-up. And it is the Corgate deck is 1-up in that match, ladies and gentlemen. I know that is a fan favorite out there to give you all a little bit of suspense. I'll keep you updated on how those matchups keep playing out. But it looks like all the decks in our top 8 now have at least finished one game. As we're going to go back to this one.
Do we know the sideboard of the Gruul monsters deck?
Oh, I do, because it is now open deck list. Let's have a little look across here. We've got some Cast in the Fires, Elemental Blasts, Relic of Genesis, Weather the Storms of our own, Ram Throughs, and Life Goes On. No disenchant effects there. Well, that's just Cast in the Fires, basically.
Yeah. If they have Cast into the Fire, in response to the Mirror Retriever, they can cast it, exiling Ashnod's Altar or maybe Golem Foundry, because it could prevent the Altar Tron to comboing off. Maybe they have it. I guess just think about it. I mean, there's a Mirror Retriever on the stack.
So if this resolves, we need to find one more, correct?
Yeah. They can sacrifice the Retriever, bring back the Prophetic Prism. After that, there is at least 3 counters on the Golem Foundry, so they can generate a token, sacrifice the token to generate 2 extra mana, so they can cast another Mirror Retriever and then comboing off. So something is going on here, but we don't know yet what.
I think it's they put it on top of the library. I don't know what's represented. Maybe it's on the stack. I just don't want to hold it. Maybe they're asking it. Maybe they've stepped away to ask a judge a question right now.
Yeah, maybe there is a judge calling on.
I don't know. When things take a long time, either they're extremely tanking right now, or they're going to go ask judge. How does the interaction happen? Looks like they've come back. 3 mana is being tapped here. We do have that Cast into Fire. So while that's on the stack, it should be exiled. I'll make sure we get that sorted in a minute. Have they moved it? Yeah, they moved it by the looks of it.
So now they moved into the trap room, deal 5 damage.
But they've got a blocker. This Retriever will be able to stop a point of damage, which might be all they need. Have they got any other ways of dealing damage direct? I guess Cast into Fire?
I think they have enough damage because, you also have a double Arbor Elf, so you can attack with everything.
No, but we can make a Golem, right?
Yeah, they can make a Golem to block those Arbor Elf. And
we stop 3 points of damage. We block one of the Arbor Elves, so 7, 4. So we can take 5, drop to 2. Which means the
Avenging Counter has 2+1/+1 counter on it.
So that's 7. 7 minus 3 is 4 from the trample. 1 Arbor Elf, that's 5.
I think Gruul is forced to attack with everything if they want to kill it.
They definitely do, but I don't think it's lethal is what I'm saying. So we turn all these sideways. So we've got 7 powered creature and 2 1/1s. We make a Golem, which is a 3/3. Throw that in front of the Avenging Hunter and soak up 3 damage. So we can take 4 damage from that. The Retriever goes in front of one of the Elves to get it off the board. So we take 4 from the Avenging Hunter, 1 from the Arbor Elf that's unblocked. Take the 5 damage, drop down to 2.
They can block the Avenging Hunter with the Golem, just to not die.
Yeah, that's it. That's the game plan at the minute, right? Is that hopefully we get to untap and potentially try and build our board up a little bit more. Let's see if they spot that and maybe they've got another line in their head that they want to go through. As I said, Cast into Fire would change this. That would make it lethal. See if there's any other cards. Ram Through would do it as well. If for some reason that came in, we could do the damage and then we'd trample over the top. Doesn't look like that's what's happening. Looks like they're going to drop down to 2. Any other ways to gain lethal here? A Hydra would have done it as well. 4 copies of Nyxborn Hydra in this list.
And Bannerhide Crucial as well.
Oh, yeah. Bannerhide Crucial. We could have used the Reinforced of that, even the Scavenge of that to get more counters on it. So we had quite a few outs there to be able to take this game down and advance to the top 4, but it's not to be. We're letting them untap. We'll start cycling some artifacts through, try and get some of those counters on it. If you're a Tron fan, you need to rally up right now. They're at 2 life, 1 game down. Lethal on the board. They need to survive or win this turn to keep their dreams alive. If not, we'll see one of the 2 red-green monster decks in today's top 8 advance to the top 4. Still no updates from our backup tables. Two counters on the forge now. Remember, every third counter means that we can make a free golem. Is that mana overflowing? I think that dice has been moved there for.
No, I think that's the storm count.
Oh, okay. I wonder what that could mean. So I'm just keeping track of the storm count for no reason. I just like to know. I'm just got a little bit of OCD of it. For a third spell, third counter. We're going to scry 2. Let's wait for us to gain a little bit of life and draw a card. Use the mana. Draw a card, gain some life, go up to 5. Paying 2 mana here. Let's cast a Rumble. It's the 4th spell. It's going to make Eldrazi Spawn token. Mill the top 4. Put one of the permanents into our hand. Permanent. Not permanent. 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 What's that? What is this one here?
Maybe sure return inside.
Yeah, well, look. Oh, it's the insight. Okay. It's the one where we sacrifice an artifact or 2.
They play just 4 copies of a Viscerate or Insight and no Fanatical Offering. Oh,
nope.
I see. So basically they play Malevolent Rumble over the Fanatical Offering in this specific Altar Tron deck list. Usually you have both Fanatical Offering and the Viscerate or Insight, but in this case Malevolent Rumble is, well, I guess, still good. I mean, you dig 2 ECMO cards, but you don't draw 1 extra card. It's just a 1-for-1, but you also get the Eldrazi Spawn, which is cool as well. Okay.
Right, now artifact's going to go back to the grip. Storm counts 4, still remember. Float some more mana. Moving all those permanents up, get them on camera for us and you beautiful people at home watching. Storm count 5, 4th counter on the forge. Scry 2. Don't like either of them, put them to the bottom. Now float 4 mana. Retriever. 6, 5th counter on the forge. 2 mana floating still.
They already had the land drop.
Oh, we're gonna, while this is on the stack. But remember, the altar was the one that got exiled, so it's not like that could get back even if we wanted to.
Yeah, so unless they miss it a little, but yeah, maybe they're just bluffing, even casting to the fire at this point. And there is the Water Storm. So 21 life from Weather Storm. I mean,
that's pretty good buffer there. Pretty good buffer. I'll take that.
You were almost dead in the last turn. Now you have more life than your opponent.
Just had to survive. That's all they had to do. And then pass the turn back. No point using the forge yet. We can make our golems at instant speed if needs be. And we're set up. We just need, like, is it 1 altar and we can win the game? We can combo off now?
No, to be honest, there's no out for Gruul Monster to win if their opponent have the combo.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, to get the combo, the only card they're missing now is an altar, correct?
Yeah.
We've got the 2 mirrors, we've got the forge. So basically, can they respond to it, I guess, as well? So maybe if they have another caster to fire, would that be a way for them to survive if they target the forge?
Okay, so let me think. I think they don't have... yeah, they can cast into the fire the Ashnod's Altar if they find it, because, you know, your combo is so speed. I mean, you need to pass through your graveyard and cast 2 creatures so they can respond to it with cast into the fire. But at this point of the game, maybe preventing them from coming off is not enough to win, because they have a lot of life, they have a lot of mana, and they have a Golem Foundry with a lot of church counter on it.
Let's see how it's going to pan out. They're definitely going uphill battle now, courtesy of that Weather the Storms. We're going to get a Eldrazi on the board. We're going to get another Siren, so again, more mana if we need to. Might make our Rising Chrysalis later on a little bit better. We're going to untap this, gain another 3, play another one, so that's 2 3/3 bodies added into Eldrazi spawn. But does that leave us empty-handed now? No, I can see 2 cards in hand still. Having a little look at what's going on. They took the damage from the Hunter attacking, which was 7. Next turn, remember, we get to go to Throne of Death. Oh, Throne of Death 3. So maybe we need to press that accelerator button a little bit, because that's a really cool ability, and hopefully we get to see that in action. It'll be the first one we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so now seems like World Monster is thinking about doing something in their turn after casting 2 creatures. Maybe they have an answer, or they want to cast another creature, tapping out. Not sure. Maybe they just prefer to have the mana up to cast another copy of Cast into the Fire if they were able to draw it.
Everyone's saying unban Sinkhole in chat.
We already have Sinkhole in this format. We have Cleansing Wi-Fi.
That's not good enough for chat. Chat wants more. They want a full Ponder deck. Draw for turn.
Conduit Pylons, Surveil 1. They like that.
It looks like we like it. We've got the ability to draw if we want to from one of these candy trails. And we pay to sacrifice, gain 3 life, draw a card. 5 mana floating. We're going to buy this back, sacrifice the Eldrazi spawn, go 2 cards deeper.
Why do you think they prefer to sacrifice the Eldrazi spawn over the Prophetic Prism they just tapped?
It's a good question. I was going to ask you exactly the same. Is there a reason for that? Because we could have just done it on these candy trails. For 2 mana, we could have got that top card that we wanted. Maybe we wanted to go an extra card deeper, or get things out of our graveyard.
Yeah, maybe they think they will not be able to combo off this turn. Maybe they think they are in need of that extra colored mana. When you sacrifice the prism, you are losing 1 colored mana source after all.
Here comes one of the creatures. This is one of the win cons, one of the new cards from, was it Aether Drift that this card's from?
Yeah, I think Aether Drift.
Yeah, the Aether Drift comes in, so it's going to be the Packed Old Terror. 3/4, when it enters or another artifact you control enters, or creature you enter, but in this instance, artifact is going to be, the opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. As we got to 7 now on that altar, so that's 2 golems that can be made, 2 points of damage done and gained if it needs to be.
So basically now we are seeing the more fair gameplay from Altar Tron. They can't combo off because the opponent exiled the dash on the altar, so they just have a bunch of mana and a bunch of spells.
And they can just stall the game as much as they need to, right? With all these Weather the Storms, these chump blockers. So eventually, if they do draw that altar, be able to just win on the spot. Gruul Monsters on the other end. Remember, they are going to go into that last chapter of the initiative. And then I get to talk about it, which is one of my favorite things to do ever, because I love Dungeons and Dragons. Chat, let me know. Do you play Dungeons and Dragons? If so, what character and what class? I like to play Paladins. That's like my favorite. I like to be the good guy. 3 storm counts going off. I feel like that's always now we can kind of bluff it. We can be like, hold on, what's the storm count? Oh yeah, don't worry about it, carry on. Pass the turn back. Right, we are going into the Throne of the Dead 3. We're going to reveal the top 10 cards of our library. We're going to put a creature card from among them onto the battlefield with 3 +1/+1 counters. It gains hexproof until the end of turn, and then we get to shuffle. We're going to go with...
You're choosing between another initiative card and Oliphant.
What do you like?
I think Oliphant could be better here because it gives trample to another creature when it attacks. But to be honest, the opponent does really have a lot of creatures thanks to the Golem Foundry, and you don't really have many big creatures. Maybe both the initiative and the Oliphant aren't enough, maybe you just prefer to speed up the initiative by bringing in another initiative. Not really sure. I mean, it is very difficult now for Ghoul Monster to come back in the game because the game went way longer than, maybe...
It's crazy that you say that. They just put a 10-powered creature with trample on the board that gives someone else +2 in trample, and you're like, yeah, it's still going to be really hard for them to get back into it. I kind of like what you're saying, though. Getting back into initiative, going through again, doing another 5 damage, trying to potentially get back down to this chapter. Maybe that's how we're going to win this fair game, by trying to do some really unfair things ourselves. What's chat saying? What are we doing? A giant barbarian? That sounds absolutely disgusting. Dragonborn. Oh, sure. Bards. Okay, let's go. Love a bard. Actually, once played a bard that talked himself out of undermounting getting eaten by a blue dragon, but I'll save that for another time. What we got going? Passing the turn back, I think. No attacks, surely. Well, yeah, I guess you're scared of the double golem being made, right? They potentially can have 9 power, 10 toughness on the other side, so no favorable attacks. And at some point, just doing their game plan of what they want to do, they're going to be able to drain out this monster stack or get enough golems to start turning things sideways, just throwing them into these bigger creatures, but it doesn't matter because they'll be able to get so much damage across. Whether the storm really changed this game. Yeah,
that's true. I guess if they don't find any Nixmore Hydra, they can't really turn their creatures. I mean, Nixmore Hydra, maybe they brought that out of the card because it's kind of slow and it forces you to tap your mana during your turn. But in this case, probably Nixmore Hydra is what you really need, because it is a great way to make your creatures even bigger and to trample over your opponent golems.
We're going to end the turn, make the 2 golems. Or no, during combat we're going to make the 2 golems, which are going to do 2 points of damage, and we're going to gain 2. We're going to try and double block this Avenging Hunter. Remember, it is a 7/6 with trample. Looks like we've got something in response. Cast into fire.
Okay.
That's going to try and exile the terror. And we're going to sacrifice it in response. Go 2 cards deeper. Sure, makes sense. But remember, this was during blocks, so one of the 3/3s is blocked. The hunter is going to do a point of damage and then free from the other Eldrazi. That's 4 points of damage dealt. But one of our creatures dealt with and a card from hand. More importantly, a second cast into fire. How many are they actually playing in that sideboard? 3. So only 1 to go around in this open deck list. So this is open information for our Tron player.
They also have a Relic of Progenitus, which is really sweet against Altar Tron. You know, the combo is bringing back from your graveyard creatures, artifacts, I mean, the Mirror Retriever. So Relic of Progenitus alongside Cast into Fire, those are the cards you want to bring in and you want to play in the late game against Altatron.
The one thing they're kind of missing is this card of action. Scoop. Oh, because the altar came down. They ripped the altar off the top. And they just showed it. Yeah, I've got the altar. I'm going to combo off. That means they're going to be taking us to a game number 3, which, of course, everybody knows. Will likes game 3s of high-level Magic, especially in top 8s, when there's so much on the line. We'll remind you of what's in the sideboard, because I still haven't had an update on those back tables. I think they're all still playing in game number 2. Let's start on the Gruul side, because they are now going to be on the play. 3 cast into the fire. 1 life goes on, 3 ram through, 4 weather the storm, 2 relic progenitus, 2 red elemental blast. Anything change now that they're going to be on the play?
No, I think you want to cast into fire and relic of progenitus, nothing else.
The Terrors deck, they are now going to go to a game 3 of just been updated. What about over on the Tron side? Anything change now that they are going to be on the draw? 4 weather the storms, 4 pyroblast. 1 breath weapon, 1, what the heck is this card? Hold on. A shatter shot, That's last rites, 2 of those, 2 abrades, and a Fangorn's Marauder.
Fangor Marauder, yeah.
Whenever an artifact is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you gain 5 for life for 5 for 6. Seems pretty good in a deck that you're trying to go infinite with. So is that a way for them to gain infinite life?
Yeah, you can also you get infinite lives with both the Fangor Marauder and the Weather Storm. You know, infinite Mirror Retriever means infinite storm count.
Sick. All right. So I don't see too much changing from what they did, but who knows? They might have, pit in 5 cards, take the same 5 cards out to try and get that little bit of point advantage, play the mind games with the opponent. As I did say, the Terror's mirror that we've got going on in today's top 8, they are going to a game 3, and we actually move them across to the other feature match. So if this was to end really quickly, we'd be able to switch across to that and potentially catch that game 3 as well. So we want to bring you as much Magic action on this channel as possible, ladies and gentlemen. And if you enjoy that, I need you to do me a favor. See down the bottom, I think it's right-hand corner as you look at Twitch. There's a little follow button there. Click that follow button. Be aware every time that this channel goes live, because we do so much Magic on here. We do Legacy, we've got Modern, we're going to do Vintage, and of course Pauper. If you're a fan of this format, this is the channel for you. It broadcasts the biggest Pauper event in history. Maybe you want to come play in it though. You know what I mean? You've played your fair share of Paupergeddons, winning them, getting to the finals.
Yeah.
How many do you reckon you've played?
I think I played 5 to 6 Paupergeddons. I played a bunch of them. Never kept the count. I mean, I think I kept the count of the Paupergeddon I got into top 8, but not the one I played. I started playing, I think, before 2020, so that's a lot of Paupergeddons. Even when the event was just one day, not 2.
Ask me how many I've played.
I think the deck I played mostly was Flickertron, and the deck I got in the top 8 mostly is Flickertron.
Ask me how many I've played. How many Paupergeddons do you reckon I've played in?
I think at least 8 Paupergeddon.
I've never played a Paupergeddon.
I've
only ever been in the booth for them, unfortunately. I wish I could. Someone needs to champion this Poison Storm deck and start getting in top 8s and start getting it played more. I don't know how good it would done in this top 8, mind you, but everybody out there, I've got you. But we're going to get Poison Storm back in the meta. Just wait. Players having a little look. I think we're going to just get the live total sorted, because it is one game apiece. If you're just jumping in right now, we are starting the top 8. We've already got one deck locked in. That was that mono red synthesizer deck that looked extremely dangerous on the play. That was our 2nd seed. So unless they play against one of the Terrace deck that was our 1st seed, then they're going to be on the play all the way through. This deck, we've got 2 red-green monster decks in the top 8 as well. Remember, only 3 of them were able to make it to day number 2 out of 147 players out of 1,100 that started on day 1. So getting 2 of them into our top 8, that is a 66.6 recurring conversion rate, which is absolutely amazing for this deck. Kind of fell off favor, was one of the more played decks last year at Paupergeddon. This year, not picking up the right numbers of people playing it, but picking up really good conversion rate to get them into the top 8, and that's exactly the number that you want to know. That's the one that everyone's going to remember. We've come back to our beautiful faces. Not sure why, but whatever. I think they're changing something down there. Maybe they're sorting a camera out or getting something happening on the table. It's fine. Is the Terror's deck still playing? No, that's finished. We've got Can we find out who... Oh, I've got another update for you. Ooh, the other red-green monsters deck versus Corgate. Corgate took it down. 2-0.
Took it down? Wow.
Took it down. We got a Corgate in the top 4 today, ladies and gentlemen. Can we find out which one of the Terror's deck was able to take that down? So I can tell everybody at home, because people are going to be asking. Yeah, let's get those cores in the chat. Let's go. Come on, keep core. It reminds me of Hook. You seen the film Hook?
No,
with
never
Robin Williams, Peter Pan.
No, I never heard.
They crow in it, basically. Like all the Lost Boys, they have like a crow calling that they do. I'm not going to do it on camera, but that's what I imagine that everybody's doing right now with the core deck getting into the top 4. Yeah, it would have been the red-green monsters deck that did lose. I'll tell you what, chat. I'll do my finest to try and get that core deck in to be the main feature match of the top 4. All right, but only if you're good. Only if you keep this hype up chat that I'm seeing in the chat right now. If you keep that up, I'll make sure that core deck is the main feature match of our top 4. But of course, we've got a lot more Magic to play first between these 2 decks. Is it going to be Ultratron, or is it going to be the red-green monsters deck sticking it out? We now know there is a Terror's deck in our top 4. There is the core deck in the top 4. There is a Terror's deck in the top 4. Is it going to be Ultratron? Is it going to be Red Green Monsters joining them? Let me know who you want to win. Get the ones in chat for Red Green Monster, twos for the Ultratron. Who do you want to see in the top 4 battling it out to try and call themselves the Paupergeddon 2025 champion, taking down the biggest Pauper event in history? That's right, ladies and gentlemen, history. We've got some ones, we've got some twos. I don't know. Oh, actually, I've got. Someone's just posted a bracket of how this is going to work. Let me have a look. So it will be the winner of this is going to play against the Terrors deck. So it means we've got the mono red deck is going to be going up against the Cores deck in the top 8, top 4. Sorry. I'm seeing more 2s than I am 1s. So a lot of people want to see this Tron deck advance through. I think it's time for me to get my emoji out. Where's my emoji from when I used to stream? Hold on a minute, chat. There it is. Let me give you some of that, chat. Let me give you some of that. Get him riled up, Will. Opening hands drawn. We're going to start off with a Utopia Sprawl, kind of get that advanced mana that we need to power out our 3 and 4 drops in the next couple of turns. Just a Tron land on the other side. Do you know which one that one is?
Was the power plant?
That's the plant, that's right. Here's our 3 drop. We're going to get a treasure token to go along with it, so it's going to help ramp us out. So next turn we'll have access to 5 mana at least. And now we've got a 3/3 body on the battlefield that can start turn sideways. It's got vigilance. Start getting in there, going to the face, turning that clock down, not letting Ultratron set up as they play the second Tron piece. There's the mine. It could Wellspring's the card going to be the play for the turn. That's going to go a card deeper, pass the turn back. What's the next play going to be? Access to 4 mana, 5 if we have a land drop. Having a think, this is where the options start. What do I want to play? How more do I want to advance? This would be a great turn for an Avenging Hunter, getting something big on the board and getting the initiative going.
Yeah, I think so. You know, initiative is the strongest card in basically every matchup. I mean, especially when your opponent doesn't really have a way to steal it. So if they're able to land an initiative on turn 3, that will means, 2 less turn to kill your opponent. And you can't really give time to your opponent to set up their combo or they hate card. I mean, Weather Storm, Fangre Marauder are ways to prevent you from killing them. So unless,
Well, Rising Crystal is going to come down for the turn. So that is, again, a good beat stick that we know can close the game out, especially in multiples extremely quickly. I think we're going to get in there for 3 points of damage, drop them down to 17, then we'll pass on the turn back. What do you reckon the odds are that we have turn 3 Tron?
Yeah, that would be. I think these are very likely for them to have a Tron.
Turn 3 Natty Tron. Let's see. Is there going to be a tower coming down?
If not a tower.
Boom. Turn 3 Natty Tron when you need it. Game 3 of the top 8. Then we're going to start going through. So, of course, for people that don't know how these Urza lands work, what if you have all 3 on the board at the same time? You can now generate 7 mana. 3 from the Urza's Tower, 2 from the power plant, 2 from the mine. So this is where we're going to start turning and burning through our deck, i.e. adding up the storm count. But there's no storm dice out right now, so I think we're in the clear. Unban Sinkhole is hashtag unban Sinkhole, chat. Get that in chat. Let's go. No combo pieces just yet. It's very much set up turns, getting our cyclers through, cantripping, but with our artifacts. It is going to be Weather the Storm. So storm count was what, 3 that turn? 1, 2, 3?
Yeah. No, I think just 6 life.
We'll take that. You know what I mean? Why not? Because I'm going to have something big to do with my mana next turn. Untap on the other side. Now, is this one of those matchups that these green monsters deck would have been better if it was a Ponza deck?
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, Ultratron is a very, compared to you, slow deck. They can combo off starting from turn 4 or turn 5, but only if they have the Ultratron without any... if they already have the Ultratron. If they don't have it, they need to find first the Ultralands and then also the combo pieces, and that could take some time. If they have everything they need, they can cast by turn 3 their Golem Foundry, then turn 4 they have Ashnod's Altar and Double Mirror Tuber, then can kill you. But that doesn't really happen so often.
Well, we've just added what do we have? 3. So we added the Eldrazi, which made another spawn. Then we then sacrificed that spawn and had all the other spawns to play a generous Ent. But of course, every spawn we sacrifice adds another counter to our Rising Chrysalis. So that was an attack for 8 that turn, which means next turn we've got an attack for 5, 10, 13, 16 next turn.
Yeah, seems like so.
That's pretty scary.
Yeah, especially if they draw an Explore Hydra, because they can push even more the damage thanks to the bestow ability of the Hydra.
Well, we're digging deep as we can. A couple cards added. We've got 5 mana left plus land drop if needs be. I don't think there's any more mana floating. What's some of the other cool things here? There's a one-off generous Ent, that's what we're seeing here. There are 4 Nyx-born Hydras in this list, as you said. Another Chrysalis would be pretty good. The Banner Hide could be good as well. Maybe we've got enough mana to get that out.
I think they boarded out the Burner Hide Crusher. I mean, they kept all the 3 mana creatures. They kept even the Virgin Chrysalis. Well, Virgin Chrysalis is so good, you probably do not want to board out even in this kind of matchup. But anyway, they needed room to bring in Casting the Fire, Relic of Progenitus, so the easiest cut is Banner Hide Crucial, because usually Crucial is good as a way to deal with their opponent blockers or burn spells. In this case, they don't really want to burn your creature. They don't have that many big threats to jump block your creature. So you just want trample stuff, you want to maybe direct damage. Well, they don't have direct damage beside the initiative, but they wanted to ways to play around the Mirror Trigger, jump blocking your Genocide, because, you know, even if they don't have Ashnod Altar, but if they have 2 copies of Mirror Trigger, they can play both of those Retrievers, double block their chunky creatures if they don't have trample, and then just bring back the Mirror Traverse, spot Mirror Traverse when they die. So it's just 4 mana for 2 creatures every turn.
Well, let's see how that pans out. We did do the Golem Foundry into Amir Kins Smith. That's the card you see there on the left-hand side. 4-drop for a free one. When it enters, you might search your library for a Amir card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. I don't think that's going to make us pump the brakes here. We're still turning everything sideways first. We're going to chumping a Trampler with a free one, but I guess it's just getting it off the board. Yeah, I think maybe you want to get rid of the Eldrazi here, but then it makes another spawn, I guess, which then would pump up the Chrysalis next turn.
Yeah, that's probably better to block the Jewel Thief. Yeah.
Is the life totals correct? We can't be at 21 after taking that big hit last turn of 8, right?
Because
we went at 29.
They cracked the Candy Trail and also get back 6 life to the Weather Storm, so they get up to 29.
29, taking 8, and was that the first? No, because they also took 3 a couple of turns before. I don't know if the life total is correct.
No, maybe they took another 3 damage.
Let me ask if the life totals are correct. Because the way that they blocked there, that might... Well, they're not scooping out, so I don't think it's lethal, but it's a bit of damage. That's 1, 2, that's 5, 10, 13, 14, 15 damage, which drops them down to, let's see what it's going to be, 6 by the time everything's said and done. Creature on the board, and we still haven't even played a spell this turn yet. How much mana do we need next turn over on the Tron side to play all 3 of the missing combo pieces that we need to win this game?
To be honest, you just need 5 mana, or rather, they have a Mirror Trigger in hand. Okay. So I think they just need 7 mana, because you cast Ashnod Altar, you cast Mirror Trigger, that's 5 mana. You sacrifice the Retriever, you bring back Mir Kinsmith, then you tap another 2 mana and use the mana you flooded with Ashnod Altar to cast the Mir Kinsmith. You fetch another copy of Mirror Trigger in your deck, you sacrifice the Mir Kinsmith, cast Mirror Trigger, and then
that's the
you
combo.
Go infinite.
So just 7 mana, which we have abundance of because we now currently have Tron. What does the red green monster deck that can have that could basically alter that that loop? Like, what interaction do we have? What would we need in hand if they were to go for the next turn, or are we just straight up going to die to it if that sequence was to happen?
Probably you just need 1 single card. I mean, unless Altar bring it in a Braid, or they have another copy of Ashnod Altar or Golden Foundry. I think technically they can't really play around their opponent answer.
So basically, you got to go for it. Hope for the best. Hope there's no cast into fires or anything like that over on the other side for this red-green monsters deck. We're going to find out. They're in the tank. Right, what they want to do. Do they want to pass a turn? Do they want to add to the board?
I think they're thinking about casting to the fire on the Golden Foundry. You know, a card.
If they do that, what happens then?
What happens then is if the Altar Tron deck has a Pactal Terror deck, playing casting to the fire to the Golden Foundry, you just basically let your opponent coming off if they have the Ashnod's Altar in their hand. But
that means they'd have to have 4 cards in their hand, all 4 combo pieces in their hand, and we have the exact amount of mana to be able to do it. So the odds of that is obviously not likely. Hold that, someone clip that when they go off in a second. But, you know, is it better to do it now, or is it better to do it when they go for the combo of this cast and fire? Because it is an instant speed.
Yeah, there's an instant speed, but, you know, if you prefer to target the Golden Foundry, it is better to do it right now. Or maybe, you can also cast into the fire during your opponent turn, because the Golden Foundry needs to have 3 counters on it to create a token. So with the trigger on the stack, the third trigger on the stack, you can exile the Golden Foundry, preventing them to create a token to champ block their 5/7 creature. So you are more or less forcing your opponent to play incorrectly because they don't have the info about you having cast into the fire, or rather you are letting your opponent do probably the worst play, hoping they don't have a Weather the Storm. But if you cast into the fire during your opponent's turn, you are then giving
helping
1 storm count extra to Weather the Storm. So in both scenarios, you are kind of losing if your opponent has better draws than you.
Getting up there. I don't know if maybe there's a judge call. Maybe someone stepped away to ask the judge a question. Obviously, we're waiting a little bit here right now. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, maybe about the total life amount.
Yeah, maybe they were keeping track of it in paper, but it just wasn't done digitally, which is completely fine. And maybe the judge is just double checking that and making sure it's all good. It looks like we're tapping mana, so relic and popping the relic straight away. Ooh. Is that good?
To be honest, I think yes, because they have an initiator insight in the graveyard, and they also have the Mirror Kinsmith. I mean, you stop them from coming off with the Mirror Retriever thanks to Relic of Progenitus, but since they have the Mirror Kinsmith in the graveyard, they can bring back the Kinsmith, and Kinsmith can find another copy of Mirror Retriever in your deck. So you prevent them from having too many blockers by exiling the Mirror Kinsmith, because even if they don't have the Ashnod Altar, if they have the Mirror Retriever, they can eventually sacrifice it with an initiator inside, bring back Mirror Kinsmith, and then find another Mirror Retriever and play also the Mirror Retriever just to have enough blockers to survive the turn.
Well, here's a Terror. Terror's going to come down. It's going to generate another token, of course, gain us a life, lose a life for our opponent. 6 mana left open. Ideally try and find another artifact here to get that 3rd counter on the Golem Factory, so at least we can get a free foundry, sorry. Two cards in hand for our red-green monster deck and not deploying any more to the board. What sort of signs can that give us?
There's another Mirror Kinsmith.
3rd counter on here. That means we can go and find a mirror from our deck, put it into our hand. 2 mana's left floating.
And with those 2 mana, you can cast Mirror Retriever. Okay, now what is going to happen if Gruul doesn't find anything relevant, like an Expo Hydra, is Altar Tron blocking the 2 biggest creatures with Mirror Retriever and Mirror Kinsmith. Both creatures dies, and then with the Mirror Retriever...
Oh, Weather Storm.
Oh, wow, that's even better.
So that was 1 spell, 2 spell, 3 spells. That puts us back up to 17. Jeez. And then we're going to make a golem, drain you for a life, gain for life. So we've done everything. Basically, shields are down. I'm 18 life. I've got a board. What's the worst that you can do? And that's a pretty good turn. But it looks like... End of... Oh, are we cracking the blood token? The blood token just went...
No, there's no blood token.
What was that token? What was that?
Treasure token? because general sense when it enters the battlefield, it creates a food second.
Gain a little bit of life. Not that it matters. The Tron deck wins by infinite damage. So how much would we do? We've got 1, 2, 3. Access to 5 mana right now. Let's have a look. Let's go back to the deck list. Let's have a little look. 5 mana. We can get another Wibbling Chrysalis. A Hydra would put 3 counters on something. No, that doesn't seem good. Let's have a look what's going on. Ram through, probably not for this game. Cast and Defy just seems to be the best card every time that you'd want in your hand. Right, we're in the tank again. Couple of cards in hand. Now my opponent went from nothing on the board to having a 3-4, a 3-3, and a 3-1. And they also went back up to 18 life again, making us have another headache. That was the second whether the Storm cast this game. Nothing on our side's got trample, so everything can just be chump blocked. What's going through their head right now? What is the Rogue Monster player thinking?
But to be honest, I don't really know what they may have in hand. I mean, they cracked the relic in the previous turn. They have 2 cards in hand, so the cards they draw this turn, and another card they haven't played yet. So maybe they may have another copy of relic that they, for no reason I don't know. Maybe they want to play around a braid. They haven't played yet. So if it attack with everything, maybe not the Illustrator Composer, they can. Well, I guess, to be honest, Altar Tron can take all the damage this turn. I mean, yeah, they are not playing around any. They don't have any trample creatures, so they can just take the damage for now.
We're going to go to combat. We're going to turn everything sideways. We've got a 5/7 Generous Ent. We've got the Rising Chrysalis, which is a 5/6, and the Eldrazi, which is a 3/3. So by the time damage happens, a bunch of creatures are going to die. Those 2 the Golem and Thingy should also be going to the bin here. That Chrysalis does do 4 damage, which would be enough to get them both off the board. Spawn gets generated because an Eldrazi died. Do we get 2?
No, just 1 because...
Is it just when it dies, not a...
Yep. Yeah, it's a common card after all.
Would still take it. Have some mana floating. Going to play an Arbor.
And a Chopper Spore.
These are not the cards you want to be drawing this late game. These are early game cards. And sometimes this happens with these decks, right? Like, we want to have that early ramp accelerant in the early turns, and we want our big threats in the late turns. And if you draw them the wrong way around, you're not normally winning those games. So, sometimes you've got to tap the top of your deck and hope for the best. On the other side, we're going to start drawing some cards. Ica Willspring. Put a counter on the Golem Foundry. You're going to lose life. I'm going to gain life. I'm going to draw a card. We're going to sacrifice it, go 3 cards deeper. Of course, filtering one of those colorless mana into black to be able to cast it. We're going to use 2 mana from this tower, leave 1 floating. Go again, another Foundry trigger, another 1 life drain. What's the term for losing a life and gaining a life? Draining for 1?
Yeah, I think.
Is there a card that does it? That people sometimes say bolt the face when it's 3 damage.
There is life drain. Very old card.
So let's say life drain. Life drain for 1.
They drain life.
Oof. How about a second terror coming down? So now every artifact is going to be 2 life. Being able to chip away here, not going for the combo, but just going for this value plan. Every artifact's going to do a mini lightning helix for 2 to the face, 2 to we're going to gain 2. Another count on the Foundry. Of course, that can make a Golem at any time it wants as well. A nice 3/3 to come up the board. Which another Weather the Storm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's what, quick math, 18?
Yeah. I think the Altar Tron deck is doing, getting a lot of life.
I feel like now I kind of want to play Playing Ponza. I feel like when I go home, I'll be taking some of these creatures out, and I'll be putting some of these land destruction cards back into the deck, especially if this is going to have an uptick. We're going to make that golem. We're going to drain in game for 2, and then we're going to get in there. Now we're starting to turn things sideways. Red Green Monsters down to 9 life, Ultratron up to 39. I feel like I can smell the writing on the wall here.
Now Ultratron has more creatures on the battlefield than Gruul Monster. Tron is the monster deck.
Yeah,
right now.
Tron, well, I could have told you before we started that Tron was the real monster deck here, ladies and gentlemen. But and we're kind of seeing why. But it's really picked up a performance. Both players playing extremely well. It's just this Tron deck is now getting to that late game to kind of showing what the power of it can do. Yes, it's a combo deck, but it also has this element to it, which makes it even more scary. These are the sort of decks I actually enjoy playing. Is the decks that have a fair beatdown plan, but have that combo element that can really worry people if needs be. But this is a good one. We're going to the Hydra coming in. Hydra's going to have 9 counters on it, 9 mana. So that'd be 4, 8, 10. Yes, 8 counters. 4, 8, 11, 9. Yeah, 9 counters put on this generous end, and of course trample, which is key. If we're going to end the game, this is going to be a good one to do it, but the shields are down. We're pretty much tapped out. We've just got 1 Eldrazi spawn left. We've got 9 power on the board, and every single artifact is a draining gain for 1. And I think we can smell the writing on the wall. Again, block, take 6, go down to 3. 3 artifacts. 2 artifacts, in fact, and it's just game.
There's a Golden Foundry. They have an Ichor Wasp. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Mardu.
That's not an artifact, though, right? That's a creature.
Well, it can...
That's an artifact. Draw a
card.
card.
Kind of a win more.
Drain you for 2. This is the second artifact. That is going to be drain 2. That's going to be the handshake. We're going to see Ultratron in our top 4 today. Congratulations to them. Commiserations to our Red Green Monsters. None of them were able to get into today's top 4, but extremely well played. So hats off to them. Whew, now they can have a little breather because we are now going to start entering that top 4, which means we need to get the players turned around. We need to get the casters turned around. Have you got any last things to say to the beautiful people out there?
Well, I think that this event very, very well, and that's a lot of, that's great. I mean, I don't even have words to say how this event really went well for me, and until now we have shown you very cool matches, very cool decks, and I think I'm really satisfied on how the event went until now.
Yeah.
So.
It's been an absolute pleasure, my friend. Sitting in the booth with you, casting it all the way through. You've literally been picking me up on all the things I've been saying. Wrong, no, this is how it works. You've been stellar all the way through. So chat, show some love in there, and of course, remember to let me know which deck you want to see be our main feature match in that top 4. If you want that core deck, I need to see those cores going up in chat. So this is going to be the end of our first top 8 round. We'll be back for round number 4 shortly. So don't go anywhere. See you.
everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. I'm Emma Partlow. I'm here with the wonderful Hyden 01, and we are here to bring you the semi-finals of Paupergeddon Summer 2025. It has been an incredible weekend. We've had roughly 1,100 people playing this weekend. We are now down to 4. These semi-finals will break down to Tron versus Mono Blue Terror. And then our feature match, we're going to be starting off with Core Gates because Will asked very nicely in the chat, and the chat want to see Core Gates. And it'll be Core Gates versus Mono Red Rally with also Experimental Synthesizer.
Yeah.
How happy are you as a Core Gates player to see Core Gates in the top 4 of 2025 Paupergeddon?
A lot. This is a surprise. Core Gates is a lovely deck. It has a lot of good plan. You can just pump your cats and attack it just to gain a lot of life, life link things. You are a chill deck. You have only to play your lands, pump your creature, counter your card. It's an incredible deck.
Yeah. So the top 4 players are just currently getting briefed by the judges. We'll be down in a few minutes, but we're just going to talk about the weekend. We're just going to talk about this top 8. We're both on the Pauper format panel. We watched this format very carefully with Gavin Verhey and the others. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty stoked with how things have played out this weekend. Things seem pretty healthy. Like, I'm really surprised that John Wildfire deck didn't make the top 8, despite that 15% metagame share on day 1.
Yes, the John Wildfire was probably the most favorite deck, and 50% of the meta share means that at least one player has to make top 8, but no, there is no one single copy in the top 8. Mono Terror probably is not surprising to see. Monster, yes.
2 of them as well.
2 monster, incredible. Tron, it can be good. Mono red, at least one mono red is always on top.
Like a really quick mono red deck as well, because it's playing Rally the Hornberg as well, so it's just wanting to attack the life totals very, very quickly.
Yeah, and then we have Mardu Synthesizer.
Gavin Verhey was very happy to see Mardu Synthesizer top 8. For context, he played it in one of the Pauper side events today because he saw the list earlier. I was like, I want to jam this deck, and he jammed this deck. He did. He's actually still in the event right now. Depending how he does, he might be in the finals commentating later as well.
Yes. So Mardu Synthesizer and Core Gates. Core Gates, the most surprising, incredible. I'm very happy about that. I'm very happy.
In a sea of like Riving Chrysalis and the Jund Wildfire deck, and it's just amazing just to see these Squadron Hawks just pulling their weight, and it's just a testament. I think if there's one thing we can take from this weekend, it's that if you come to an event like Paupergeddon, which has like 1,000, 1,100 players, you can play your favorite deck, a deck that you played for a long time, and you can do well. Yeah. I don't think, so it feels very similar to like Modern in like 2015, 2016, where you could just kind of play the same deck. You could be like the Demir Mill guy wanting to cast the crabs and just like become the mill person and have a really deep run at a Grand Prix. I think Paupergeddon leans into that as well, and honestly, it's just great to see. Like, the Core Gate story is especially exciting because we've had John Wildfire, we've had Riving Chrysalis. It's not well favored in the current metagame, but somehow it's just pulled it through. And it played against Gruul Monsters in the top 8 and somehow beat it as well. It's incredible.
This player is probably the god of Core Gates. So, yeah, for sure. I hope to see a very good match in the last, in the next coverage. So, I hope to see a good magic moment. Yeah. Core Gates.
One of your favorite decks.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can get this up on the graphics. Can we get the day 2 conversion up quickly, if possible? Thank you, producer.
I think that Core Gates is the most polite deck.
Polite in what way? So this is a day 2 conversion for Paupergeddon. There's a lot going on here. So John Wildfire had a lot of decks. You know, Moderate Synthesizer had 24%. Azorius Familius had 40%, which is incredible. What do you like here? Like, I know we talked about just about the top 8, but is there anything else that surprised you? Like, I'm honestly surprised Mono Blue Fairies didn't make it. I was expecting at least like one copy, just because I'm a big fan of Skura and he's such an awesome Fairies player.
To me, the most surprising thing in that I don't see Colgates in this graphic, but Colgates is in top 8.
Yes.
Yes.
It's in the other bracket.
I have to say that.
I'll be honest, I can't remember the Colgates metagame share for day 1, but there was more
Very
than
low.
it was very low, but there was more than I thought.
Very, very low.
Yeah.
But
Also another thing, there's no high tide in top 8.
0 high tide.
A card that we extended the unban on, and we're going to make a decision in August on whether high tide should stick around.
Yeah. 0 high tide, it means that probably the meta is completely set up to beat that kind of deck.
Yeah. Cool. So the players are ready to start. We're going to go down right now and watch the semi-finals of the Paupergeddon Summer 2025. We are starting off with Colgates versus Mono Red Rally with Synthesizer. So if we could go down now, we can watch some magic. So let's get going.
Zero. Colgate was...
So there was 5 copies of Colgate in the whole of Paupergeddon in 1100, and one of them's in the top 4. That is an incredible story. We're just waiting for the judges to communicate to the players that they can start playing.
Yeah.
And we'll get to see some quality Pauper magic, hopefully.
Absolutely.
So, you're the Colgates player. You're Pietro in this situation. What are you hoping for in this matchup against a very aggressive-leaning mono-red deck?
So you hope to see all your secret cats and also the synergy between the prismatic strand and the basilisk gate. If you open an end with these with those 3 cards, probably you are winning. But the opponent...
This is scary. Burning Tree Emissary into Burning Tree Emissary is not what you want as the Colgate player here.
No. But there is not the rally, the creature...
The rally, the Hornberg, the one that makes 2, I believe 2 1/1 human tokens with haste.
So we still have time.
Yeah.
At least.
That's the thing with Colgates. It plays a lot of tap lands because gates historically in Magic have always been tap lands.
That is the weakest point of this kind of deck. But there is the first card.
We have the Sacred Cat. It's a 1/1 with lifelink. The lifelink being super important here.
Yes.
Just because we wanna. Pietro wants to ensure, life's a resource. Red's very aggressive, and the best way to negate the aggression is to gain lots and lots of life.
Yeah.
Embalm's also really nice here as well because you can just recast it from the graveyard, and you have another instance of lifelink. So here's the Rally the Hornberg that we talked about earlier. I think we're going to just turn everything sideways because that's what Mono is quite good at doing. And this Sacred Cat's going to be on blocking duty, and we're going to be taking a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
Gaining one of those and removing one of these Human Soldier tokens. This is a pretty good start from the Mono Red Rally deck.
Yep. So now he has to choose. Okay, this is another incredible card because it's another lifelink creature that when dies you will be able to draw a card.
The problem is with
Dispel.
This Dispel came pretty nice here. So we played an Outlaw Medic. It's a 1/3 with lifelink.
Yeah.
Francesca tried to Lightning Bolt it, but this Dispel in the main board was a really clutch here too.
Yeah. This is another choo-choo.
It's another Goblin 2 ready, and Ginger Brute as well, giving it haste.
Wow. This is a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure, a lot of damage. Pietro's on 13. Just thinking about how you want to attack, and honestly, just go sideways.
So now the Ginger Brute is unblockable. So only
it's pseudo unblockable. It's not fully unblockable. In this matchup, it's very much unblockable, right?
Yeah. So only 4 damage for the moment. So if you are able to untap from this situation with a Prismatic Strand in hand, and you are able to dig into a Basilisk Gate, probably you can change this game completely. So cycle Lorient in order to find the 4th land, and probably Pietro will stay open to fight in this turn and simply try to gain wildlife, blocking, and then cast a prismatic strand if there is.
The Colgate runs 3 copies in the main board, so
Yeah.
that's the kind of card that you really want in this situation when you're left to
deep analysis. I can see a deep
yeah,
analysis.
there is one deep analysis as well.
Yeah, I love this player.
Yeah?
Yeah. So, mono red, untap, and start to think.
Pietro's on 9 life here. That is not a lot for the for a mono red player to deal with.
So now the thing is, if you want to respect the prismatic, you don't have to attack with the 2/1/1.
We're going to attack with everything. Ginger Brute having essentially unblockable here.
Yeah.
Just to guarantee that damage. And
And
here's one of
prismatic
those.
strand.
And here's one of the 3 copies of prismatic strands in Pietro's 60. And we're just going to lightning bolt that outlaw medic.
Okay.
Gaining life is not what we want here. So.
This is fair.
Yeah.
This is fair, but you have to draw 1 card because the medic die.
Yeah.
And also, you can flashback your cat from the graveyard, embalm.
Yeah.
Correctly. Embalm your cat from the graveyard, put another sacred cat on the board.
You can use it to use it for the prismatic strands as well.
Yes, so he's in the same situation of the last turn, but this time he can use the mana left to do something else that is very important. Because last time you had to stay open of 3 mana at the 4th turn, but this time you are able to simply play your spells because you have a free spell. And free spell are the key sometimes in some kind of situation like this.
So
and the second copy of Sacred Cards are very important.
Yes. Just trying to stem this aggression.
Yeah. In a meta game full of red Colgates, it's a good choice. And also, if you think deeply in this meta game, you have like a buy against terror decks.
Yeah, so...
And also fairies.
Yes.
So it's a lot.
Going in, tapping everything here. We're going to go in the red zone. Ginger Brute being unblockable once again here, just to guarantee that damage. And we're going to flashback that prismatic strands before damage, but in the block step. So you can still block here and just tap down the creature.
So okay. So only one life more because you took 1 damage from Ginger Brute.
The counter spell coming in clutch here, countering that Burning Tree Emissary.
This is correct. This is probably not the best target to counter, but in this spot... you
just can't let them add more to the battlefield, right?
You don't want other problems on the battlefield, so... And you have to use your mana properly. Counterspell is not a very good card to hold in hand in a situation in which you have too much pressure on board, so... This is fair. And now the Colgate player is missing only 2 Basilisk Gate. Because with Basilisk Gate, this game can be over in future.
Yeah. So have our first Squadron Hawk here.
Okay.
This could be on defense, let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's not going to do much else here.
This is an important card because now all the brainstorm in the deck are strong.
Yeah.
Before that, brainstorm is just a cantrip. Now you can play brainstorm to simply draw 3 cards, and 3 cards are a lot in a situation like that. If you're able to stabilize the board, probably you will win this game. So again, brainstorm. Now we need one untapped land. So put on top to. Okay, I think that he saw one card more, and the judge is checking if. Yeah.
If you saw the card.
Exactly.
There are a couple of judges just watching the matches as we're covering it right now. So
it was just
an
simple
accident.
an accident.
It
Yes.
happens. It's a top 8, right? It's pretty high stakes.
Yeah,
It's been a very hot weekend. They've been playing Magic all day as well, so these things just happen. But that's just why we have judges, and they're there to help.
This is an easy mistake to solve. So yeah, they stopped it in the same moment. Nothing happened. No problem at all, so they can continue the game. Now, with an untapped land,
there aren't many of those in core gates, let's be honest. That's a challenge here. Especially when you got 2 of your 4 islands already out there.
Yeah. But also, I think that they play also exactly a shuffle effect like this. So put 2 Squadron Oak on top, and then shuffle your deck, search the 5th land, stay open for a dispel or stuff like that. Also, he can play. He can grab the dual land, the Idyllic.
Idyllic, great. Not with the Lorien revealed. It's got island cycling. Idyllic ranges are planes.
I don't think that it's that kind. But
oh, sure.
Probably Moxfield. It's
that we might have
took
been
the wrong card. Yes.
It's the Dominaria dual land.
The
name escapes me right now. Idyllic beachfront. Thank you, chat.
Because you need at least one white mana more. So Synthesizer was a good draw.
Always is. It's rarely a bad draw in these style of decks. So we're going to make the Ginger Brute unblockable once again, and in typical moderator fashion, we're just going to keep turning everything sideways.
Yeah. And there is 1 damage more that will appear.
Yeah, threatening with this Valdaran Epicure as well.
Yeah. Also, Epicure in this spot is very strong because if you draw another land next turn, you can think about have the 3rd land in order to sacrifice the Synthesizer, or simply try to dig into your deck to find another Bolt effect or stuff like that. Okay, so the board
play the Epicure here. Yep, Pietro is going to take the 1, going down to 5, which is getting dangerous, let's be honest here.
Yes.
Ever so slowly.
But now we have the possibility to embalm the 2nd Sacred Cut, and if you are able to find, for example, another Prismatic Strand, but then you are still missing of the Basilisk Gate. Kogates seems to be completely another deck if you find the Basilisk Gate. Without that, you are just a mid-range with small creature.
We embalmed the cat here. We got another Outlaw Medic.
But the 2nd Medic... how many copies of Medic he's playing?
I believe we are playing 3. So we've seen the 2nd one here.
Okay. 3 copies? It's very set up for this kind of red meta. And also, he's very good against all the tempo decks, so probably it was a good choice.
It's a good metagame call here. I mean, it clearly worked because they're in the top 8, so top 4, sorry. We're going to make Ginger Brute unblockable again.
That's for sure, probably, because Ginger Brute it's out of Prismatic.
It is, yes. As would the Samurai token made from an experimental synthesizer as well.
So he's thinking to sacrifice.
Also, 5 land is dangerous because the mono red deck also runs 4 copies of Galvanic Blast as well.
Yeah.
And we do currently have Metalcraft online.
So he decided to cycle the 4th land over the sacrifice the synthesizer.
Gingerbrute is a 5-turn clock as well.
So also Gingerwood is an interesting choice.
Yeah.
So 1 damage for you.
Another Epicure.
Go
Pietro's going to do
down to 3.
Possibly, unless we have a counterspell here.
Because 3 is not a good number against mono red. And counterspell.
Yeah. You need to in this situation. Countering a Voldaren Epicure does not sound optimal, but when you're on full life,
Yeah.
you're getting very dangerous to like lightning bolt range.
And also, again, if the opponent will draw another land, he's able to simply cycle it. And this is not good when you are at 3, because you give to your opponent at least 2 draw in a turn to find a way to beat you. So the second brainstorm. But I think without search first the squadron knock. But this means probably that he's searching for something and he wants to stay open for a prismatic turn or something like that. Or you want to find that kind of card over the card advantage. So
Here
now,
we
Basilisk Gate.
About time. Better late than never.
And now he has to count.
Chat is going crazy for the Basilisk Gate.
Yeah.
Because they know what's happening or what's going to happen very soon. We're going to be counting some gates. We're going to be swinging in with this Embalm Sacred Cat. Going to gain a good chunk of life here.
Yeah.
Going back up to 8, gaining 4.
Wow. Wow.
That came at probably the last turn that could come in.
Yes. So now from this situation, if you have a counter spell back, probably the game is over. And try to think about drawing the second Basilisk Gate.
Because what's better than 1 Basilisk Gate? 2 Basilisk Gate. And Comster here is just essentially top decking, which is not what you want. Exiling this Bushwhacker's not great, considering Comster's been stuck on 3 lands for a good amount. Oh, and unless you draw it, that's also fine.
So this is just a 1-1
no
and
kick.
pass the turn.
Unfortunate sequence of events.
So even against a start with double Burning Tree and all the pressure that Mono Red was able to put on the board, Colgate is still alive and still is fighting.
Stubbornly still here in the top 4 of Paupergeddon.
Nice. You have to be a believer, and
You got to believe in the heart of the cards, or the heart of the Squadron Hawks in this case, or the heart of the gates.
you have to believe in in what you want. You have only to draw that kind of.
So we're swinging in again with this Sacred Cat, Embalmed Sacred Cat. That's a 1-1 with lifelink.
Yeah.
We've got 3 more gates. We've got 3 gates right now, so we're going back up to 12, I believe. And we're slowly, not clawing this back, but coring this back.
Yeah.
Slowly bringing this back. And it's coming out of the range for Mono Red, unless Mono Red can have a sequence of draws that's just Galvanic Blast into kicked Bushwhacker maybe. And there's the counter spell for the Reckless Impulse, and we're getting pretty close to tying this up.
Yes. Yes, because Mono Red is on top deck, and when your opponent is at 3 or 4, you have a chance. But when your opponent is at 12 and gain 4 life each turn,
drawing 3 of their counter spells as well throughout the game.
Yeah. So pay 1 mana.
Make the Gingerbrute unblockable.
Yeah.
Or not.
I think that Another line is to block with Ginger Brute, sacrifice it to gain 3 life, not make the opponent gain other life points, and then try to draw, for example, another Bushwalker, or at least try. But I don't even know if it can be enough.
Especially after that explosive start going in Burning Tree Emissary into Burning Tree Emissary, and it's just slowly starting to pull away at the seams here. And this Outlaw medic is really good on the defense. It's an incredibly good defensive card against basically aggressive in any like X1.
So probably in this situation, yes. The math is easy here because the opponent has no card in hand and no card draw on the board, so you can simply kill one creature, gain 1 life.
As long as Pietro doesn't draw any more gates and he gains 4 life a turn, Comster might be able to pull this back just by dealing more damage, but it's going to be a very long tug of war here. So Pietro's back down to 6.
Yeah.
Probably going to gain 10. Probably going to gain 4, going back up to 10 once attacking with this Sacred Cat token.
Probably the worst version that you don't want to face of Barn playing Kogates is the Pinger one. But when you face the version that play the most on the battlefield, you are a little bit up in the matchup.
Yeah.
Because you don't play a lot of removals.
Ooh,
so
here comes the Journey to Nowhere.
Yeah.
I'm going to hit this Samurai token. It being white is pretty important with the Prismatic Strands in the gate deck.
So again, attack with the Sacred Cat.
Becoming a 4/4. Yep. Going back up to 10.
So also Mono Red is at only 2 attack.
Yes.
Of time. So Mono Red on top, draw 1 card. And now, what Mono Red can draw to change this situation? If you draw, probably Bushwalker is the most powerful card in this moment, but it's not enough.
You need like a Galvanic Blast, a Lightning Bolt, just to deal with these life-linking creatures. Because I believe Pietro doesn't have another Sacred Cat in the graveyard. He's used the 2 already. And we have a Clockwork Percussionist
just
here.
a second, but the problem is, even if they play removal spells...
We are not downshifting Force of Will, chat. Just putting that out there. Carry on.
Again, just give me the power for 5 minutes. You don't need other things. So, in this case, in this scenario, if Mono Red drew Lightning Bolt, so a removal spell, in order to destroy the blocker, the problem is they have only 5 damage and the opponent gains 4 life every turn. So, it's not a plan.
Yeah, so Comster's still attacking here. Pietro's down to 7. Can gain that back through the gates. This Clockwork Percussionist is on defense, which is not where you want to be.
Yeah. I know that we all want to see the second copy of Basil's Gate, but...
I mean, he's trying. He's gone through his deck a fair bit. Brainstorming, shuffling away with his Lorien revealed. They're in there somewhere.
But now Mono Red can try to block, but the problem is if you start to sacrifice your own creature in order to simply
get another Journey to Nowhere. Oh my
and Journey
days.
Exile. The Clockwork works only when it dies.
Dies. Yeah, I believe it's a die trigger, but it is one of the newer cards.
Yeah. So in this case, it will not excite any cards. And next turn.
Yeah, so the clock repercussion is a die trigger, so you just lose that effect the second it's exiled. Mardu is unfortunately not in the semi-finals. That did lose in the quarters. The top 8 is, so we've got Mono Red and Core Gates right now, and the other semi-final is Mono Blue Terra versus Ultra Tron.
Yeah. So he had in the top 8 two true believers that were Mardu, Synthesizer, and Colgates. One died, but we have still one believer alive.
Yeah.
And we have it on camera. So, pay 3 mana. Here
We
is
have the
second
second gate.
copy of...
We're doing it, chat. We're doing it.
Yes. Yes.
Magic the Gathering as Richard Garfield intended. But we're not going to...
Yes,
Tried to
everything.
galvanic blast the Sacred Cat token, got dispelled, snapped quickly.
I think
I
that-
haven't seen it dispel that quickly in my life.
Yes, I think that it's... If you think about the last 3 or 4 turns of Mono Red, it was a nightmare.
Yeah.
So the Colgate player played very well in this spot
Very
because
patient as well.
Because you don't have to pump only one creature, but you have to pump both, because the opponent can simply block with Gingerbrute and sacrifice. And in that scenario, you give a chance to Mono Red to have good sequences of cards and try to steal the game.
Now Pietro's on 16 and against 2. It's just crazy how this game has just turned the tide just from that. And we'll go to game 2.
Yes.
Colgates is down 1, is up 1. So let's talk about sideboards quickly.
Yeah.
Let's start with the Colgates deck, which will be on the draw here. So that the sideboard for Colgates is 2 blue elemental blasts, 4 dust to dust, 4 red elemental blasts, 3 relic of progenitors, and 2 standard bearers. Is there anything you like from that sideboard that you would want to bring in on the draw against Mono Red?
So for sure, the 2 blue elemental blast, and probably not much more.
I don't think there's much
side,
else,
This side means you are very confident in that matchup, in the matchup against Red. And since that, you don't want to lose too many cards from your sideboard to fight against a matchup that is still good. So, yeah.
Just happy with that. So let's go to Mono Red Rally. So the sideboard on the play here, which is very important for Mono Red. So we've got 4 Ender Festivities, we've got a Flaring Pain, 4 Pyroblast, 2 Red Elemental Blast, 1 Relic of Progenitors, 2 Smash Smithereens, and a Ren's Resolve.
There is a lot of cards that are very strong. There is Flaring Pain for sure.
Yeah.
Because it fights Prismatic Strand.
Yep.
Also a few copies of Pyroblast. It depends what is your plan, your sideboard plan. Because the problem is, if you side in too many copies of Pyroblast, the only real threats in this matchup are white cards, not the blue one. But you have to play something in order to fight against the card draw of the opponent. So probably few copies of Pyroblast can be good, and also End of Festivities in order to fight the Squadron Oak, but also the Sacred Cats. Also Relic of Progenitors can be good in some situation.
Gets rid of the Sacred Cats, gets rid of the Embalm.
Yes, you can, for example, bolt a Sacred Cat in hand and then exile in your turn. Also, you are able to exile, for example, a Prismatic Strand after the first activation.
So just going back to the other semi-final quickly. So that is Mono Blue Terra versus Ultratron. Apparently they've gone to game 3. It's 1-1 right now.
Okay.
And if this game finishes quickly, we can hopefully get a little bit of the other game.
Yep.
But right now, backup table is 1-1. going into game 3. And as it's the top 8, deck lists are open as well, which also means you can check the deck lists at home.
Yeah. So they are studying the opponent deck list, and they are probably discussing about that. Something like...
Just hoping not to draw any more Basilisk gates, because that was the last possible opportunity Pietro could have drawn that gate. Yes. Incredible stuff. I think the idyllic range is an error.
Okay.
It's meant to be an idyllic beachfront. Because we talked about that earlier.
Okay.
This is
yeah. This is a mistake of our software.
Yeah, this is just like an input error on our end, so apologies for that.
But it's very interesting that kind of sideboard, because you have a lot of line against the majority of all other tires, but you are a little bit disrespect more red just because it's a free win. It's a free win with that main deck.
Yeah.
Even if mono red start with double Bardi tree, you are able to win through this game. So yeah, this is for the folks at home who are just joining. First off, thank you for joining. Secondly, this is the semi-final of Paupergeddon Summer 2025. We are in game 2. Core Gates is up a game versus Mono Red Rally. So yeah, this is the semi-finals. We're on game 2. Mono Red's going to be on the play here, which is pretty important given how aggressively leaning they are. And hopefully the Core Gates can just draw those Basilisk Gates at a perfect opportunity like they did in the last game and seal the deal. And we might have a Core Gates in the final. How cool would that be? A lot.
Bearing in mind there was only 5 copies of Core Gates all weekend.
5 copies.
5 out of 1,100, and one of them's in the top 4. That's pretty gas. Let's be honest. That's pretty great.
Incredible. It will be an interesting game too.
Is Core Gates just one of the best decks to ever see play in Paupergeddon history?
It's fun to play.
People just love the card brainstorm. I'm convinced it's just...
Yeah.
Just brainstorm.
Also, it will be interesting game too, even because Core Gates is sideboarding very few cards against Mono Red that can sideboard plenty of cards. So it changed a lot.
Yeah.
It changed a lot. So next time, 0 Hydroblast, because...
So yeah, we're just shuffling up here. We've sorted our sideboard, open deck list in the top 8, so people know, the players know what they're working against.
Yeah.
So we're just shuffling up. And
what do you think about the open deck list in top 8?
I like it. I think it keeps things clean. It means the folks at home can follow with what people are playing in the top 8. And it just makes it easier, I think, just in terms of like logistics. And also you're in the top 8. I feel like it's earned at this point.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of it. So the top 8 decks for Paupergeddon Summer 2025. So we had 2 Mono Blue Terror. We had 2 Gruul mid-range / monsters.
Yep.
Ultra Tron, Core Gates and Mono Red, which you're seeing now. And Mardu's Synthesizer as well, which was another surprise that I wasn't expecting to hit the top 8 of this event. Looked really sweet earlier today. We put it on coverage. Gavin Verhey saw it and was like, you know what, I want to play this deck right now. So he just went to one of the vendors and just got the deck and played it in the side event. I believe he's still playing it right now because he just loves Mardu's Synth.
Yes.
He played it at last Paupergeddon as well because refurbished familiars and everything else just seems like a great time.
And I remember that last year he lost the win and ding.
Yes, he did. It was very close.
So the deck performed
and Mardu,
very well.
And his version of Mardu Synth, he kind of brewed it himself at like the 11th hour because why wouldn't you do that? So he played like refurbished familiars, experimental synthesizers. He had the Skyfishers, and it's just really, really cool. Again, just saying up what we were talking about at the top of the round, top of the semi-finals. about how you can just play something that you like, enjoy playing, and you can do well. Example here being Core Gates, example being the Mono Red Synth deck, the Mardu Synth deck that that made the top 8 as well. So you can kind of play what you want and do well. You're not you're not like, you don't have to play, air quotes, the best decks all the time.
Yes.
It rewards you for having a bit of passion as well, which I think is great.
It also means that Pauper in this moment is an open format. You can brew, you can try to have to find the best plan in this meta game, and if you are a good player, you can simply try to take an advantage, try to have a little edge on all the other players, and that's the result.
Yep. So we're kicking things off here with a Goblin Tomb Raider and a Great Furnace, which is like the perfect one of the strongest turn 1 plays you want as this mono red deck.
The Goblin Guide of Pauper, but
Yes.
Goblin Guide is a rare card.
It
and
is
here
a
we
rare
have
card.
only a common card stronger than a rare card. Only in certain situation, yeah, for sure, but when it happened, look at that.
We're following up with an experiment, with a blanket on the card for a second. Reckless Impulse, sorry.
Reckless Impulse,
So we
yeah.
got an End of Festivities and we got a Mountain here. The End of Festivities is going to be pretty nice against the Sacred Cats
Yeah.
without a Basilisk Gate.
Yeah, but you have to play that card here, so it will be only 1 mana, 1
Yep.
damage. So removal here is strong.
And we
quite
already have the
strong.
Basilisk Gate
Yeah.
in play, so it's a good start here. We just need some lifelinking threats just to buffer that life total, because we're
Yeah.
playing against a red deck here that is just known to curve out and just attack the life total as quickly as possible.
So I was able to see 1 medic on the end of Gates, so it will be interesting.
So we've got a Ren's Resolve here, hitting the one-off Flaring Pain and another End of Festivities.
The point here is that you will be forced to play that Flaring Pain next turn, even
that's
without any damage on board, because you know you have to.
Yeah.
You have to have the possibility to have the
like the-
flashback on
Yes.
ahead in the game.
You're losing a lot of value just from exiling it, which is probably one of the worst cards you want to exile right
Yeah.
now. And here comes a Squadron Hawk. Gonna get some more out of our deck.
Yeah. And also, you reduce the possibility to draw the second copy, because every time that you think, I can simply place Squadron Hawk next turn, you will draw the second copy of of that
Is
card.
it like the Fort Thieves bug on Magic Online?
Yeah. Okay, so another top of land. That is very important. Very important.
Another gate here.
Because Colgate play very well with at least 4 mana on the board.
Yep. But we're going to hit this End of the Festivities, which is going to get rid of one of the Squadron Hawks.
Yep.
Because you have to use it. You may as well.
Absolutely. So, probably attack for 1 mana.
With this Voldaren Epicure, 13 meets 20.
And now, probably, yes. Play Flaring Pain.
Just because you're losing it otherwise, and allows you to flash it back, right?
Yes. You have to fight against Prismatic Strand, so you have to play. You have to lose those 2 mana in this spot because you are playing only 1 copy of Flaring Pain. So if you want that kind of plan, you have to.
Yep, so we've got an Outlaw Medic in play here. Comes to just sacrificing that Blood Blood token to discard a Mountain and draw another card.
Yeah.
Pietro has 2 mana up here as well.
And 2 blue mana open means...
Yeah, we know what that means.
Yeah.
Based on game 1, I think we know what that means. Any arrangement of a blue interaction or counter magic here.
Something to say no.
Yep. So we've got a Reckless Impulse here.
This is the 3rd copy of...
This is the 3rd exile effect. So we had a
Yeah.
Ren's Resolve, and we've already had another Reckless Impulse. And it does resolve here. So we've got a Burning Tree Emissary and a Experimental Synthesizer.
Okay.
So you can play both of these.
So in this case, finally mono-red players start to exile some good cards.
Yes. Burning Tree Emissary is close to free, quotes here, and it just allows you to play the synthesizer for free.
So also play the synthesizer here.
Yeah. Hitting a mountain.
Okay.
And that green mana is probably going to disappear here.
He needs a rally here.
Yes. Or
but also, I don't think it's the right moment because do you want to attack in this spot?
So we're going to play a Clockwork Percussionist here.
Probably you want to try to remove this medic first.
Yeah. Looks like Comps is just going to hold off here. Pietro's just going to land cycle with Lorien revealed at the end of turn.
In order to find the 5th land. That is very important in this spot because you can play a 2-drop and stay open for Prismatic Strand. Even if Prismatic Strand in this moment for at least one turn it will be not too much relevant.
We're at the second Outlaw Medic. This is the second of the third, and then we've got the Squadron Hawk.
Yeah. The second
we're
copy.
We're setting things up pretty nicely here. We've got a couple of gates. We've got that Basilisk gate as well.
Second copy of the medic. Now that island untapped means Hydroblast, Dispel.
So we've got a Goblin Tomb Raider being revealed off the top 8. Cast it.
So Goblin Tomb Raider
gets the bonus because we have a couple of Great Furnaces in the mana base here.
Yeah. So now 1 mana.
Could be anything. Could be a Galvanic Blast. Could be a Lightning Bolt. We've got another mountain here, and we're going to play another Goblin Tomb Raider.
Yeah.
Just for those watching at home, I am being informed that Mono Blue Terror won the semis against Ultra Tron. So we're going to have... So Terror's going to be in the finals.
Terror.
Mono Blue Terror. So we're either going to have Cool Gates or Mono Red Rally.
Okay, from this situation I can say that probably it will be Cogates, and there is one good matchup for Cogates. It is Terror.
Let's see how this game plays out, shall we?
Yeah.
There's a lot of counting happening right now.
Yeah, but Cogates here is just chilling out.
Yeah, you got this Basilisk gate that's going to threaten a lot of life gain.
So there are, in this moment, 1, 2, 3, 4 gates.
So there's another journey into nowhere here. Got plenty of options to choose from.
What do you want to say? Yeah.
You want to hit the Percussionist because that's the last thing you want is for them to just get value out of their creatures when they die.
Wow. +4/+4 to 1 medic. Okay. Block with everything.
We've got 1 mana up as well, so could be a Lightning Bolt here that we could be doing something with.
Yeah, but the point here is the medic now is a 5.
So we've got 4 gates, and it's medics are 1/3, I believe.
Yes, it's a 5/7 here.
That's pretty big.
So even if you have bolt, you probably want to bolt the second medic in order to kill all the lifelink creature.
Yeah.
And try to recreate a board state to generate advantage.
Yeah, because we don't have any Sacred Cats yet. So
Yeah, but doing this, you are losing 2 cards. The opponent is drawing 1 card. Now you need a removal. And your opponent is at 80.
So that's a scarily big number if you're a mono red player. It's not what you want, really, is it?
Okay.
So we're gonna catch this blood token for discarding another land, drawing a fresh card.
You have to
It's
think
drawn
that
a lot of lands here as well, which is not what you want.
yeah. You have to think that every time that you play a bolt effect on a lifelink creature, that creature gains some life anyway. And in case of the medic, also he draw one card, so he's a 1/4/0 in the maths of card advantage, and here is the second copy of Puzzle's Gate.
The gates have opened.
So
Getting
3, 4,
deja vu
5,
here.
and 11, 13,
Yep.
plus 11 life points.
This Odaran Epicure is going to be thrown under the bus. 28 meets 20. It's getting slowly out of reach, and I think we're going to have Core Gates in the final
As I
pretty
said
soon.
before,
I think there'll be a handshake pretty soon.
Yeah. As
We're
I
going to
said
see what
before-
this experiment has synthesized. I've got a lightning bolt.
Okay.
This is an out.
Yeah.
This is an out. Oh, we have the dispel.
And what does
Brutal.
Pietro says? No.
Kaka is what he says. Kaka. We haven't seen any Rally the Hornbergs this game either, just to push in like any damage.
So now, even the entire board of Mored is not enough to try to destroy that medic. So
Yeah. That medic is sticking around. That medic's doing a good job of gaining life, which
Yeah,
is what
so-
a medic should do.
and from
Living up to the name.
so from this spot, you have only to draw lands, and you are happy to flood.
Yes. And here we go again.
Plus
Gaining more
11
life.
again.
35 life to 20.
Now, a removal is not enough, because if you remove the medic, you are still losing from
The Squadron Hawk.
The Squadron Hawk.
You're not gaining life, but it doesn't matter in this case because you're already at 35.
Yeah.
It's going to take a lot for the Mono Red to claw back this game.
He needs another
There's a Rally the Hornberg.
Yeah.
Create some human soldiers.
other 2 blockers for
They're not
the
gonna
medic.
attack.
So, Kogates is at 35 life points. So yes, he can try to continue to attack, but probably it doesn't matter for Kogates, that can simply say, yeah, I take all the damage, no problem.
You're making that back anyway, and
Yeah.
Pietro just draws more gates. That's just like an extra life. This is brutal.
So
But Comps is still going to attack because you need to interact with this life total somehow, no matter how high it is.
now the only question is, do you want to pump the Squadron Hawk in order to close the game in 2
Yep.
turn? Or you just want to chill out and continue to pump your medic and continue to gain at least 11 life
Yep.
every turn?
So for those at home, the other semi-final is Ultra Tron versus Mono Blue Terror. That match has finished, and Mono Blue Terror is in the finals.
Yeah.
So we are on the deciding of the semi-final match, and it's a good chance that we'll have a Core Gates Mono Blue Terror final, which is honestly, if you asked me Friday morning before Paupergeddon started, that would be the final. I would ask, what you're drinking and can I have some of it? Because that would not be in my predictions at all.
No, I don't think that no one believed in that, but there were 5 players.
5 players believed in you.
Yes,
It's the
5
resident Core Gates player.
5 true believers on 1,100 players. At one point of your life, you have to decide if you want to be a simple player or a true believer. And in this case, Pietro Carocci decide to be a true believer.
True believer and believe in the birds.
So, Brainstorm, one of the most difficult card of the entire game, probably.
Yeah, it's one of the hard. I think like, I agree. Brainstorm is probably one of the hardest cards to play in Magic the Gathering. Period. It's one of those cards that you can play with it 100 times and still not get it right.
Yeah.
Tron did not win Mono Blue Terror 1, so that is one of our finalists. We are just we're in game 2 of the second semi-final. Colgate I think is close to wrapping this up. We're not fully close yet, but it's getting there because 33 life's a lot. We've got a couple of Squadron Hawks, even though they are mismatched. They're looking a little different there, and we've got this Outlaw Medic that can just gain a bunch of life as well.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
But it's not over until it's over, and this is the semi-finals.
And Pietro is still continue to just chill out with his medic. So plus 13.
Yeah. This is also just normal best of 3, no best of 5. We're not at the Pro Tour as much as I would love a Pauper Pro Tour. Just imagine how cool that would be. And then Colgate's could win a Pro Tour because he keeps winning Paupergeddon apparently. And here's the second Outlaw Medic. And the door must be slamming right now.
Incredible. I can.
You are beaming. And there we go. So our finals is going to be Colgate versus Mono Blue Terror. Blue-white. It's crushing it this weekend. Azorius Familiars won the top Pauper player on Friday.
I can feel the smell of the final. So yes, it will be an amazing match.
Would you say your heart is soaring like a Squadron Hawk right now?
So the final will be Mono U Terror versus Colgate. I have to say it again because it's amazing this thing, and I think that we will take a little break and we will be back soon.
Very soon. So have a little stretch, get some water. Start sleeving up Colgates because it's clearly back, and we'll be back soon.
I'm gonna go Rufio.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Paupergeddon 2025, the 10th anniversary, and we have made it. We are in the finals. This is going to be the 27th round this weekend of Pauper action. You're welcome. This round, though, I am joined by some very special guests sat next to me. I've got my fellow country lady and Pauper panelist, Emma Parlow.
Hello.
And the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Gavin Fahey. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Are you kidding? I'm here at Paupergeddon. This is amazing. I mean, and the finals is crazy. Okay, you just talk about the 2 days. It's crazy.
And it is the largest Pauper event ever in Magic history. So hopefully we can smash it again next year, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, 1,100 players? That's bananas.
Yeah, over 1,100 players. And that was just in the main event, let alone all the side events and everyone walking around, including the ice, getting things signed. It's been an amazing weekend, but we need to put a cherry on top. We need to crown ourselves a champion. Of course, they are playing for some amazing prizes. Of course, 27,000 euros worth of cash prizes. Let's have a look. Emma, break this down for me.
Yeah, so let's be honest, the prizes are pretty great here. So we have 6,000 euros for first place. Finalist gets 3,000. Top 4 gets 1,500. Top 8 gets 1,000. Then from top 16 to top 64 is a variation of 500 euros to 100. But if you win Paupergeddon,
ooh, back to us in the booth.
You get this really awesome trophy.
That is really cool. That's one of the better trophies I've seen in a long time.
Right, it looks great,
Yeah,
and you get to win this as well.
6,000 euros, whatever, but this.
This is bragging rights.
That's
right
what you want.
here.
Imagine the tweet you'll have with that and the picture you're going to take of it. It's going to be amazing. If you were both going to take it down this weekend and you had 6,000 euros to spend on, what would you be buying? What would you spend it on?
Oh, God, that's putting me on the spot
That's
here.
what I do.
Probably buy some power, honestly.
All right.
Can't play those in Pauper, but I would like to buy some power.
What about you, Gavin? What are we doing? Traveling the world a bit more?
I'm going to Disney World.
That's exactly the answer I
Honestly,
wanted
Gavin,
to
I
hear.
thought you were going to just say 6,000 euros worth of gelato.
We'll take it. We love our ice cream here in Italy. All right. I'm not going to hold you anymore, ladies and gentlemen. We have got 2 finalists sat down, ready to go, but we're going to look at their decks before we get down to it. Let's start off with this Mono Blue Terrors deck that has been an absolute terror all weekend long. Emma, break this down for me. What do you think?
So Mono Blue Terror was one of the top 5 decks that saw plenty of play this weekend. It was one of the most registered decks. So Mono Blue Terror is in the name. You're looking to play Tolarian Terror, and you're looking to discount that by playing lots of instants, lots of sorceries. You've got stuff like Mental Note and Thought Scour to fill out your graveyard. And you're looking to beat people down with Cryptic Serpents and Tolarian Terror. You also got some Delver Secrets in here as well that you can flip and get some value. This deck's been great for a while now. It's probably one of the better control decks in the format. We've seen some flavors like Izzet and Demir over the weekend as well, but it's clear Mono Blue's on top. And yeah, it's not surprising that it's in the top 8. It's been consistent for a while now.
Not only top 8, it's in the final, but is it going to win Paupergeddon 2025? It is going to go up against, wait for it, chat, before you start spamming this, Coregate in the finals. Gavin, talk me through this deck.
Yeah, this is quite the wild blast from the past. So, we said that Terror is one of the top played decks this weekend. Coregate, I think, had 4 or 5 total copies in the tournament. 5. And, a deck that a lot of people had discounted, and now it is here in the finals. Here's what this deck is going to do. It's going to play a little bit of a tempo-y game early. It's got stuff like Squadron Hawk to go find more Squadron Hawks. Of course, it has the classic Brainstorm Squadron Hawk combo to just draw lots of cards. But the key card to the deck is a card that you might not know if you didn't draft Battle for Baldur's Gate, which is Basilisk Gate. This is a creature +X for X the number of gates you control. So you're playing a bunch of mana fixing gates to pump up those Hawks to finish your opponent off in the air, or just even on a Sacred Cat to gain a bunch of life. Now, this is a really tricky matchup because Coregate has lots of small creatures. Squadron Hawk, you play one, you get 3 more. And what the Terror deck is trying to do is play a single 5/5 or 2 5/5s or whatever and start crunching your opponent. So, there's a lot of chump blockers on the Coregate side. With that said, the Coregate's deck still needs the time to be able to win, right? They need to be able to assemble their gates, have a flyer, be able to spend the mana to get it in. There's counter spells in both these decks, card draw, some trickery, a little bit of removal, but not too much. I think we should be in for a pretty nice game here.
Yeah.
All right, one last question before we get down to the matchup. Who is your prediction to take this down and be the champion of Paupergeddon 2025?
Has to be Coregates.
Coregate from Emma. What about you, Gavin?
The clever thing to do would be to take the opposite stance, but I really want to root for Coregate. I love the blast from the past. I love this deck. In fact, literally Thursday, I was like, I wonder if Coregate would be good. Anyway, let's move on to the rest in the finals. So I want to root for. I also love Squadron Hawk. I'm a big Squadron Hawk enjoyer, so sign me up for Coregate.
I guess I'm going for Terrors then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing it. We're going to go down to our main feature match, and we are going to kick them off. We had to hold them. They got too keen at it. They played a land. I was like, whoa, calm down a little bit here, gentlemen. We need a fair game. We need everybody to be able to see this on camera. I've given them the cue, so they should be starting momentarily. Over 1,100 players this weekend started. They needed to get 18 points or more across 8 Swiss rounds to make it to day number 2. This morning we kicked off 147 players. We whittled it down to the final 8, to the final 2. Who is it going to be walking away with this trophy in front of us?
All right, and there's the Thought Scour right away. Now, Thought Scour, you really want to hit all spells there, or all non-creature spells. Hit Counter Spell for 1, but Cryptic Serpent, not quite non-creature. Yeah. You want to be able to turbo out those tears, but this game will probably go on for a while. Right? It doesn't just drop a tear really fast kind of game necessarily, because Coregate has counter magic, so you want to kind of maneuver yourself to be able to land those creatures safely. And here comes the Hawk.
I was about to say, here comes your favorite. Have you got a squawk in you or not? There you go. You're welcome, chat. You're welcome.
I love Squadron. So, for anyone who hasn't done this before, I used to do it back in Standard with James, the Mind Sculptor, but with Brainstorm even better, right? You Squadron Hawk up 3 Squadron Hawks, or however many Squadron Hawks you want, and then you Brainstorm, put the Hawks back, and you can play another Hawk to shuffle your library and put those Hawks back into your hand. So it's just so much value with that little engine there.
All right, let's see how they're going to play. Obviously, that's going to stock their hand up nicely. And also, just being small creatures, they're going to be able to block these terrors if they do come in quite nicely. Just taking out my 1/1, I've already refilled my hand with it. That's fine. There's no trample going on the big creatures on the other side if they were to enter the board.
Well, the other thing, too, is it's not like, there's a lot of removal coming out of the mono blue terror deck.
Yeah.
So those Hawks can chip in for damage over and over again, too, right? Like, you get a Hawk or 2 and play early, you deal 5-6 damage. It makes it that much easier to close with Basilisk
And the Coregate already has the Basilisk Gate in play, so... It's a good start for them.
All right, and there is a mental note milling 2 more cards. And
how important do you think having a turn 1 Delver is in this matchup?
I think the Delver could go a really long way, right? Like once again, we mentioned that there's a lot of stuff that can block those things. Well, if you get a turn 1 Delver can flip it on turn 2, you can start hitting in early. It does trade with 2 Squadron Hawks, but that's 2 Hawks down from the opponent, so that's pretty nice.
This is going to be a best of 3 match, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, here we go. A Ponder coming on down. Yeah, there's just a lot of cards in the Terror deck that are not strong here, too. Like Demon Furier is like a laughable card against Squadron Hawk, right? Put it back in your library. Well, don't mind if I do.
That's what I want.
All right, so we're going to do Ponder here. And there's so many micro decisions that you have to make in this deck, right? When you're pursuing stuff like Pondering, how you want to set it up. It's not just, spamming a bunch of mental notes and casting Tolarian Terror. All right, keeps them on top, puts just the card they want on top of their library. And then 2 mana is doing a bit of a think here.
How many sorceries and instants we got in that graveyard now? Well, hold 2 seconds while we do that. Oh, no. There you go.
There's a Delver Secrets. Accidentally dropped the wrong card. There's maybe a little bit of nerves going on there.
I might say they've also been playing a lot of Magic this weekend. This is going to be round number 17 over the last 2 days. And they might have also played on Friday, which again was like another 10.
And this is not only the biggest Pauper tournament of all time, this is probably the most important match either of these players has ever played.
Yeah,
right? Like
absolutely.
In terms of, it's like the biggest Pauper tournament. There's a ton of money, prize money riding on this. I wouldn't be surprised if you had a bit of nerves. And plus, one of you is playing Kagate. I mean, come on. Like you want to rep the Kagate team.
I'm going to let you into every time someone says Corgate, I keep thinking it's a toothpaste.
Oh my God.
I'm like, what? There's a toothpaste deck? What's going on?
Well, certainly brushed a lot of opponents this
weekend.
Right. We're here all weekend.
Here's a nice little saga from Kamigawa and Neon Dynasty. This one actually surprised me when I started seeing play, but it's a really nice fit for this deck. You get to loot twice and then flip into a 2/3 flyer. Once again, a bit of card selection, loot away those extra Squadron Hawks, right? The Squadron Hawks are just material. You just have bonus material hanging out. Here's another gate that comes down there.
And I think that's one of the cool things I noticed about Pauper, like dipping my toe in over the last year and a half or so, is all of these micro decisions really add up, and just how you're able to gain value with these decks, opposed to like where Modern Legacy we see these powerful cards with powerful creatures. In this, we have to do things like Squadron Hawk to get those extra cards, and I discard it. It doesn't matter. It was a free card that I get, and that's how we go ahead. Even the bounce lands a way for us to get like micro decisions and extra points and extra cards in hand moving forward. And I think that's so cool from like looking from the outside coming in. I know you two are so deep in this; it's unreal, but I just want to put that out there. Chat again, if you've got any questions, let me know in chat. I'll throw it to them both.
All right, well, and then we can see that Delver flipping right here. So that is a 3/2 Delver ready to crunch on in for some damage. Yeah, I mean, because Pauper only has commons, no uncommons and rares, you tend to not have those huge, swingy, game-changing plays. I mean, the games will be changed by certain plays, but it's not like, wow, this one card came down, now the whole battlefield is different. It's all about incremental advantage in most matchups, and that's really trying to slowly get that incremental advantage on your side.
Mental note: put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard, draw a card. Nice way there.
It's a nice way to fill up the graveyard, just to discount those terrors and those serpents.
I appreciate the way that Francisco has flipped his Delver of Secrets. He's like, just a little guy.
Doesn't want to damage his sleeves.
Just
crunching.
I mean?
I get it. I appreciate it.
But we'll see if maybe we can get that re-represented on camera here, because it's not the easiest thing to know what's happening there.
Yeah.
There's a Terror now on the board, big 5/5 ward 2.
And the Terror landed while Pietro was tapped out. So now there's the 5/5 on the board, really hard to deal with. Let's see what Pietro's got up his sleeve. Now, he can just play a bunch more chump blockers, but you got to be able to start turning that corner eventually. I could also imagine that you're only a couple turns off when you want to start activating that Basilisk Gate. Now, notably, another card in this deck we haven't talked about a lot in this matchup is Sacred Cat. And you're like, why would I care about this 1/1 cat here? Well, not only is it 2 blockers, but that life you gain can do a lot to just buy you a few turns against these.
It happened in the semifinals against Mono Red as well.
Here is the Journey to Nowhere. You can pay the ward onto the Tolarian Terror. Boom.
That's the first one I've seen this weekend.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. In all of our rounds, we haven't seen it once. That's the first one we've seen. And it's in the final, so I'll take it. I guess you've seen it quite a bit.
I've seen some Izzet Terror, which is a nice. I've seen
not Terror, the Out of Nowhere, whatever it's called.
Journey to Nowhere. Sure, yeah.
Well, I've been playing 2 copies of Journey to Nowhere in the deck I've been playing all day, so I've been seeing it a lot.
You mean you're not playing High Tide today?
Nah, I played High Tide a bunch the past couple days, but I've learned what I need to learn about High Tide. Now I'm playing my true love, Mardu Synthesizer.
Which also top 8'd.
I did top 8 today.
I love it. I love Mardu Synthesizer so much. I played it last year to 9-0 on the first day. I brewed it up at like 2 a.m. the night before. It was amazing.
Classic.
And so bring it back here feels good. All right, we see a little brainstorm action coming on down for Francisco. Another, talk about a Pauper classic card.
Oh,
here.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say it's a legacy card, but I'm really changing my mind now. We're going to it. And of course, just got a reprint in the Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can play the cool Through the Ages bonus sheet version if you want. All right, there's the Delver of Secrets at net, fully emerged from its cocoon, ready to smash on in.
There he is. We got to go in.
All right, and so the Brainstorm is going to drop 2 cards back, and a lot of stuff you can do here. You can put back some cards and mental note them away. You can always land cycle Lorien Reveal the shelf of your library. That's one of the key cornerstones of Pauper.
That card has been huge all weekend.
Right.
The ability of having that now added to the the Pauper format, I imagine it's just been a game changer for all these decks playing in the Brainstorm.
Yeah.
As having a way to shuffle. Again, we don't have the fetch lands. We kind of do, but again, MH3. But before that, there wasn't a great way to shuffle in. Now we've got multiple ways to do it,
right.
And it's really cool to see.
You also get to cheat on lands in your deck, which is so critical for these decks that want to have stuff like Delver of Secrets, right? You just have a higher chance of milling stuff. All right, a little Demon Fear coming down here on the Journey to Nowhere. So it can hit any permanent, and that's going to target that Journey to Nowhere and bring that Tolarian Terror right back to the battlefield. So Demon Fear is still getting some use here.
Chat saying it's an insect apparition.
What?
Not a Delver. We need to factually correct it, ladies and gentlemen.
Insectile Aberration, yeah. It's the other side of Delver. It's the Fly. We'll call it the Fly.
The original art of that gives me nightmares. It looks so creepy. I was like, whoa. I think it reminds me of Jeepers Creepers too much.
The threshold to give Will nightmares. If that's nightmares, I got some other cards to show you.
Everybody's sending me copies of Delver now.
Don't look at Odyssey Mutilate. Jeez. All right, well, here's another Delver of Secrets, not Insectile Aberration.
Yet.
Yeah. Maybe someday when it grows up, does enough science experiments. All right, now here we go. So the pretty threatening board here from the Terror deck. It's got a Delver, an Insectile Aberration, and that Tolarian Terror. Now we're really looking to have a nice turn here from the Cogate player, right? So it's flipped its 2/3. It's got some blockers on board, but it needs to start turning the corner somehow. And that double Delver is going to be a real issue. All right, then we see the...
What's the sort of cards do we need to turn this around at the minute? At the minute, it looks like, on face up, it looks like this Corgi deck's, down at the minute, not got the better board presence, probably has just as many cards in hand, but how are we going to utilize that to try and turn this into swing it in our favor and turn that corner?
Yeah, now, you can recast Journey to Nowhere and take out the Terror, but you still got the Delver and the Aberration, and, probably, frankly, 2 Insectile Aberrations that are going to be slamming at you. This is normally the point in the game where I'd want to be like, hey, you know what? I'm just going to start taking a little bit of time off, Basilisk gating the Squadron Hawks attack, you start whittling your life down. But it's a little too late for that now, or at least it's not the right time for it at this moment. You are on the back foot, and that's tough. Being on the back foot right now is not where you want to be. There aren't a lot of ways to swing the tempo back in your favor, right? That's the really thing about Pauper, and especially in this matchup. When you start falling behind on tempo against this Terror deck, you're going to be in a tough bind.
Yeah.
And Basilisk Gate's sorcery, right? So we can't use it on defense, and then you try and block with a Squadron Hawk, make it massive. That's not all thing. It has to be done at sorcery speed.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you can't... we did see through the ruse on that one. The combat trick land, hiding your land row is a little savage. All right, so we see, once again, a little thinky from Brainstorm.
Can you move your mic
here.
closer? So
I'll move my mic closer. I'll yell into my mic.
Whoa.
I thought you were all enjoying Gavin ASMR, but that's fine. I'll go do it like this.
Some Gavin SMR, we go all over it.
Some Gasmar. Nope, I didn't like that. All right, well, anyway, here's Journey to Nowhere coming back on down. See if Francesco has anything to say about that. The 2 islands untapped, just looming over the game.
Ominous, right?
As classic as it was all the way back in Alpha. Whether you have Counterspell or not, you got to respect it. And if Journey hits, it's almost assuredly going to target that Terror. Although, honestly, you could talk about taking one of the Delvers and not paying the ward. If you need your mana to do something else, it is the more mana-efficient play. But you probably got to take out that Terror depending on what's in your grip. A little bit of thinking from Francisco over here. And there's the Counterspell comes on down. We'll see if there's anything here.
Boom. Spell piercing response.
Yeah.
Well,
all right,
tapped
spell
out,
pierce, and then
low.
it saves it 2 mana up exactly. And that was a really heads-up play, right? So Francisco calculated that, okay, if Pietro counterspells, he will not have the mana left to pay the ward. So the only thing you have to worry about there is Spell Pierce. But he did have just the Spell Pierce for the occasion. Now, how many Spell Pierces are there?
2 copies in the main deck. And remember, this is open deck list now that we're in the top 8. So we did know about it. Players had a chance to study each other's decks before we kicked off this finals.
Right. So you do the math in your head. Okay, there's only 2 Spell Pierces. The odds he has it are probably low. If you counterspell, you can't take out the Terror or fire off the counterspell there and punished a little bit. All right, milling 2 islands off that Thought Scour. Get those right on out of there. did flip that into the inside of Aberration. Boom. Let's tap and stun. A nice little card here. A little pickup from Theros Beyond Death. A little tap and stun with Escape. Lots of cards in the graveyard, of course. You're happy to just keep escaping it over and over to stun stuff. And the inside Agile Aberration smash out. Then, ooh, and there is another Tolarian Terror.
How many is that now?
You're in a bad spot if you're Pietro right here, right? You're facing down 2 3-power flyers. Tolarian Terror on the ground. It's not impossible for Kage to get out of this. It's a control deck. It's got good stuff going on. It can, summon an army of chump blockers. But the question is, how do you start winning the game? Right? At some point, you have to stop losing and start winning. And that Sleep of the Dead in the graveyard of Francesco is going to make it really hard to keep that a solid strategy for long.
I need you to tell me that about 10 years ago when I started Magic. I didn't know I had to win the game. So like, what? What's going on here?
Yeah, two things you got to learn. It's only the last point that matters, and at some point, you do need to start winning the game. Right?
Okay. So not play infect. Got you.
It's the classic thing, the refrain of play to win, don't play to not lose, right?
We see that quite a lot as well. Like, I think it's a hard skill for players to learn. But these two players obviously don't need to learn that as they're in today's final. 17 to 18 life points. So as you said,
17 to 8.
To 8.
Yeah, I know. I bet
I'm getting excited.
But there you go.
These Delvers have been swinging.
Chat, the decision has come in that they have voted that Corgate is going to win. 72% of chat reckon that's going to take this
They
final
really
down.
like their squadron hogs.
They did hear the bias from the two commentators, 2 or 3 commentators, and
the pauper panel,
the pauper panel bias
it's just
as well.
lower me over here going, no,
but it's certainly not looking good on board right now. I mean, once again, you mentioned before the match started, Will, about Delver of Secrets, and you were not wrong. That is really taking a turn here. I mean, you can spend those 2 Hawks to block it, but then you got 8 damage right there. All right, well, 4 mana left untapped by Pietro. Maybe some kind of trick up his sleeve.
Let's see what they got. What have they got on the list that they could be using?
You could have a Thrabin Charm to kill one of the... Kill something off, but I mean, not a lot you can do. Now, a key card in this matchup, by the way, a card to watch out for that you probably haven't seen a lot of this weekend is Prismatic Strands.
No, we haven't.
Prismatic Strands, you can name blue on it to prevent all damage blue creatures would deal this turn, period. To creatures, to you. So you can do things something like double block the Delver and cast it, prevent the damage to yourself, and kill off that Delver. And notably, this is frankly a wild common from Judgment, it has flashback by tapping untapped white creature. So free to flashback and 2 uses out of it. So it's very hard to counter profitably. So here's Sleep of the Dead getting escaped, coming on back to that. There's the Prismatic Strand. Does Gavin have the read, or does he have the read, everybody? So tap it. I'm sure the play that Pietro was hoping to make was double block your inside operation, prevent all the damage, kill it off. Was not able to make that play, and well, with the damage prevented, Francesco's like, all right, well, I'm not going to attack.
I can't tell you how annoying it is to play against that card, by the way.
Oh,
I enjoy playing that card. Absolutely wrecks it every time.
And 3 copies in the deck, so you can even chain them together. And that is exactly the kind of card that can buy you the time to set yourself up, right? You could do something like, for example, you could start Basilisk gating that Squadron Hawk, attacking on in and dealing some damage. And if you have a Squadron Hawk to follow up with, well, then that can just play for the flashback cost on the Prismatic Strands. Now, of course, you got to be wary about counter spells from Francesco, so you got to be a little more careful about this, but you could always target your 2/3 flyer and get in there and start attacking for 1, 2, 3 gates on the battlefield right now. That's 5 damage. You do that for a few turns, you can maybe turn the tide of this game. And there's a Sacred Cat as well.
I was about to say this. What would a lifelinker do in this situation? Is that what we need to try and basically pull back into this game?
Pietro's on 8 life, so he needs to start putting back some life here. You got 2 flying Delver of Secrets that are just going to chump in.
I'm honestly a lot less concerned about the fact that that Sacred Cat gains life and more than just a double chump blocker, right? You can't counter it proficiently. If you attack with the Tolarian Terror...
Here comes the Fraven Charm.
Fraven Charm.
Here comes the Dispel, though.
But which spell? Dispel. Hey. So there you go. All right, now the Hawk is going to turn on sideways. No, sorry, that was already tapped, excuse me. But the Sacred Cat can block that Tolarian Terror twice. Now, notably, so Pietro chooses to, I think, just pass the turn, not trying to Basilisk gate anything up, maybe holding up mana. But you need to start turning the corner if you're Pietro.
We're going to keep tapping this creature down. It looks like exiling cards out the graveyard.
Right, so there's the tap on the Sacred Cat right there. So that's going to do a little bit of work to prevent the Prismatic Strands. They'll Prismatic Strands in response. All right, so one more turn, you're not doing anything. They can't do the double chump block situation there.
Makes sense in the end. It's stalling the turns is what they need. They need to get back in this game. They need to not be taking this, applying all this pressure. They need to be adding to the board every time they do it, and just passing the turn back.
All right, now this is going to be a really big turn. A couple things could happen here. We could see a big Basilisk Gate activation, 1 or even 2 potentially. But the thing I'm wondering, if you're Pietro right now, the card you want to find is a second Prismatic Strands. If you can find a second Prismatic Strands, you can almost certainly buy enough time to chew through some of those, the life total, maybe chew through a couple of insectile aberrations, and get things done. Does Pietro have another in his hand? That is a question. If he doesn't, he's going to be really digging for one with whatever card draw he has. Let's see what he's going to do right here. Taps 2 mana.
Is there any way of getting any read of what potentially is in his hand with the way he's playing?
You know, I do not have much to read on his hand. I can tell you by passing the turn here and not using Basilisk Gate, okay, he's going to Thrab and Charm in upkeep, making sure that Francisco has to spend mana if he wants to do it. Doesn't. Exiles the graveyard, which will get rid of that Sleep of the Dead, which is a really big thing to finish off here. Lets that Sacred Cat do duty. And now we are at the point, now I don't know how many cards are in each player's hands because I can't see their hands, but I would guess Francisco is probably a little low on cards in hand, is a little low on action, maybe gripping 1 counter spell. It looks like there's 2, maybe 3 cards in that hand.
Yep.
So this is, you gotta kind of work with what you got here for Francisco, where Pietro probably has a lot more cards in his hand and can buy that time. So you gotta be wondering right now, if you're Francisco, is there another Prismatic Strands hanging out, right? Because if you attack and they don't have Strands, it could work out pretty well, right? Maybe they trade a Hawk for 2 Hawks for the 3-2, you trade another 3-2 across, that Tolarian Terror ends up getting in there, and you start breaking some parity. But if you attack and they have Prismatic Strands, it is an unmitigated disaster. You lose your board. All right, here we go. Coming in with the attacks. Gonna go for the obvious blocks. Here comes, That's Squadron Hawks blocking that 5/5. I feel like, excuse me, there's no white mana untapped on Pietro's board.
No, I was just about to say, I was looking at it, looks like a fetch land 2 islands, so we can't do it, and there's none in the graveyard for us to be able to tap a white creature for. So it's a little chump blocky action.
That's fine. I mean, I'm totally happy to just to trade up with those flyers. Absolutely. Like, let's
stem the bleeding a little bit, stop getting continuously beat down, give us, again, a few more turns to kind of rebuild.
Not even stem the bleeding, right? It looks like there's 2 cards in Francisco's hand. You just want to trade off with their stuff, buy time, because you're going to win the long game for the Cogate player.
Why is that, though? Talk to me.
And that Sacred Cat's there. So the long game favors you, right? You have Basilisk Gate that can hit hard. Your creatures are like overwhelming, right? You play one, you get more creatures. Sacred Cat comes back. You get a lot. You just have a lot of inevitability. Your opponent plays a 5/5 on turn 10. You're a lot less worried about it because you just have the tools at your disposal to probably be able to deal with that. I'm not saying Terror can't win a long game, but the long game I think it definitely favors Cogate. You also get more and more lands in play, which lets those Basilisk Gates do more and more.
Well, we see a Demon Fury there. That's going to put the cat back in the deck, shall we say, second from top. So that
is the least favorite place for a cat to be. I gotta say, the graveyard or the hand or the stack or somewhere. All right, we see a little flashback. 3 life. Who needs it? I'll go down to 2 right now and flashback this deep analysis. Ooh, and a Spell Pierce. I love the strategic Spell Pierce. All right, just force you to pay 2. Have a little lower of resources. All right, there's that. Gonna
it's not getting any better either, though, to be fair. The Spell Pierce, the longer the game goes, the worse it's going to get. If we can like narrow their mana ability for this turn, maybe then we'll be able to squeak in through. But here comes double cat onto the board.
Well, you knew it was second from the top, right? So able to draw that one up.
Surprise.
And I love this position right here. I know this is a bold claim, looking at the score is 17-2, but I like Pietro in this game right now. I really do. I think that, look, if you're a Francesco, what are you going to do? You're going to attack? Okay, well, you get a double Hawk on the Inside Aberration. You have 1 Sacred Cat go in front of the Tolarian Terror. And then on the next turn, you can Basilisk Gate the Sacred Cat, attack on in, gain a ton of life, flash back the other cat from your graveyard to block again, and you start pushing forward in this game. Now, I don't know how many cards Pietro has in his hand that would really help me understand like how far ahead or behind he might be, but if he's got a couple of cards, I think he's probably got some pretty saucy stuff.
Well, there's even 2 blue ups, representing they potentially could have Cat and Magic, giving them something else that they need to think about as this goes through.
Now we're just counting the gates.
Look at this board. There's 4 gates on the battlefield, and he has 3 Basilisk Gates.
Yeah.
So if you get up to 9 mana, you can triple activate Basilisk Gate to give something +15/+15. You gonna deal with a 16 power Sacred Cat that gives you 16 life? That's so hard to raise.
Just about to say, just so I'm aware, that's good.
That's pretty good.
From Pauper experts here in front of me, that's good if we can give something +15.
All right, pretty good,
and this is a tough spot. So Francisco plays out his hand, casts Lord Reveal, draws 3 cards. Normally I'd say, great, you want to draw 3 cards this matchup, but that is exactly nothing.
Right? What are you drawing into? That's the thing. Like, what can we possibly draw into to get back from this?
Which is not going to matter if you're about to attack for 16 points of lifelink, right? And with only 1 blue mana, like if you don't Sleep with the Dead right here, and that's not even going to necessarily do it. All right, so we see an attack come in, and this is you see the way Francisco's handling his cards. He's even just a tell that like he's like, well, I guess I just got to get in here. What am I going to do? And he makes the obvious blocks. Double Hawk there, 1 hat there. Now the one thing that could happen that could maybe be a small follow up. If Francisco has a Sleep with the Dead, you could tap the remaining Sacred Cat to buy yourself a turn. Oh, and he's thinking a little bit. He's thinking of exactly what I just thought. Right? Yeah. If you have the follow up of Sleep with the Dead, you have to buy yourself some time.
Checking that graveyard.
Yeah, checking the graveyard because I like this play a lot because he probably doesn't have Secrets of the Dead. Maybe he does. You just want to play around that because look, if that's the only card that's going to crush you, and he doesn't have it, which it's fine. Because if you play a land and you go Kraken for 16, game 16, the game is over.
I think that's what we're looking at doing. If I keep them both light linkers, give them both X +4/+4 at this point, or +5/+5.
Well, he does need another land to be able to do it 3 times.
Yeah, but doing it twice, we can do 1 on each.
Yeah.
And then, if anything, we're winning that race now. Like,
Absolutely.
you're going to crack me for 8, I'm going to crack you for 10, gain 10.
And that's where the turn,
the corner turning happens.
That's where the turn corners, as they say. So we crunch on in here, ba-bam.
Meow.
Take 9. Meow is right. And that's going to swing that life to look at that. 11-8 now. The tides have turned.
Chad's mentioned about the difference from Magic Online to in paper and how that kind of affects. Were you kind of expecting to see these 2 decks in the final this weekend? Are you happy seeing these 2 decks in the final?
So yes, I'm happy to see the decks in the finals. I was not expecting Core Gates to be in the finals of Paupergeddon. It is a breath of fresh air.
Chat knew from the start.
Well, Chat believed because Chat loves Core Gates. But no, it's just evident. Me and Gavin were saying earlier today that you can just play something you enjoy and do really well at these events, right?
Spell on the lines revealed.
If you're like an archetype master and you just play lots and lots of reps with the deck, you can do really well. And look, we've got Core Gates here. Jumped Wildfire was one of the most registered decks this weekend. Riding Chrysalis is a big problem, against Squadron Hawks, and somehow Core Gates is still here in the finals,
So
and it's a great story.
This Core Gate deck is giving me hope that maybe Poison Storm could be in the final one day.
Well, don't go that far. Don't go that far, Will.
All right, well, we go Kraken and take it. We don't mind that.
Yeah, it's like 5 damage. Who cares?
We
Whatever.
get another 6/5 to the board, though. Another Serpent did enter.
Another gate hits. There's going to be even bigger. Cryptic Serpent lands. Yeah, I'll say the thing is, I think in general, mini Magic players for all formats, and especially in Pauper, treat matchups too much in terms of absolutes. Oh, that's a bad matchup. And it's like, well, yeah, it might be, but you can still win a 35% matchup or 40% matchup plenty of the time. It's never as unfavored as you think it is. And so, you can play a deck you have, and with a little bit of tight play, get out of some tough matchups. All right, so here we see, so now we're in chump block mode.
Not where you want to be.
We've hit Abyss mode. That's the activate on Sacred Cat, gain a ton of life, and I don't know how you're going to come back from this if you're the Terra player.
Yeah, I don't think you are. I think it looked promising up to the point, but as soon as these life thinkers hit the board, that's where they really started changing.
17.
Now we were in the race. Now we're up to 17 versus 8.
I think your only shot is sleep. If you can sleep down those cats forever, that's how you can do it.
Only 1 left in the deck.
But
1 was, of course, exiled.
Yeah.
So you got to find the sleep. If you can find the sleep, there's your chance. But it's going to be pretty hard to pull off. Little brainstorm.
See what
Sorry, you were going to say something a moment
No,
ago.
no. You keep going.
What I want to know what art of brainstorm you use, by the way. I'm quite interested in that. What do you use in your decks?
Me?
Yeah, you.
F&M, foil, brainstorm with the Mercadian Masks art. That's where it's at for me.
Yeah.
I won those N4 straight weeks of F&M back in the day, so I got my play set.
Right, we get it. You're boomer. Jeez.
Yep.
And what about you?
What
brainstorm art do you use?
What brainstorm? So I'm also a fan of the F&M ones. I also like the Mystical Archive ones.
Okay.
They're pretty
Chat,
nice
let me know what is the best brainstorm art out there.
Also, just a big fan of original masks as well. It's very nice. It's very, very classic.
I remember sitting next to someone and doing a Chaos draft. They opened a masks pack in Chaos, and it was just going through the pack, and obviously foils went out the back. Then they were anywhere in the pack, and they just went past a foil days.
Oh,
and they were just looking at the rare, and I was like, no, you probably want that card.
You want the days.
That card's pretty good. Especially with foil at that time.
I heard that card's pretty nice.
Ice Age.
All right, well, here we go, mounting another force, double tear,
Whoa,
double
that's
Cryptic
pretty
Serpent.
good.
Got lots of power on the board, and you're going to start chump blocking a Sacred Cat?
Well,
Who wins in a
see some
fight?
double, triple, even quadruple blocks here.
Who wins in a fight? 4 serpents or 2 life-linking cats?
I mean, yeah, you can start. I mean, maybe you start attacking here, right? You send in a 6/5, you send in a 5/5, but the triple activation on the Basilisk gate is just gonna really cause issues. And so, you can tell this from the body language. It's like he's not sure exactly how to fight through the situation.
Yeah,
these cats can come back as well if they die in combat, due to embalm.
Play a land for the turn. It's gonna be a tap land. But it takes us up to what? Is that a gate?
No, that is not a gate. That's just. I love this deck is so color hungry. It's like we need all these gates, and we still need blue-white tap lands. Yeah. But yeah, we got triple gate activation. So meow, 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 as they say.
I thought they were saying car.
Well, there's no
and that's going to be it. That's going to back him in. 2 cats versus... Look, if you're looking at this board and you did not know what was going on, you're like, this looks horrible for the Kagate's player, but there it is, turning it around, 2 Sacred Cats and 3 Basilisk
I'm waiting for chat to pop off of all the core
I'm not happy with
cores.
that flavor text. You know, 2 cats just beat down 4 huge serpents. And it was
Welcome to Magic the Gathering, my friend.
I love it.
All right, so let's take a look at sideboards, right? Because this will be pretty interesting talking about these sideboarding decisions.
Let's see. Can we start with the Mono Blue Terrors deck production? Can we get that? Can we get Mono Blue Terrors on the screen so we can look at that deck list, look at the sideboard and what they've got? Obviously, they're a game down now. Need to claw 1 back, or as Corgate will be our champion.
You mean they need to core it back?
Core it back. I was going to go claws with the cats, but whatever. Let's go
for it.
There's that sideboard. Who was this? This was you, Emma. Tell me, how do you think the sideboard they're going to sideboard this?
It's like a pretty tough one here.
Well, you want a Blue Elemental Blast? Can I interest you in a Hydro Blast?
Do you think there's a deck they would say there's a beat this weekend for some reason?
Yeah, there's almost like there was a lot of red in the room. Yeah, it's like I don't know what you bring in here. Like
gut shots.
These blue animal blasts aren't doing a lot. Nor are these hydros. Gut shots maybe.
Gut shot kills a cat. I'm just saying.
It kills a cat and it does kill cats.
Yeah. So I would say I like the gut shots here. I feel like your opponent's going to be like really trying to buy time early. You're going to be trying to tempo them out. So a well-placed gut shot on a cat in response to Basilisk activation, killing a Squadron Hawk early when they're in a chump block with it. That sounds pretty worth doing to me. And I think you could shave a couple cards for that.
What would you shave? What are not the good cards in this main?
I think Demon Fury. I know we saw you really use that game, but I think Demon Fury has just got to go. Like, maybe leave 1 copy in just in case. But I think that's the thing I would look at. The other thing I would question is if you want a null here. Now I know it doesn't sound like it's the strongest thing in the matchup, but Journey to Nowhere can remove your strong stuff. It can hit the Saga, right? So there are some targets in the other deck that can hit the Modern Age, and there's 4 Journey to Nowhere and 4 the Modern Age in in the Kage deck. So it's not necessarily the strongest thing, but if you think that, for example, Journey to Nowhere is going to be how they're going to stop you from getting ahead early, if you think Delver of Secrets is your road to victory, it could be really solid to have a null. I'm not sure I would sideboard it. I think I would lean against, but I think you could certainly consider it. And if you're Francisco, you're definitely considering it right now.
Yeah, I'd be like, how many of these cards do I not want in my main? And okay, I need to fit it. I'd rather have a null that might be good in a certain situation, or at least protects my big serpent if needs to. Let's have a look at this Corgate deck. They are 1 game up from MSA, 1 game away from winning Paupergeddon, the biggest Pauper tournament in history. This is the sideboard. What do you like, Gavin?
Well, now, on the other hand, Pietro's got a lot of action. One thing I love. So 8 of the gates, the Sea Gates and Citadel Gate, you get to choose a color when you play them to tap for whatever color you want. Ostensibly, they normally choose blue and white, but you can just splash a color in your sideboard so easily if you want to. So we see these red elemental blasts in the sideboard with ostensibly no normal sources of red anywhere to be found. Boom, those are coming on in. That is going to be huge, right? That's going to give a tremendous advantage to the already advantaged deck by just having 1 mana counterspell, 1 mana removal spell hanging out there. They can deal with a Cryptic Serpent, an early Delver, whatever. So that is gigantic. The other card I think you would of course consider is Relic of Progenitus, right?
I really like Relic
Hitting their
as well.
graveyard. You want to stop that sleep spell from coming back over and over again. You want to just empty their graveyard so they can't play out cheap terrors. So I would probably looking to bring in those blasts and those relics. As for what I take out, I think that the Outlaw Medic is not the strongest here. Okay. It's 2 mana. Yeah, it does cantrip away when it dies, but I think we can probably do better than that. Beyond that, what you want to take out, I mean, he's played the deck a lot more than I certainly have, but I could see getting rid of one of the card draw spells, Deep Analysis. I could imagine that. Thrabin Charm is kind of interesting that you hit their graveyard, but I think Relic is going to do that a little bit stronger. The Modern Age might just be a little fillery, so some of that stuff, but I think your plan just wants to remain buy time early, win the long game, and be able to dig the cards that you need. So not exactly sure exactly how I was going to sideboard here. I think the 3 medics are going to come out. But how many relics he brings in and what else he takes out for those remaining Red Elemental Blasts is not quite as clear.
Well, we're going to find out. One thing is clear. It looks like it's a better sideboard options for this Corgate deck. Let's get down to the match, see how they're doing, shuffling up. Now, they're still looking at each other's sideboard, so let's remind everybody what's going on and what's been happening this weekend long. 1,100 players started off yesterday, Paupergeddon, battling out across 8 rounds of Magic action. They needed 18 points to make it to day number 2. We were able to whittle that 1,100 players down to 147. They started this morning 6 rounds of Magic. We were able to find out which 8 players are going to battle into our top 8. We'll go through these deck lists in a minute because we've managed to whittle it down to the final 2. Emma, have you got the top 8 deck list over there?
I don't have the deck list, no, but I know what was in the top 8.
All right, let's talk about it. Let's talk about why they're going for this. We've got 2 Terrorist decks. 2 2 green-red monsters decks, which, by the way, only 3 copies made it into day 2, and 2 of them managed to make it into top 8, which is pretty sweet to see.
Cool.
The mono-red synthesizer deck, which was like the go-wide strategy one with the
one with the insane conversion, the 24%
obviously
conversion. Yep.
We spoke about the double tails deck. A Tron deck managed to make it in.
Yep, Ultratron.
Which, was a long match, but they did it, and it was very impressive.
Yep.
Weather the Storm was incredibly good there. And then I know your favorite, Mardu synthesizer.
Love that deck. Experimental Synthesizer is one of my favorite cards. I just absolutely love it. It's so fun to play. I'll call it, though, we're talking about the mono red deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of it played this weekend. But the version on top 8 was not your stock run-of-the-mill version.
I mentioned that. It was so quick and fast.
Look,
when we
with
saw
Randy
it,
the Hornberg, right?
This is unbelievable. It didn't really have the burn package in there. It just had the go-wide creature package.
With Raddy the Hornberg, right?
Yeah. So it's just a little riff. I love that. It's it's a known archetype, but we're going to iterate it on a little bit, do something a little bit different. Now, I see Lily Zero asks in chat about Standard Bearer. Should you bring it in? It can hit, it eats the sleep card, Demon Inferior, gut shots, etc. Would you bring it in? It's an interesting question, right? Dust up all these removal spells, but I don't think it's worth it. Like those cards, it's something I like to say in Magic sometimes, is if a card just showed up on the battlefield, would it be good? Yes, right? If you're like, a Standard Bearer just appeared for you on the battlefield, sweet, that's great. But every card you sideboard in, every card you draw is at the cost of another card, right? So is that Standard Bearer going to be better than just another card that you would draw in your deck? I think almost not, right? Like if there's sleeping something, well, you'd rather have like the creature you took out for it, for example, right? So I think this is not the match for Standard Bearer. The place where that card was really good is against High Tide. You force their Psychic Puppetries to hit it over and over again. Buys even a little bit of time against something like Boggles. I'm so sorry, Emma.
It's fine. Boggles is not great right now. It's fine. It's fine.
I only lost 2 matches of Magic today, and they were both 2, or one of them was the Boggles.
Oh,
so
okay.
I got a little
Let's
Boggle.
go. Love Boggles.
My Mulligan to 4. Mulligan to 4 and beat me.
You don't want to be there.
So
that's not ideal.
Brutal. But if anything I can do is Boggles. Anyway, we're not talking about Boggles right now. We're talking about this finals. The players have started it off. Here comes Francisco with an island, everybody.
Classic. The classic start from the no-turn one Delver. Though. Remember, we saw how good they were in the early turns, being able to get that chip damage in, hitting them on the back foot. But they weren't able to turn it. We're going to start with a gate on the other side and just pass the turn back.
Yeah, I mean, you really want that Delver on turn 1 if you're a Terror, but we'll probably see an end-step mental node
This
or
is
something
naming
here.
red.
Yeah. All right, so there's the red. So that forecasts the red elemental blast. Now, obviously,
that would be a huge bluff if they didn't even board them in. That would be such a big pain.
Well, if you didn't board them in, something is going on horribly awry because it is one of the best cards in this matchup.
Right.
All right, so we're not going to see an end step play at all. Very surprising to me from Francisco.
No thoughts.
Wow, nothing turn 1.
The turn again.
Shipping it over. You do not want to play the long game. You really want that early stuff going on here. All right, so we're going to see a tapped land there. Make a blue or white mana. What a deal.
Do you see a red blast in hand?
All right, now here is an end-step brainstorm. And we're going to see kind of the classic play probably of end-step brainstorm and then probably mental note or thought scour them away, right? Just gets 2 cards out into your graveyard, helps turbocharge those Tolarian Tears and Cryptic Serpents.
Chan wants to know, what do you think about the Mardu synthesized deck? They know that you like it, but do you genuinely think it's strong right now in the meta?
We saw 1 make top 8. I'll say that the addition of Black Mage's Rod is really good. And I think a lot of people love saying things like, oh man, it's so tough to fight against Crystals or whatever. It's like, well, it's not a card you want to play against, but like, A, there's lots of ways to navigate to beat it. B, you can just play 2 copies of Journey to Nowhere and some cast outs or whatever. So like it's, once again, people really love overplaying stuff. And we see when we look at the data for in the performance panel, it's like people are like, oh, it's a 70-30 matchup or 80-20 matchup. It's like the wildest matchup is like usually like 60%, right? It's like 65%. It's pretty easy to turn around a bad matchup.
I got a question about that last play that we just saw there. We saw brainstorm into a Fort Scour. We pit the 2 cards back on top and then Fort Scour itself. One of them was Lorien's Revealed. We could have used that in our hand to go shuffle and find an island. Why did we do that?
True, but you got to put something back, right? So
you do,
right? It's like, well, if I'm gonna just search for an island, I might as well thought scour this way from thought scour this way. So I gotta say,
here comes the Relic of Agenus.
I gotta say, I think Francisco's in an incredible position in this game, right? There's no early tempo Pietro's in an incredible position in this game. There's no early tempo for Francisco. But who cares? Like, I would be pumping the fist.
The backup relic, brutal.
But I would also be pumping the fist if I was Pietro. Like the fact that I traded a Relic of Progenitus and a red elemental for 2 counterspells out of my opponent's hand is
good. Yeah.
I like the Hydroblast bring-in, by the way. That's nice to fight off the red elemental blast.
Well, it's open deck list. They had access to each other's deck before the game and during sideboard, so there's no secrets. They know what's up. They can't be caught off guard of it. So
chat is going crazy.
Play there. I like it.
I love the bringing of the Hydroblast, but I mean, this is such an amazing position for Pietro right now. Like even if you ignore the Relic of Progenitus, which is going to be devastating when the graveyard gets exiled, Francisco has nothing going on. Pietro can take the time to set up what they need. I mean, if Francisco doesn't land a big play right here, I just don't know how he's going to come back. So let's see what he's got in his hand.
Well, Brainstorm's going to help sculpt it a little bit.
Yeah.
2 cards are going to go back on top.
And if you were you have to do that this turn because the Relic is about to eat it out. So there's Solarian Terror, which will do something, but is it going to be enough?
Checking the graveyard.
It's a 4-turn clock. Then we're straight away going to get rid of one of those.
Little Relic nibble right there. Delicious Brainstorm. Yum yum. Love bites. All right, so we're going to drop in another land here.
Another
and now,
gate.
Yep. Get
importantly.
that gate engine rolling. All right, so now you got to fight off the Solarian Terror. So that's a little bit you have to deal with. You can't Journey to Nowhere it as easily, for example. But you could, for example, blast it, or just you got 20 life. You got so much time.
Yeah.
That's 4 hits from a Terror.
We've got some time
now,
here.
the big question is, when do you crack that Relic? And you're going to do it right now. You're going to wait till the upkeep, crack it. You want to wait till the upkeep so that if they were to, say, end step a Thought Scour, it gets those cards. And forces them to spend the mana on their turn. So now, look at this. The graveyard is gone. They've got a 5/5, but that takes a long time to deal with anything. And they didn't have a Delver before. They probably don't have a Delver now. And you can't cast Solarian Terror or Cryptic Serpent easily. So, yeah, look at that. Just the old pass across with 3 mana untapped. Boom. Is this Dan? Ask chat. So real, so real. All right, well, there's a Brainstorm coming down. It's going to help Pietro sculpt the hand perfectly. And, we're many turns away.
Got Dispel here.
And a little Dispel. Which spell?
Dispel.
So honestly, all weekend long, Dispel has been so good. Yeah. Every single time I've seen cast, I was speaking to some of the blue players in the room, and they're saying, everyone's saying play Spell Pierce. And no, I'm playing Dispel. Dispel's just been hitting so many more cards that really matter to me in this format, especially for like the Fairies decks, talking to Skura, etc. So if anything, it might actually be my MVP card of the weekend.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, looking at the metagame, here's a Thought Scour to help refill that graveyard. Look at the metagame. I think there's a number of cards that you should consider main decking. Dispel, I think, is one of them. I think it's a pretty solid main deck card. The other card I think is reasonable to start main decking is Duress. Every deck has a couple key spells, stuff it's trying to do early. It's got, and if you can just dismantle someone's hand, so many bad hands are kept that are held together by like a turn 1 Brainstorm or whatever. If you just turn 1 Duress them on the play, they're going to really be in a tough spot. All right, so here we go. The Terror cracks in, brings Pietro down to 10. 4 islands showing on the other side. I love just this mismatched mana base for Francesco.
This whiteboard island is throwing me off.
I was nice enough yesterday to get you 15 matching islands. This is killing me right now. This draft
when I was playing High Tide, There's one thing I used to do. All right, so we see a Brainstorm come down, and we get a little peek at Francesco's hand there. It's got a counter spell and another Hydro Blast, so a grip full of counter spells. Maybe we'll see if he chooses to do it on the Brainstorm. If you're Francesco, I feel like you're basically holding on to hope that Pietro cannot find a way to deal with this Solarian Terror.
Yes.
So, do you fire off the counter magic for it is the question.
That's what I was going to ask you. So am I holding this counter magic for the threat or for these sort of cantrips that are likely to make them find a threat?
It's always tricky, right? Because you're like, I can just counter the threat when it comes down. But if you let Brainstorm resolves, they draw 3 cards. Maybe they draw 2 ways to fight off your Solarian Terror.
A way to protect it. We know about the Red Pirate Blast. That they've definitely coming because we've seen one already.
Yeah, and there we go. All right, so the Brainstorm fires off, picks up 3 cards, will put 2 back, and going to hold on to those counter spells for a rainy day. So one thing I used to do when I was playing, and this was a really bad decision, do not do this out there, is I would if I wasn't sure if I wanted to play another land in my deck, I would make it like a land I could recognize. So if I drew it at the right or wrong time, I would know. Which is obviously just a way to tilt yourself in the middle of the game. So I can't recommend it. But if I were, if this were old Gavin, I would be like, I play one whiteboarder.
I'm so smart.
The one of whiteboarded basic. And if you ever see it in a deck, you're doing a Gavin for hey, got you. The Gavin land.
The other thing I would do is I'd play 2 snow cover lands for no apparent reason, and then if someone copied my deck list, I would always know because they would just copy the 2 snow cover lands.
Used to do this. He used to play a random 15th card in his sideboard that made no sense whatsoever, just so he could see if anybody was copying his deck list or not.
Yeah, it's like, they're gonna know. All right, well here we go. So here's some action. So Sacred Cat, and notably not coming out. The 1/3 Outlaw Medic, when it dies, you draw a card. It's got a little bit of lifelink going on for it. And in this position, it looks pretty good. You're gonna attack with a 5/5, great. All block,
we're crunching.
Gain a life.
I just think the lifelink is really important, though. If you can just get that lifelink and start turning things sideways, you are gonna outrace these 5/5s with your 6/6s with lifelink, your 7/7s with lifelink. So only getting better and better every turn.
And in the short term, 1 life actually makes a really big difference. Blue can't exactly deal a lot of extra damage, so that 1 life there means it's an additional hit from the Terror to be able to close, right?
Yeah, a whole new turn basically. It was a 2-turn clock. We've just made it a 3-turn clock just from that 1 life gain.
All right, now we see Francesco's got 5 mana untapped. But what is he going to do about it? Okay, well, I activate Basilisk Collar on a cat or just get in with the cat. Boom, the life gain starts rolling. And you can start to threatening. I guess there's no Basilisk Gate on the battlefield yet, so we can't be doing that. But soon we'll probably be getting there. All right, another gate comes on down. Just a little gate right here. We'll see what color Pietro chooses. And
looks like we're passing the turn back. It's the server's going to be untapping. Still can get in there, but we've got the blocker. Plus we've also got the life points, so we can take the hit. There isn't going to be crazy shenanigans here. No ninja effects or anything like that.
All right. I do wonder how many cards are in Pietro's hand right now. It's a big question because I don't have a good read on how far ahead he is. Right? Is he like just playing with a couple cards? He's got full grip. Well, there's one revealed. If you have a counter spell, this is the card you want to try and counter just to make sure that Francisco cannot get back into anything here.
Okay.
All right. Oh, and that's going to resolve. So
That's
Francisco's going up on cards.
We played a land drop for the turn, remember, so we only have this one open. So this could represent numerous spells in general. Could be some counter magic, could be some mill spells. Could play a serpent, but would you really want to play one here, or do we wait for next turn?
Well, I think if you got it, you flaunt it, right? Clearly they don't have the counter spell because it would have fired off the board and revealed. So you just have to play it if you have it, but you don't. See, 3 mana coming on down. All right. Heap Gate getting used. Now, I'm sure we all know Heap Gate.
Oh, yeah, I do. I'm going to let you explain that.
Yeah, so Heap Gate is a land. It says 1 tap an untapped gate, create a treasure token. So it's a way to just get a bit of extra treasure. Red mana, notably.
Make that red mana.
And so if you're Pietro, you're kind of waiting for the right draw. It was looking like something to kind of pull you ahead. Well, that was the right draw. Squadron Hawk comes on down. So that's going to find you 3 more. Notably, Francisco's defenses tapped low, could not do any kind of interaction on that Squadron Hawk. It's possible he was even holding in his hand, waiting for the right moment to cast it, although I think it's more likely he just drew it. And now look at that. You've got Hawks coming in the air. You have 4 strum blockers to deal with whatever Francisco's able to establish. So I really love what Pietro's doing here. And even though the life throws don't reflect it, I think he is in a commanding seat in this game.
Trying to choke yourself over there, water go down the long hole?
It's because of the heat, the dry throat.
Oh.
I'm not dying, I'm
and
fine.
you've been talking
Thank
for
you,
literally 3 days solid. So
right.
I'm
the second I stop, it's like,
But you're good.
Yep, I'm alive.
Sweet.
They should have renamed. Pietro should rename himself to Pietro Carocci. Right?
Carocci.
It's just getting worse.
All right, well,
I mean, chat getting excited.
Chat's sending all the energy they possibly can to this corrugate deck.
Mika's also happy in the corner there.
All right.
He's literally doing the same emoji you're all spamming. He's in the corner doing as well.
We know that people love this deck, and I love Kagate too. It's a really cool. One thing that I love about Pauper is how unique the decks are. You don't see these things anywhere else, especially using these one-off Commander Legend style cards, right? So where else is your deck that kills with Basilisk Gate going to be coming to the table, right? Oh, these mismatched Squadron Hawks.
Yeah,
what is up
right?
with this?
Yeah, Chat's pointed out as well. They're not happy, but it's fine. We'll let them off. You can't get everything with this core gate deck.
I have 4 Pro Tour stamped Squadron Hawks, and it always tilts me if the stamps are in a different place.
Oh, really?
What did I see you playing? Your one that's got stamp with a ban on it. What's that all about?
Oh, well, that was just Mirko lending me his Muldrifters that have banned on there. So,
I'll ask him later then.
He's got a ban hammer. He can just stamp, put the
he has that
it's a stamp that says banned on it, basically.
You got one of them on your desk, haven't you, at work?
That's right. That's what we did to Deadly Dispute. Just knock that down. All right, so we see the board as kind of clustered up here. We got 3 Squadron Hawks, Sacred Cat, and the 1/3 Outlaw Medic versus a Talarian Terror. And Francisco trying to figure out a route back in.
What's that look like? Let's say the perfect. Let's say they draw lands for the rest of the game. How do we get back into this game? What cards do we need? What sequence do we need them in?
Yeah, I really feel like what you need is you need to be able to slam a bunch of big threats, right? Because maybe if you're able to chunk in with 3 big creatures a turn, notably, once again, there's no Basilisk Gate on Pietro's side, so we can't start getting into those huge lifelink chunks yet. So if you're able to slam a bunch of big creatures, you can actually start turning the tide. But of course, that's not what he has because he hasn't cast any over the past several turns. So he does not. And there's the Basilisk Gate.
Oh, here we go.
Cast the luck right there.
The door is closing.
Yeah, the
chat is going to explode.
The gate is closing, perhaps.
Yeah.
Core
indeed, chat. Core indeed.
All right, everyone out there knows the bird emoji, right? Spam this hawk to root for Carocci.
Yeah.
All right.
They're giving it the core in the chat.
Miko's getting very excited in the background there.
All right, and there we go. Target the Sacred Cat. Get in there for a ton of life.
How much is that? Is that 5 or 6 extra?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's a nice 7/7 life linking cat.
Meow.
All right, Carocci. Here we go. Yeah, this is a really tough draw for Terra. Now, no judgment on how the Terror players played. Obviously, he's a phenomenal player making it this far. It did feel like kind of a tough opening draw, though, right? Maybe it was supposed to be a mulligan. Maybe you're hoping to get into it with that brainstorm thought scour, but you needed a really fast draw to be able to take it away from the Kage player.
Yeah, it does feel like we're just going through the motions here, going with 11 life.
I think the
here
biggest
comes the journey.
I think the biggest terror on the battlefield is this sacred cat.
All right, look at that. The nulls did come in.
You named it. It did come in.
Yeah, look at that. I know something sometimes. All right. So,
the clock's right twice a day, just saying.
Yeah. Even my clocks.
Imagine losing to Sacred Cat in 2025.
You don't have to imagine. It's
It's happening right now.
Sacred Cat is a banger. Oh, and
it's the
insult to injury. Sure, the Raven Charm.
Charm.
But even if you have to burn your counter on with Raven Charm, like that is not getting you what you want. All right, flip the Delver. Sure thing. All right, we're doing the sleeve Delver.
The same thing
They know
again.
it's going back in there momentarily. Why we started?
There we go.
We picked him up on it.
All right, so we're going to draw a mental note, but yeah, I mean, it was pretty hard to come back from this.
It's a lot happening here.
I love seeing Kage here. It is so exciting to see this deck back in the fray. It really shows. I mean, this felt like a weekend you could play anything, right?
Yes, absolutely.
You could play anything you wanted and have a decent shot. And so many cool decks converted. We were talking earlier, Emma, about how lots of decks with 4 or 5 copies converted like half their players in the day too.
Right. Even Mardu Synthesizer got a top 8.
My baby Mardu Synthesizer, which I'm starting to get a sweet version of. I'm going to try playing it at my next Paupergeddon. I might come back for Eternal Weekend. This was such a fun time. I hear Eternal Weekend is going to be amazing.
Spoilers in the chat.
If you asked me before the weekend started if I was going to be back for Eternal Weekend and Paupergeddon, I'd be like, nah, I'm not going to do it. But this has been such a fun weekend. If you're out there in the chat, look, if you're out there in the chat and you're watching this and you're like, this is sick. I want to try playing my $6,000 match for Pauper. Come on out. Paupergeddon is an amazing time. They put together a great show here. Not only is there Pauper all weekend long, the main event, side events, everything else. They're running drafts. There's even a command zone happening here.
There was a modern RCQ. 8-slotter as well.
And the community is just incredible.
Don't think about all the artists in the room as well. 10 artists, 10th anniversary, all sat at the top, some of the biggest names in Magic.
I got my, I normally don't try and chase down signed cards, but I think for my synthesizer deck, I'm going to try and get all my cards signed and stuff. So I got my my familiars signed this weekend. So
sick. We also had the Chrysalis artist was here.
Yeah, the Chrysalis artist. Yeah, a lot of Chrysalises were signed. So it was very cool. Yeah, the artists are just fantastic.
Yeah, the whole weekend's just been great throughout. And of course, remember, this is a community-led project. This is just enthusiasts that wanted to play Pauper. Started it 10 years ago. 10 years later, we're here now, and it feels like a GP of old. We've got over 11,000 players in the main tournament.
The vibes are immaculate.
My hope is, we've been talking about this for a few years now. Who knows if it'll ever happen? My hope is we'll get Paupergeddon to go worldwide, right? U.S. Paupergeddon wins. That's what I keep doing. There's some West and East Coast tournaments happening in the States recently, and let's make them Paupergeddons. So someone in the chat, mentioned something. Hey, what is PHR's other matches looking like? It's surprising to see Gates in the finals with so many done Wildfires about, and it really goes back to what I talked about a little bit earlier on the stream, a little bit earlier in this match. Is people love saying oh my gosh, this deck can never beat this other deck, but usually you can, right? Okay, you've got some Wildfires to kill them off with Gates, whatever.
And there's that match.
And there we go. There's the match.
Oh my God! Colgate is going to be our Paupergeddon 2025 champion and doing it in style. They're going to win this trophy here in front of us.
Oh my gosh!
Are they going to come in and get it, or are we going to go out there and give it them?
I think we're going to get the winner here in a second. Okay. Look at that! Colgate
look at this bad boy
through the opposition.
Give me your live reactions to it. What do you think? At the start of the weekend, I asked everybody what deck they think was going to take us down. Nobody said Colgate.
I said Fairies, but I was did not even consider Colgates. It's the best surprise as well.
And this is the best thing about Paupergeddon. Last year, the same thing. Obviously, MX3 came out, all these different decks that we didn't think were going to happen. Cards were shining. Now, next couple of weeks of Magic Online, you're going to have lots of Colgate around again. You're going to see the data of that spiking up.
I mentioned it. We had our BNR check-in or whatever, where we didn't make any changes. We talked about what we were doing. And one of the things I mentioned is sometimes the metagame changes a lot after Paupergeddon. We've seen this historically. I'm not to be surprised the metagame changes a lot after Paupergeddon again.
See a lot of Colgates and
I want to see those cards in chat. When we get our winner in here, we're giving that trophy. I want this chat spamming all the way up. Show them the love for this deck. Show them how happy you are that they were able to take down this huge tournament, beating over 6,000 players and taking home
Amazing.
that €6,000 top prize. This trophy, and of course the tweet saying they are this year's champion.
The first Grand Prix I ever played in was 270 players. So to,
Really?
so to think that this is 5 times that size or whatever, 4.5 times the size, absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy.
And the fact is, as I say, it's fan-made. This is pit on. You know, just people wanting to play more Pauper and more Pauper. And last year we broke the record. This year we broke the record. Next year hopefully we break the record. Maybe we'll break it in December this year and do 2 of them. Because there's 3 Paupergeddons a year here just in Europe.
Yeah, and they're all going to be in Lucca now, right? So this is the place to come. Come to Lucca. It's where all the fun is going to happen.
And then I meet the man, the myth, the legend himself. You know, Boozy out there puts on so much hard work, does not get the credit that man deserves. I'm determined to get him on camera one day and give him his flowers, because if it wasn't for him, genuinely, this community, everyone coming together, he is the glue, the linchpin for it.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to beat Kage, if you're like, uh-oh, how am I going to fight off this deck? What do you think you want to play?
Poison Storm.
No. Well, no.
I just felt the effect. I don't care if they gain life. I'm just going to give them 10 poison counters. Easy.
You just want to play Poison
I
Storm.
do. That's all I want to do. That's all I want to do. I'm sorry. It's not a real answer.
I mean, like, Riving Chrysalis is still a pretty good guard against all those Squadron Hawks. Like, John Wildfire seems fine. But also, I just kind of just want to play Squadron Hawks. Like, I just want to be part of the group.
Yeah, just
because
play Kage.
Play Kage. Like,
yeah.
What about you?
Well, I mean, you know, once again, people are like, oh, Chrysalis. You're like, okay, well, whatever. I'll journey nowhere it, I guess.
Yeah.
Right? There's removal spells.
I'm going to let you give them this when they walk in.
Oh, yeah.
Careful on the
smash everything.
Who's going to fly out when the winner comes in? Is it me? Is it you? Is it
No, I'll stand up. They can sit here, and I'll just give him my microphone. It's fine.
Okay.
No, we'll get it going. I don't need to be here. I can just, you know, we'll be good. I think they'll enjoy getting the trophy off you. By the way, what cool trophy? Have you seen this yet? We were saying this before you came in. Like, how cool is this trophy? How good does that look?
It's the most colourful trophy in all of Magic.
It's really stylish, and that's what I like about it. It's like a nice new modern trophy. They're still out there. I think they're hugging every single person.
Oh, yeah. It's a big deal. It's a
like.
big deal. You just won Paupergeddon with Core Gates in 2025.
Yeah. I mean, this is the biggest Pauper tournament so far.
We should get that on a T-shirt, by the way.
I
just
won
Paupergeddon with Core Gates.
Yeah, that's a really
next Paupergeddon, we get a trophy, you get the prize money, and
a free
T-shirt.
How's it going to be to wear that shirt to your next Paupergeddon? You sit down
100%.
round 1, you're sitting across from the guy that has the T-shirt saying, I won Paupergeddon. You're like, oh my gosh.
Well, they're going to join in like a nice exclusive list of people that have won this in the past. I think, do we even have that slide of all the past winners that we can show that they get to join this unique club? I say this is 10th Paupergeddon, so there's only been 10 winners of the big one, and it's just such a hard tournament to do it in. Doing it in this heat, it's going to join these players here, these nice elite gentlemen, and here's our winner. So I'm going to move up a sec.
Come on down.
Let me get this round here.
I'm going to shuffle back down here.
This is so exciting.
Right. I'm going to move over here, sir. You sit down in that seat there, and I'm going to pass you this microphone. And first question is going to be congratulations on winning. You looked really nervous when I went out and spoke to you in that one, but now it's over, it's done, and you're the champion. How's it feel?
I'm very tired. No, okay. I'm very tired, and you ought to know that Italians are very, I don't know the word in English, scaramantici. You cannot say something before it happens.
You didn't want to visit. You didn't want to take.
Yes.
You didn't count your eggs before.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That's a sign of a good Magic player as well.
No, that's very.
Yeah.
No,
What do you think was?
realistic.
Why did you bring this deck this weekend?
The last Gathering I played was Pisa 2023. Then I took a couple of years break because I didn't feel like playing.
Yep.
And I came back a couple of months ago, and I tried a few decks. I tried a bit of Flicker Tron, but I didn't really like it. So 1 month before the Gathering, I picked a deck that I knew, and so it was this one, the last one that I played. And so I decided. Oh yes.
Okay, Gavin, next question is coming from you.
All right, well, first of all, I want to hand you something very special. So with your other hand, you hold up this trophy right here. Boom, look at that, amazing.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Oh, nice to meet you too. I was like the champion of Paupergeddon, you're kidding me? That's incredible. So here's what I would ask you. So if someone's out there, they were watching this, they saw you win with Target and crush it, what would you say the matchups are that you're excited to play against, and that would make a great choice for this weekend? And if you're trying to beat you, what are the decks that you would want to play?
Right. The good matchups for Cargates are anything involving red. So
Yep.
any version of Burn, Rakdos Madness. Yes. Okay. Rakdos Madness. Usually monocolor decks are good. So any versions of Terror are good matchups. What else? Yeah, that's it.
And what do you not want to play against?
I don't want to play against very fast combos. I don't want to play against very slow control. I don't want to play against any flavor of Tron. Jand is not favored, and my strategy was to dodge it.
How did it go for you? Did you dodge it?
I played it twice. I won once and I tied it the other. And yes, I mean, it's not, as everyone was saying, it's not a good meta call, but I think being comfortable with your own deck is more important than trying to find the best possible deck and then playing it just 1 week before the tournament.
Right, like if you play your deck well, you can probably beat a Jund Wildfire player, right?
Exactly, that's the idea. That's the idea.
So how many high ties did you play against this weekend?
None.
All right,
None
you dodged
whatsoever. None whatsoever.
Nice work, nice work. How about you, Emma? You got any questions?
Yeah, so congratulations.
Okay, nice to meet you too.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. For people at home, this might be their first Pauper event they've watched on Twitch. They're going, what's the big deal with Paupergeddon? There's like 1,000 players. Do you have any advice for like new players getting into Pauper, like starting points, like any advice on like how to learn and what to do?
Well, no, I don't have a good answer. It's just
okay.
To play. You first play with just a handful of people. You're nervous just playing with a handful of people. Then maybe you play a slightly bigger tournament, and then just go from there. And I don't have a good answer. Sorry, it's really.
I think the big thing, is just pick a deck you like,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, pick a deck you like.
You are.
Yes, I mean, if it's slightly competitive, it helps. I mean, and probably a good way to start is to find someone else who knows how to play a good deck, copy them, and then after a bit you can try to add something that works for you.
Amazing. Well, hey, congratulations.
How do you know? How does it feel knowing that you've now changed the online meta and how you're going to game for the next couple of weeks now?
I don't.
You don't think it's going to happen?
Well, I mean, the online meta is full of barn, and it was already slightly on the uprise in the past few weeks.
It's going to be now because
ever since I don't know.
Take the credit.
Okay.
Own it.
Have you got anyone you want to thank out there? Any friends, family, your local LGS? Shout it out now.
Okay,
and let you get on with it.
Mainly, yes. The people I play with.
Shout them out. Say the names.
Team Pinza. So Ivano Di Gioia, Marco Bruschi, e Alessandro Piraccini. And so far, and there is one member of this team who still hasn't won a Paupergeddon, and so he's now our black sheep.
Who's this person?
Oh, sick brags.
Ivano.
All right, well, he's coming next, I guess.
Yes, absolutely.
And where in Italy are you based?
Rome.
All right, well, chalk one up for Rome. There you go, another championship.
Sweet, well, we're going to let you go celebrate your friends, take the trophy. I'll take this off you. Congratulations one last time, my friend.
Yeah,
our winner of Paupergeddon
well
2025, ladies and gentlemen, get up in the chat.
All right, well, what a weekend, huh?
Yeah. What a weekend indeed. 3 long days of Magic the Gathering, Pauper action, 27 rounds of Magic played. Don't know about you, but I'm pretty tired.
I could go for some gelato. I don't know about you.
Are you buying?
Yeah,
obviously. All right, let's deal.
I'm ready to go play more Magic.
You want to play more Bardi
That's
Synth.
exactly what I want to hear from you, Gavin.
I got this Mardu Synth deck, and I'm itching for games, so if you're watching this, you want to play, let's play.
Well, we need to say some thank yous out there when we close down this show, because this can't happen without everybody working behind the scenes. We get to be the faces of this, but we are far from the people that put this on. First, we need to shout out the man over there that is doing so much work. In fact, there's 2 of them sat there now. I can see him hiding. 2 people behind the scenes doing so much work, pressing all the buttons, getting the graphics ready, getting us where we need to be and making us look good. So the production team, huge shout out to them. The judge staff have been on point all weekend long, putting a smooth tournament on for everybody involved, not just the main but the side events as well. They need to get their flowers. All the vendors, the staff, the TO, everyone that's involved in this, huge shout out to them. All the sponsors that are being able to put this on for all you beautiful people at home, because you're the last ones we're going to thank. Without you, we'll just be here talking against each other. We want to thank you for here watching, joining in, tuning in, and hopefully really enjoying this momentum weekend of history-breaking Magic. Any final words, you two?
Go ahead, Emma.
No, you go first.
No, Emma, please go.
Too kind.
Just want to say thank you for joining in. I've been checking the chat and checking the views all day. We're peaking pretty high, so I just want to say thank you for just joining in. It means a lot, because we don't normally get to do live coverage of live tabletop Pauper events, so just want to say thank you for everyone at home.
Wait, what's our numbers been?
So right now it's about 1,500.
Holy smokes!
Yeah,
we take that.
That's more players than were in the tournament.
Yeah. Just want to say thank you for everyone at home. It's been really validating to be here and be in the room with everybody, just saying good job on the Pauper format panel. Just have these conversations with people.
Yeah, you were talking about thanking the people out there for watching. I just want to say, when I started playing Pauper a very long time ago now, 18 years or so ago maybe, it was like a small little community thing on Magic Online, right? There was a little group of people that played on Magic Online. It wasn't a real format. We like organized through chat rooms to play Pauper against each other. And now we're here. Yeah. Now we're at an 1,100 person Pauper event, which is huge in the heart of Italy. Players are excited and thrilled about it. And that is because of all the people that help run Paupergeddon, the incredible staff, and all of you. It's your love of Pauper. It's your talk about the format. It's playing it online. It's telling people that you love it. So please keep getting out there. Please keep playing it. Please keep telling people you love it. And hopefully you out there watching this right now can come eventually and play in one of these Paupergeddon tournaments because they're awesome. I know we're talking about how this is the biggest Pauper event ever, and I want to pen that with so far. My hope is that the next one will be bigger, and the next one will be bigger, and the next one will be bigger. I think maybe even this weekend, an Eternal Weekend in November, where Paupergeddon's going to be at, we might be able to crack it then.
Fingers crossed we are. I think we also need to add to that list, by the way, is people enjoy playing this format so much, genuinely because of you two and the other 5 members of this Pauper Council. You keep on top of this perfectly. I've always said this is probably the most balanced Magic format I've ever played. And that's because of you guys' hard work. I don't think you're giving yourself the flowers you should. Can you also shout out the other 5 members? Obviously, we've got Mirko, but who's the other 4 that keep this in check?
Yeah, absolutely. So, big thanks to Alex and Paige, the other 2 US-based members for all their hard work. Saito over in Japan. I love getting the Japanese scenes opinion. And they play some wild decks over there, too.
They do.
But that's part of the advantage of being worldwide, right, is we get to that. And, of course, Weber down in Brazil, another place where Pauper is huge. I was visiting Brazil last year. And I went to a store that has 100-person Pauper F&Ms.
Jesus.
Right? So it is huge.
That's
if
anywhere
needs an expansion of Pauper, it's Brazil. It is crazy. They actually have their own whole tournament circuit. So, it is huge. And, of course, not on screen right now, but Hyson, Mirko, who is part of the team making stuff all happen here. Big shout out to him. He always shows us an incredible time at Paupergeddon.
Apparently they had 170 player tournament probably yesterday.
It's growing. I love it. Like all the numbers point to Pauper just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So really, thanks to all you. Who knows? People always ask me Pauper Pro Tour win. I'm not saying there's ever going to be a Pauper Pro Tour, but you know what? The chances do slowly climb as this happens.
If we keep hitting these numbers up, they've got to start looking at it. That's what I'm going to say, chap. And so on that one, we are going to close it down. Paupergeddon 2025, the 10th anniversary, the history maker, and everyone's going to remember it was won by Core Gate.
On
that one, ladies and gentlemen, good night.